American dream.
Are there any men in your neighborhood that you look up to?
No.
It really hurts, given where we claim we are as a nation.
Good evening. I'm Carol Simpson, and with me are my colleagues Charles Thomas and George Strait. Two important chapters in the Black American experience are associated with Abraham Lincoln and this memorial to him. The emancipation of the slaves, our ancestors, and the famed I Have a Dream speech by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King.
In the next hour, we will introduce you to a number of Black Americans, winners and losers in pursuit of that dream. The people you will meet are not athletes, celebrities, or politicians. They are people you don't normally see or hear on television.
Charles, they are people that represent the great diversity that is Black life in this country, from children who are just beginning the experience to elders who now look back in triumph. And while we have had victories and made progress in America, we still have not reached the objective envisioned by Dr. King right here 26 years ago. We still struggle to be judged by the content of our character, not the color of our skin.
Color. How do Black children develop a positive self-image in a society that's predominantly white? Dr. Margaret Beal Spencer is one of several researchers who has studied this. She shows pictures to Black children ages 3 to 12, pictures of Black and white characters. They have identical facial features, hair, and clothing. The only difference is skin color. Dr. Spencer asks the children to choose.
Najiba, I have a picture now of two girls, and everyone says that one girl is very pretty. Which is the pretty girl?
That.
Can you tell me why?
Because she has she has different skin, and I like the way she dresses.
Oh, okay. Point to the ugly girl for me. Can you tell me why she's the ugly girl?
Because everybody hits her and they don't like her.
Oh, goodness. Okay. Chandler, can you tell me which is the dirty boy? Can you tell me why?
Because he's not the same color he's supposed to be.
Oh, okay. All right. Come on and have a seat. Okay? Now, my research started 20 years ago, and here today in 1989, the stereotypes are still in place. Stereotypes which suggest that Black people are very negative generally, not very bright, not very attractive, etc. And that whites are still all these very positive things and those things alone. Emily, how are you today? It means for me that we have not come very far as a people. Okay, what's associated with the color white? Yes. In society, power.
I want you to buy 20,000 shares of Blue Star at 15 1/8, 3/8 tops.
Attractiveness. Black children watch more TV, unfortunately, than any other minority group. And they're bombarded, therefore, with all these fast-paced images, which for the most part, leaves them invisible. They don't see themselves, and they're not even aware of it.
I love her beautiful hair.
Maxie's got the best hair.
Ooh, Maxie.
Which is the pretty girl?
The one on the right, most likely.
The one on the right, most likely? And
yes.
Why would you say that?
Well, to me, she has the prettiest hair.
For older children who are now at a point in their thinking that they understand that what they are saying is in conflict with how they feel about themselves, it's very difficult.
This is hard.
I didn't hear you.
This is hard.
Oh, it's hard? You can virtually see the anxiety on their faces.
I can't decide.
And it hurts. You know, as a researcher, as a mother, as a citizen in this country, it really hurts, given where we claim we are as a nation. Okay, that's fine. Now, why is that one the dirty boy?
Because you can't tell whether he's dirty or not because he's Black.
parents have the same tasks that all parents have in this country, to raise effective, competent, psychologically healthy children. I tell parents, when they buy those little books, get a 25-cent box of crayons and color those pictures, the hair and the skin, etc., and explain to children why they're doing it. Most often, the positive sense of self, it comes from the family, it comes from the church, it comes from the community.
Boys and girls, today we're going to play a game. It's a game about building a dream. Name 7 black leaders.
Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks.
Okay, let's do it one at a time. Martin Luther King, Rosa Parks, Frederick Douglass.
They need cultural values to help them deal with whatever they are struggling with at that moment. Point to the smart boy for me.
It would most likely be him
Okay, now why is he the smart boy?
because he looks very, very smart.
Point to the picture for me. Okay, very good. Now tell me, why is she the very pretty girl, Denise?
Because she black and she beautiful.
Because she's what?
She black and she's beautiful.
We have a lot of work to do. And the first thing is to acknowledge that there are some serious problems. And that problem still surrounds the color of race and racism in this country.
Black in White America, brought to you by S.C. Johnson Wax.
That America was moving toward 2 separate and unequal societies, one white and one black. 21 years later, Black America is moving toward 2 separate and unequal societies. The blacks who have made it and those who have not. And even if some of us do seem to be living the American dream, racism is inescapable. We still carry the burden of color. To most white Americans, Howard Holly has made it. He grew up in the public housing projects of Norfolk, Virginia. Today, he's a district manager for the Xerox Corporation in San Diego, California.
I'm going to really use the big hit list and focus on the 5 XAMP and Excel accounts.
Despite his career achievements, Howard feels being black has held him back.
Back when I first started in business, I was directed to a Fortune 500 company on Park Avenue and told that everyone started in the mailroom, so I started in the mailroom. And then when I was delivering mail one day or a few months later, I saw a new face in one of the departments. And I said, where did that face come from? They weren't in the mailroom. And then I found out that it isn't, in fact, where everyone starts. And that's when I began to realize that the things were going to be a little different.
Do we have a deadline on this LCC thing?
Yes, the first.
Howard credits the civil rights movement for breaking down barriers.
I do not believe I would necessarily be in the company were it not for affirmative action. I believe that affirmative action played a very important role in the success that blacks have achieved in the past 20, 25 years.
At 7 o'clock, you're going to go straight to the JA.
Even though Howard is a respected professional, a husband, a father, when he walks down the street, he's just another black man, usually regarded with suspicion and fear.
I might be walking close to somebody and noticing that they'll pull their pocketbook here and go like this. Now, 5 other men just walked by. What's the difference between me and the other 5 as to why now there's a need to put a karate grip on your pocketbook?
Howard and his wife, Barbara, are a real-life version of The Cosby Show. They are among the 45,000 black families in the United States with incomes of more than $100,000. But this is not a situation comedy. Unlike their TV counterparts, they are struggling to maintain their black identity in a world that doesn't always value it. The Hollies live in this $500,000 home in an exclusive, predominantly white neighborhood in the hills high above San Diego. Not because they wanted to live with whites, but because they couldn't find the house they wanted in a black neighborhood.
I think we wanted to live and want to live the American dream.
This is 2,100 square feet.
Barbara Holly is a real estate agent.
Like about what you had in mind?
For the Hollies to work at the jobs they find most rewarding and to live in the kind of neighborhood they find most desirable, they had to pay a personal price. Isolation from the black community. A big problem for their 17-year-old daughter, Alicia.
I don't think really in my younger childhood there was anything specifically that said, you know, you're black versus everybody else being white. I don't remember that.
Out of 2,000 students at Torrey Pines High School, Alicia is one of 6 blacks.
Yeah. Are you guys gonna have another study group though?
Here she confronts the dilemma of straddling 2 worlds, one white and one black.
Most of my friends are white. And when I'm with white friends, I don't think that they would really understand what exactly I'm trying to say. I mean, how could they possibly understand exactly what I'm going through when they're not going through it themselves?
This is Alicia's other world, where she met most of her black friends. Jack and Jill is one of the nation's oldest black social organizations. Jack and Jill fulfills the need of upwardly mobile black families who crave contact with other blacks. Here they teach their children values and racial pride.
Brian Babb for academic achievement. Congratulations, Brian.
The people at this school used to be white, upper middle class. This is now changing. There are a lot of other people coming in, and it's something that our school needs to face and think about and accept is how.
At Alicia's high school, white students are curious about blacks, so much like themselves and yet so different. Her white classmates wondered what she thought of the portrayal of blacks on television.
When you show me, African Americans that are just pimps and just hookers, that's, to me, I mean, yes, I know that goes on, but that goes on in, in everybody's race. So when you just show me that, I mean, that's not realistic to me because I don't know those people. I can't really identify with any of those people. So when you show me doctors and lawyers and things, those are people that I'm used to meeting that are black.
It saddens me to know that my children, or in my lifetime, that I will not be able to be in a world where people just accept me for me, and that my children will have to continue to go through life with the same kinds of burdens that we've had. Of course, you always want things to be better for your children.
I don't think racism is something that a person can insulate themselves against when it lives in someone else. So how can I possibly insulate myself against what you may choose to do, say, act, be, or whatever? So no, I don't think there is any of us who can insulate, regardless of what levels we might achieve.
How do you do? Gerald or Joshua Smith? All right. New York.
Race will never be an impediment, no matter what it is to someone else. If I have someplace I need to go, I'll get there. If I've got to overcome race, I'll get there.
Now, some of you laugh about that.
Joshua Smith is the chief executive officer of a company that grossed $60 million last year. He feels that economic clout is the weapon blacks need to combat racism.
Blacks are not in business. We don't think entrepreneurship is not a major segment. We are consumers. We spend our time on taking that professional salary and buying better clothes and bigger houses and better looking cars and impressing people. And I think that we're paying for it.
He used to work for somebody else, but now he works for himself. For the last 11 years, he's headed Maxima, a computer services company headquartered in Rockville, Maryland. But his success doesn't shelter him from racist insults.
People have said when they come to this company, and I think it's a rather insulting remark, oh, this doesn't look like a black company.
Are we all set?
Yes, we are.
Well, what does a black company look like?
George's color, is it?
Josh gained entry into the business world through a federal program for minority businesses.
But the interesting thing is it's a 1 1/3 times greater.
By 1986, he was out of that program and on his own. Maximo, with offices in 46 locations, is the 9th largest black-owned business in the country. Josh is highly critical of today's black leaders who, he says, focus more on what government can do for them rather than what they can do for themselves.
We needed those to lead us out of the woods, but we're now at the river. And we need to learn how to swim, and it's an economic river. And, you know, if I'm drowning and you can't swim, leave me the hell alone.
See, like, if I do Atlanta, Dad, I'm going to do deck maintenance because, you know.
Josh's son, Jay, runs the company's Atlanta office. Jay is inheriting both his father's firm and his economic philosophy.
Why don't we do that? Why don't you let me talk to the people?
Given Josh's emphasis on entrepreneurship, it's no surprise that he's a Republican, an active supporter and friend of President Bush.
We've got to trade that Rolex for a Rolodex of investments.
Josh travels the country, often preaching his feisty brand of economic evangelism.
If it's on your back, it's not in the bank. And if it's on your ass, it is not called an asset.
You see, as long as society feels we're a drain, then we're not going to be liked. But when we turn that around and contribute, we're going to be desired. And I think the Vietnamese have proven that. Nobody talks about those boat people. Now everyone sees the valedictorians in the classes. They see the business people, the role models, the image of the Vietnamese, and I applaud them.
We've done a lot of things which, if emulated, can work for other people. But
Josh wants blacks to duplicate the success other ethnic groups have achieved. But he worries that it's too late for those trapped in America's inner cities.
I see a class of people that potentially is written off. I see black people in this country suffering incredible and insurmountable loss in both people and in terms of future. And that's real. I'm scared, not for Joshua Smith and Joshua Smith's family, but I'm scared because I'm proud of being black. I'm proud of being an African American, because that's what God said I would be. And unless we do something now, I think we're going to witness the greatest setback in the history of mankind.
Progress is an empty phrase for millions of our people. Black Americans who live in some of the most deplorable conditions in the industrialized world. They still wait for this nation's economic prosperity to trickle down to them. The worst off are locked in a downward spiral of drugs, crime, and violence. It is a separate America called the underclass, found in every major city. Chicago, Illinois, an economic fortress in the Midwest. But within this city are neighborhoods a world apart from the glitter and wealth. Places rarely visited by white or black outsiders, afraid just to pass through here. The Wabash Building is a housing project near the end of the line on the city's south side. It could be anywhere in urban America. A place where criminals and victims are imprisoned together, where darkened hallways reek of garbage and urine. 20 years ago, the Tenant Association ran the building. Today, it is run by drug dealers, and no outsiders enter without risking their lives. But the people who live here call it home. Welcome to their world.
For most people, as simple as that. No matter how you put it, they can laugh about it, whatever they want to, this is it.
Do the drug dealers run neighborhoods like this?
Majority of the drug dealers around here, they don't live here.
That's right.
You understand?
Yeah.
They come as far as 95th to the south, 22nd to the north. They come here and set up shop and sell their dope. Then they go home with their big bankroll.
Is it realistic to expect that you could walk into a development one day, this development, any development, and not see the drug dealers?
No, it's not.
No. You can have an education in the United States. You can have all of that, you know. But if you don't have no money, you really don't have nothing.
It's the have and the have not. And that's what the bottom line is. I mean, you talk about the drugs. You understand? Who brings the drugs into the country?
And you can put it in this way too.
Who brings it here? Blacks don't bring it.
Certainly no one that lives here.
Okay, then. You understand? It's a genocide. And we're caught up in it.
Some blacks believe this is indeed genocide, asking why a nation that put a man on the moon cannot solve the problems that plague inner cities. They say it's a conspiracy to eliminate them. The civil rights movement has made little difference here. Even the NAACP building locks its doors, securing itself from the crime and violence engulfing the neighborhood. At Chicago's Southside Gospel Church, worshipers rarely raise their voices for social causes. Here they pray for survival.
Amen. You may be seated. Today, we're giving special recognition to the Dunn family. Mother Judy Dunn, daughter Ellen Dunn, daughter June Dunn, son Stephen Dunn.
The Dunn children are caught in a struggle between the values taught in church and the values learned on the streets around their home at the Wabash building. Their mother is 34-year-old Judy Dunn. She was abandoned, grew up in a foster home, and had not finished high school when she gave birth to her first child at age 16. Judy, who has never been married, supports herself with welfare and food stamps and takes pride in the small salary she earns at Burger King.
I like to work. I don't like staying home. It's boring, you know, sitting at the house, watching TV. It's not even worth it, you know. You can be doing something else with your life.
Judy's 16-year-old daughter, June, is also an unwed mother. She already has a baby named Kiana and is expecting another child this month.
Will you be able to go to school?
Uh-huh.
Even with a young baby?
Uh-huh.
2 young babies?
Yeah.
How are you going to do that?
Get a babysitter.
What do you want to be when you grow up and get out of school?
An artist.
You like to draw?
Yeah.
How much money would you like to make in a year?
What? About $2,000.
$2,000 a year? Would that be enough for you and Kiana and the new baby to live?
It might be.
June has no clue that $2,000 a year isn't enough to survive anywhere in America, not even in her world. And her world is the Wabash building, where 80% of households are headed by single women. June's older sister, 18-year-old Ellen Dunn, is different. She just graduated from high school.
I'm the only one out this building, and my friend Tina, that don't have no kids right now. Everybody in this building is pregnant by somebody in this building.
You're not on drugs, you don't have any children, and you're not pregnant. Why not?
I don't know. I guess I just know when to say no to boys, I guess.
Why not have kids now?
No, I said I was going to have my kids by when I'm 25, 26.
Why do you want to wait so long?
Because I'll probably be settled down in my own house, my own job. Then I think I'll be ready for some kids.
The only boy in the Dunn family is 13-year-old Stephen. What's your idea? He fantasizes about a better life, like any other kid in America.
Describe how you'd live if you were rich, where you would live.
In a big house, big car, nice yard, pool, women, jewelry.
It wouldn't look like where you live now. You'd be happy?
Yeah, as long as I have friends.
I'm sorry.
Stephen enjoys shooting pool at a nearby boys' club with his best friend and next-door neighbor, Sam.
That's why you lose.
Stephen has not seen his father in years and says his only role model is his mother.
Are there any men in your neighborhood that you look up to?
No.
What are some of the things that men in your neighborhood do?
Sell drugs, most of them. Most of the people come to them. They know when they're standing there.
So how does that make you feel? Does it bother you at all? Or?
Yeah, bothers because they're in front of my door and stuff. Be hard to walk past.
Do you wish that they weren't there?
Yes.
Police make frequent drug arrests outside the Wabash building, but their efforts barely make a dent because the drug trade is the #1 employer in the neighborhood, offering teenagers $200 to $300 a day. It's a dangerous business, and guns are used to settle disputes.
Anybody can get guns and have guns. Anybody in the building, if they want it.
Can you get a gun?
Me? Yeah, I can.
We can't keep it.
What are the kinds of guns you've been around?
22, 25, 38, 45, a gauge, and a pump.
Who has these guns?
A person in our building.
Drugs and guns are a lethal combination. The #1 killer of young black males is homicide, and 94% of the murders are committed by another black person. For Steve and Sam, going to and from home means a walk past armed drug dealers every day.
I think if I move, that might stop it. I'm not saying, because anywhere you go, it's with dope. Anywhere you move to, south, east, or west, it's still dope.
The kids come in contact every day with people who sell drugs. Do you think it's possible that a drug dealer could have more control over one of your children than you do?
Yes, it's possible. Yes.
Is it happening?
Yes. Not only to Master, every other kid. You know, it's possible.
The father of June's first child is dead. He was shot and killed 2 months after Kiana's birth. June worries about her new boyfriend, 17-year-old Andre, the father of her second child. June says Andre is a drug dealer.
He could just be somewhere just standing on the street, talking to somebody, and somebody might come up and shoot him for nothing.
Have you learned to just accept death as part of living?
Yeah, because everybody gonna have to die one day.
June's sister, Ellen, has faced the same dilemma. I asked her what her former boyfriend did.
Sell drugs.
I get the sense you don't like drugs.
I don't like people selling drugs. They can get killed over there.
Do you think a drug dealer would make a good husband?
I don't know. I hope not.
Do you live prepared for the worst? June and Ellen say they both date drug dealers.
You have to pray every day. When they go outside, you got to pray. Hope God look over them and watch them. That's my only hope. I pray.
Judy's fears became real one night last March when Ellen was caught in a fight between rival gang members. One of them pinned her down at gunpoint.
He was clicking a gun at me, and then no more bullets come out.
You mean the guy was standing there over you with a gun pointed at you while you were on the floor?
Right.
Pulling the trigger?
Right. And I got up and I felt the back of my neck, and I saw there was blood, and I just knew I had got shot. Police came, and they put me in the ambulance. I seen my mama, she started crying, I started crying smoke, because I thought I was going to die that day.
The nightmare continued 2 weeks later when Stephen and June's boyfriend Andre were playing with guns.
When I came off the bus stop, the little boy told me that he had got shot, you know, and I prayed that he, you know, let him be alive. And they told me that they would have to, well, when they rushed him to the hospital and stuff, they had to do surgery on him and take they said they had to take bullet fragment out of his brains because the bullet had went through his head, through his eyes, and it's still in his jawbone. They weren't able to take that out.
How did it affect your eye?
Blinded.
Does that make you angry?
I don't pay much attention to it. I forget about it most of the time. I get used to just use one.
What do you want to be when you grow up?
A doctor.
How are you going to get to be a doctor?
By completing college and medical school.
Stephen appears to have overcome his physical and emotional scars, and only 2 months after the shooting fulfilled a dream, his 8th grade graduation. Though Stephen is an honor student, what he hopes to achieve will be difficult. Chicago's public school system has been rated among the worst in the country, and the dropout rate is as high as 65%. Judy Dunn has the highest hopes for her children, but no delusions about the battles she and her family face.
When you look at television and you see the Cosby Show and you see how they portray a certain family, do you feel cheated?
No, 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 because that's not real. That's fake. That's not the real world.
What's the real world?
The one I'm living in now.
Some of the things that have bound us together as a people for the last 300 years. Institutions and heroes, things that have served as a foundation for the millions of blacks who have made it, can serve as a source of strength for the millions who have yet to succeed. But many of us have lost touch with our history, and that's a threat, because if we as a people don't know where we've been, we can't know where we're going.
This past May, a 108-year unbroken tradition of excellence continued. Tuskegee Institute, founded by Booker T. Washington to lift the veil of ignorance from freed slaves, graduated 329 men and women. This small Alabama college teaches that self-reliance and pride can protect a person against the ravages of racial prejudice. Generations of black scholars and fighters have been trained here. Some are among America's greatest heroes, men who fought to keep free a country in which they were not completely free. One of those men was honored this year, a man known as the Chief.
Charles Alfred Anderson, better known as Chief Anderson. Self-taught pilot, recognized as father of black aviation. You trained the nucleus of the Tuskegee Airmen, who became the nation's first black fighter pilots in the famous 99th Pursuit Squadron.
The 99th was not originally designed to show that blacks could fly. It was first designed to show that blacks did not have the capability to fly. That we had to disprove. That, I think, we proved it.
Why? Why do you have to disprove it?
Why do I have to disprove it?
Yeah.
To live here in peace.
What do you mean to live here in peace? You could have lived here in peace without having to fly an airplane?
We could not have lived with pride. Had we failed at that, we would have had no pride whatever. It would have followed us for the rest of our lives.
It was an experiment that the nation was watching, and in particular, all of our people were watching with great expectations.
Yesterday, I fulfilled one of my ambitions as a combat pilot. I got one airplane. Two foxholes came on my right. I turned right and put up a stone wall of bullets.
These were the men of the Fighting 99th, a squadron of black fighter pilots which received little official recognition except for this 1944 Air Force film narrated by then-actor Ronald Reagan.
They were pioneers, and no pioneer has it easy. They fought lies, they fought heartbreak, and they won. Now they fight the enemy on his own soil.
These men not only fought an enemy that threatened their country, but fought a theory that threatened their people. This official War Department document from 1925 concluded that scientifically, blacks were cowards, immoral, innately lazy, and had smaller brains, so were inherently inferior and thought to be incapable of flying complex fighter airplanes. To prove that theory, the Army sent almost 1,000 young blacks to flight school at Tuskegee. But they didn't fail. They graduated and succeeded. Their job was to protect American bombers. and not one was ever shot down while the airmen flew cover. These young black pilots had earned respect, but only in the air. Colonel Eugene Carter was one of the original members of the 99th.
And you flew behind enemy lines, all kinds of danger, yet when you returned, what was it like?
You were still a black person, whether you were a pilot or non-pilot, whether you were captain, major, or sergeant. So that stigma you couldn't shake off.
You're being nice. You weren't treated as a black person. You were treated like a nigger.
Well, okay, yes.
40 miles away from here, and it's still there, was Maxwell Field, where they trained white pilots. There was a quota system, we found out later. No class graduating from Tuskegee was to exceed 10% of the corresponding class coming out of Maxwell Field. So we would have horrendous washout rates in the last phase of the training at Tuskegee to meet that quota. And as Gene said, we washed out better pilots here than they were graduating in Maxwell Field.
I've seen a time when I couldn't even get a ride in an airplane. No, we don't take you up. And I've been chased off airport fields. Let me just chased off. Don't land here. Don't go. I'd already landed. Say, get out. Get off the field. And of course, what I had to do, I had to go and buy an airplane and say, hell, I'm gonna learn anyhow.
Candidates for the degree Bachelor of Science in Aerospace Science Engineering.
Without that kind of spirit, America would have lost a whole generation of heroes and patriots. Racism can exact a heavy price.
We're wasting billions of dollars at this very moment by not tapping into the underutilized potential of minorities and poor whites, and we've got to stop that foolishness. For history tells us that genius is no respecter of race or sex, and that the discoverer of a cure for the common cold or cancer, AIDS, or the inventor of a new VCR format or a new computer chip may be at this very moment in an Alabama housing project or San Antonio bar.
Chief, this idea of believing in the dream, the American dream, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, equal justice for all, you believe in that, don't you?
Yes,
And you were willing to give your life for it.
That's the way it's supposed to be, that's right.
The spirit of the Fighting 99th has been passed on. At the controls of that F-16 is Commander Chuck Nesby, Jr.
That's flying, boy. That's wow. That's
flying. 3 numbers for the break.
Bandit 3, Roger. Check was down. Wind 29088, clear to land, runway 15.
3. And 3 with the gear. Full stop.
Bandit 3, Roger.
Tuskegee Airman Charles Nesby Sr. beams with the pride of a father and a tradition.
When Chuck was going through flight training at Pensacola, and then going to the dining hall at Pensacola, you have to go down this long corridor. And on the walls on either side of the corridor are very fine paintings of naval heroes. And of course, they're all white. And I thought to myself, as I saw other naval officers bring their families here and their children, that every day their children were exposed to this environment. When Chuck comes home and he brings in a state-of-the-art, high-performance jet aircraft, he becomes that corridor. How you doing, Dad? Fine. Took you long enough.
Chuck is still fighting many of the same battles his father fought. He is one of only 2 black Top Gun pilots in the Navy. Still, he's a personal victory for his first instructor, Chief Anderson.
God, it's good to see you. I love this guy.
You want to climb in this thing, Chief?
Want to see this?
Yeah.
Come on, come on, come on. I checked into flight school, there were 100 of us, of which 5 of us were black.
No, it don't look like my bird.
I remember the commanding officer of the school's command telling us to look around us.
Environmental controls.
And he told us that 1 out of every 10 of us might get our wings.
As opposed to center stage.
And I remember looking around the room at the other guys, wondering who the other 9 were going to be.
Everybody has said that the Tuskegee Airmen experiment was a success. You didn't get a whole lot of people at the top rungs.
It was recognized up front from the beginning that this wasn't going to happen. We were talking about life opportunity, not job, life opportunity.
And life opportunity extends beyond the individual to the hopes of a people. Just a few weeks ago, part of what Tuskegee Airmen fought and hoped for was realized. General Colin Powell, who came to Tuskegee to honor the airmen, was named chairman of the Joint Chiefs, America's top military officer.
One of the reasons I'm a 4-star general is that 40 and 50 years ago, there were others who were content just to serve and do their part in a segregated army, knowing they would never go above major.
But Powell's victory, while visible, is limited. The problem of racism in the military or anywhere else has not been solved.
You have to consider that racism is built into the very fabric of the American society. And most blacks are introduced to this very early. You know, I think I discovered that things were not quite as what they should be about the time I was 5 years old. And you start accommodating yourself to this because you've got to survive this for a very long time.
Part of that accommodation is realizing that no matter how successful you are, the threads of racism are tightly woven.
In the air, you're respected for what you do professionally. On the ground, there are individuals that you encounter that have attitude problems, attitude adjustment problems.
But these people here opened up doors for you.
Certainly they do.
And yet, still, you're fighting the same battles they did.
That's correct, and unfortunately, my son is going to fight the same battles that I fight.
The battle will never be easy, but these black pioneers and thousands like them have identified the ingredients for success: realization of our individual potential and recognition of the potential of this country.
We as a people have to develop that winning attitude to develop a sense of how to succeed in whatever ambition or whatever goals that we're going after. America needs to develop a winning attitude environment where a person is allowed to succeed.
A kind of experiment that I showed you at the beginning of this program. I was asked to choose between black dolls and white dolls. I chose the white doll. Perhaps it's understandable, it was 40 years ago. But in the 1960s, we proclaimed black is beautiful. So it came as a great shock to me that today, little black children are still choosing white images as nicer, prettier, and smarter. How can we as black people expect anyone to like us if we don't like ourselves? I decided as a mother to teach my 2 children to respect and love themselves.
Earlier, I talked to black men outside the Wabash building in Chicago who told me they were the targets of genocide. That fear is not new for us. Remember the slave ships, bondage, lynch mobs. Those were atrocities aimed at the destruction of our people. So it's understandable that the drug plague is seen as only the latest threat to black lives. But that threat extends beyond the inner cities. America must understand that when a black child is shot at the Wabash building, all of us are wounded. Young black men who place little value on their own lives are not likely to value the lives of anyone, black or white.
You know, in this very competitive world that we live in, racism really makes no sense. For racism means that America won't benefit from some of its best minds. And racism also means that some of America's best minds won't even try to succeed. There's a notion that white folks have done enough for black folks. but black people still remain the poorest and most segregated people in this land. So America, don't kid yourself. When it comes to black people, there's still a lot of unfinished business. Business that won't be completed until America begins to live up to the promise that it made to itself more than 200 years ago, that every individual is free to succeed or fail based on who they are and not what they are. That's our program for tonight. For Carol Simpson and Charles Thomas, I'm George Strait. Good night.
Are you a Trekkie? Then join USA Today on TV for a fantastic voyage into the world of science fiction and find out why it has captured the minds of millions tonight following New Source 13.
For a transcript, please send $4 to Black in White America, Journal Graphics 267 Broadway, New York, New York 10007. For a video cassette, send $29.95 plus $5 handling to this address or call 1-800-843-0048.
This has been a special presentation of ABC News, where more Americans get their news than from any other source.
Nightline. Reporting from Washington, Ted Koppel.
It was not, he recalls, presented as an assignment. It was an offer. Roone Arledge, the president of ABC News, recalls meeting with some of our black colleagues, correspondents, producers. Did they see any merit in having an all-black unit produce a primetime documentary on the subject of being black in white America? It would be anything but a simple assignment. As professional journalists, they were certainly capable of producing an objective program. But then, why bother? The program would have to present a point of view, but without becoming a polemic. What emerged was seen on this network earlier this evening. What follows will be a conversation with the executive producer and 3 correspondents who contributed to that program. And a little later, we'll broaden the discussion to take up the issue of whether racism or economics plays a greater role in the condition of blacks in the United States today. First, with a report on that issue, Nightline correspondent Jeff Greenfield.
And I say segregation now, segregation tomorrow, and segregation forever.
Faces of American racism. Reminders of a time just a few decades ago when the destiny of millions was shaped not by the content of their character, but by the color of their skin. When apartheid was the reality in the southern fourth of America. When a black man had to fight to play Major League Baseball.
I don't know nothing about birthing babies.
When blacks knew their place in our media-made images. When the public schools in our national capital were separate and unequal. A quarter century ago, this kind of racism effectively ended. The anthem of a movement became the promise of a president.
It's all of us who must overcome the crippling legacy of bigotry and injustice. And we shall overcome.
The right to vote became real. And today, the state with the most elected black officials is Mississippi. From the Joint Chiefs of Staff to the Supreme Court, racial barriers have fallen. Blacks not only entertain, but are now in our homes leading the most intimate of discussions, while primetime images show an America more integrated than reality. No, blatant racism is by no means dead. A white mob killed a black teenager last week in New York for the crime of being in the wrong neighborhood.
My son will never turn this corner again. Only because of this, the pigment of his skin.
And some in that neighborhood made no secret of their sentiments.
Bullshit! Bullshit! Bullshit!
But that kind of outrage is not really what today's American dilemma is about. It is instead about different questions. To what extent does race limit the prospect of black citizens today? Why, when so many have come so far, are so many others trapped in a downward spiral of crime and drugs and stunted lives? And are those conditions a consequence of race alone, or of other factors as well? In tonight's ABC documentary, black success stories argued that no matter how much they achieve, race is always an issue in their lives.
I might be walking close to somebody and noticing that they'll pull their pocketbook here and go like this.
Janetta Cole, president of Spelman College, recalls a similar experience.
My favorite story, of course, is that evening when I'm at a $500 a plate dinner and someone asks me if I sing in the chorus. Yes, it continues to haunt us. There is no escape.
For Shelby Steele, professor and author, such instances are offensive, but
I think we have to distinguish that between that and actual racial discrimination, where opportunities are cut off, where lives are curtailed by actual racial discrimination. And I think as more blacks move into the mainstream of society, as whites grow used to seeing them there, then that kind of insensitivity is going to diminish over time.
But are blacks moving into the mainstream? The numbers tell a murky story. Latest available figures show that per capita white income, some $13,000 a year, is far above black per capita income, about $7,500. Black family income is barely 56% that of whites. But compare the income of married black families with married white families, and the total figure reaches some 88%. Much of the gap, in fact, comes from the huge numbers of black single-parent families, from the huge jump in teenage pregnancies and broken homes that afflict poor black neighborhoods. One key question, is white racism a key to this condition? Yes, says Janetta Cole.
Why is it that it is young black women, girls, not women, who are disproportionately having babies? Even among the homeless, why are we there more often than others? So racism then feeds off of, loves, intertwines with poverty.
Robert Woodson, who heads a self-help neighborhood organization, says racism is not the key.
Because if racism alone were to explain these problems, then why didn't we have 80% teen pregnancy back when we were being lynched every day when we were segregated? So obviously there is not a clear correlation between increasing racism and the start of some of these social problems.
Indeed, it may be folly even to talk about the black community as if it were a monolith. For those with education, with skills, the income and opportunity gap is rapidly narrowing. For those without, for the so-called underclass, things have gotten worse, much worse. Errol Ricketts of the Rockefeller Foundation notes that the great majority of black Americans, some 90%, are not in this underclass.
I think we must not miss the fact that there are gradations between the most wealthy black Americans and the poorest black Americans. And to think that, you know, there's just a simple dividing line between the wealthy black Americans and the underclass is to miss the point.
So does an analysis rooted in race somehow link the blacks who have made it, those working hard to make it, and those who seem utterly disconnected from any possibility of living the American dream? For all the arguments over the impact of white racism on black America, there is at least some consensus on what has to happen now.
The black community has to turn to itself and say that we have got to begin to restore and rejuvenate our own community. We have to reinvest in ourselves. We have got to begin to establish sanctions against those who violate the norms of our society. We have a right to access to certain resources, but we've got a responsibility that is associated with our rights.
What do we gain by continuing to say America is a racist nation? No prize for that. Why don't we concentrate on figuring out how to solve this problem?
I'm Jeff Greenfield for Nightline in New York.
I'm sitting here now with the ABC News correspondents who were involved in tonight's documentary, Black in White America, along with the program's executive producer. We'll discuss the issues raised by that program when we come back in just a moment. This medical correspondent George Strait, Charles Thomas, general assignment correspondent for ABC based in St. Louis, and the broadcast's executive producer, the man who takes the credit and the blame, Ray Nunn. So Ray, let me begin with you. It had to be, as I suggested at the beginning of the program, an enormously complex paradox. Each of you as a professional, you could have done a purely objective job. But if you'd done that, then why bother doing a program staffed principally by blacks? On the other hand, if you go too far in the other direction, you're going to alienate everyone who's watching. Give us a little bit of an insight into those first discussions that you had about what you were going to do and what you wanted to achieve.
Well, Ted, one of the first things that we thought of was that, okay, now that the staff is black, it's largely editorial staff, it's 18 people, 16 are black, 2 are white. What is it that when you look at the show, when we look at it, as we're developing it, will speak to the notion that, yes, there's a different perspective, a different focus here. And so that was really the key thing. It was not so much in terms of tone, it was in terms of focus. And I think where we succeeded, and certainly where I hope we will have broken ground, is in the very notion that we show people for the first time not just one aspect of Black America, but a variety of Black Americans from various walks of life. We don't cover all Black Americans, but we certainly give you a notion very clearly that Black Americans cover a wide range of endeavors and success and poverty and wealth and so forth. And that was key to us. That was the most important thing.
Carol, tough question. Let's pretend for a moment that there were no on-camera stand-ups. Let's pretend for a moment that there was no commentary at the end of the program. Let us just assume that you had shown this program as it was without any of you ever appearing on camera and without anyone saying this is a program produced by blacks. What about that program was different? What about that program would the average viewer have watched and said, you know, there's something about this program that is a little bit other than I have seen before?
I think our selection of upper middle class black people is different. That white America does not see that. It was important to me that white America see that there are people that live like the Bill Cosbys, that do quite well in society, but yet still feel the burden of color. I don't think a white reporter would have sought out a family like that to bring to white America. So that's different. I think the kinds of things they told me is different. I think I was able to probe deeper into their psyche because I was someone they could relate to.
Give me a for instance.
Give me for an instance. Talking about isolation in the black community, isolation from the black community.
The teenager.
The family itself, too. I lived that kind of life myself. I mean, I'm concerned about my children living in an integrated community, having experiences with other black children, and having to make that happen. So my being able to say, yeah, I understand that. I know what you're talking about, lets them open up a lot more than I think they would to somebody who didn't experience the same kind of thing.
Charles, one of the black men that you talked to in the project used a word which is also used on a program I did a few months back on this city, Washington, D.C. The word was genocide. And you picked up on it in your commentary at the end of the program. And I guarantee you, if you haven't gotten a lot of phone calls yet, you will be, and you'll get a lot of letters too. Explain for a moment why there are some in the black community who regard what has happened and what continues to happen to blacks in this country as being the moral equivalent of genocide. It doesn't fit the strict definition of the word, clearly.
Well, it doesn't just happen to blacks who live in housing projects. It happens to me when I get in my car and I drive to the grocery store. I realize that if I'm stopped by a white police officer who happens to be a racist, who's having a bad day, I might not see the sunset that night. But in their case, they're dying every day. When they wake up in the morning, they might not see the sunset that day, and they realize that. But it's something that we live with every day, and we've lived with this for as long as we've been on this earth. You're taught this very young when you're black in America. This is part of the feeling. Critics have described that comment as paranoia. One critic described it as looniness. It's real in black America. And we picked up on it because our editorial direction was pure, and we were hearing black people, hearing what they said. And quite frankly, many white editorial staffs might dismiss the comment as paranoia or as looniness, but it's real.
Let me stop you for a moment, and George will come to you on this point at the beginning of the next segment. Forget about paranoia, forget about looniness. It is an inaccurate definition of the word if one accepts the definition of genocide as being the deliberate eradication of a race. But I'm going to continue on that point with George Strait when we come back. Such a resonant chord in the black community.
Before we get off of the word, I think you put it correctly at the beginning. We're talking about the moral equivalent of genocide. And for so many black people in this country, the way they see this is, in many ways, the way I see it when I come to work. I know that there's only so far that I can go. I know that if I walk out of here with my suit and my tie and my briefcase, there's a very good chance that a cab is not going to stop and pick me up just because I'm black. There's a very good chance that, that my children may not be able to buy a house where they want to buy a house, because if the Supreme Court should change its majority, then the rules change, their rights change. So blacks see that they're having to live under different rules, as it were, and all of the rules seem to be about beating us down as a people. And if you beat us down as a people, both individually and collectively, then you destroy us. That's what we talk about when we talk about genocide.
Ray, let's see if we can make the turn to what we're going to be discussing in a broader sense with our other guests in a moment also. Is this the consequence purely of racism, or is it the consequence of economic factors?
You know, we spent, Ted, a great deal of time with a number of consultants trying to figure out where the dividing line was. And quite frankly, we don't know. I don't know where the dividing line is between race and economics. What we do know is that there is a point in society where it's, wherever that is, that those two things converge on black people, and they converge on the black populace with frightening consequences for a significant chunk of our population. To say that, yes, race is really a factor for, let me go back a second. When we talked about Carroll's people, the people at the very top, race is an aggravation to it sometimes. It is the pebble in your shoe, perhaps, when you're Joshua Smith and you're running a $60 million company. It's the pebble in George's shoe or Charles's shoe or mine when we can't get a cab. But when you sit inside the area of the Wabash building, it's not a pebble in your shoe. It is really the lid on the casket. You know it. You may not know who put you there, but you know that you're in that casket and somebody's siphoning the air out. And the process of siphoning the air out is economics, it is the fragmentation of the black family, and we can absolutely say that there's certain social actions which have contributed to the fragmentation of the black family. We can say that there's certain things that have been allowed to happen economically and educationally that don't give these people bright prospects.
Let me just go to Carol for one moment, because we've only got a couple of minutes left for this segment. There are two sides to every television program, as you know. The side that we produce, putting out, and then there's the audience on the other side. Can a white audience completely understand what you have all been trying to tell us, both earlier this evening and now? Or is it ultimately beyond the capacity of a white man and woman?
Interesting question, Ted. You always pose
give me an interesting answer, Carol.
Well, I'm buying time to think about this. I don't know. I don't think so. I really don't.
Let me put it another way. Can you and I ever totally understand each other?
No. Remember when the girl in my piece, Alicia, the 17-year-old, and All of her friends are white, and they're very good friends. But she said, they don't understand what I'm going through, and I don't think you'd ever experience the kinds of things that I, as a black woman, have experienced.
Charles, let me put the question to you another way. Do you have more in common with those young men in the project that you were talking to who are miles removed from you educationally, economically, or do you have more in common with me?
I'm somewhere in the middle, and that's the tragedy of it. I'm certainly not in your world, and I'm not in their world. And because of the last 25 years and the successes that many of us have enjoyed, we are isolated, and that's what that segment of the documentary was, that's what we were documenting at that point, that we are isolated at this point, and we have to find a place in America, and that place has to be, immediately, it has to be back there at the Wabash building with those people, because we will be their salvation at some point.
And they will be ours. Let me just say one thing here quickly. He's not in your world. None of us are in your world. We are not in the Wabash building. But by God, as Charles pointed out earlier, when that cop stops us on a highway and he's a state trooper, I know which world I'm in, because he's judging me by one world only. That's right. And that's the Wabash building, the image he's seen all too often on American TV. So I know how we're defined.
All right. We do share one world. We understand the nature of television programs and having to take breaks. When we come back, we'll bring in some other guests to continue our discussion of being black in white America. Joining us when we return, filmmaker Spike Lee, who's touched off a major debate over racial issues with his latest movie, Do the Right Thing. Shelby Steele, who writes frequently in national magazines about issues affecting blacks, and Janetta Cole, a leading black educator who is president of Spelman College in Atlanta. Actor in all three of the feature films he's made. It's the latest one, Do the Right Thing, that has touched off major controversy over black-white relations. Mr. Lee joins us tonight in our New York bureau. Joining us in our San Francisco bureau, Shelby Steele, Associate Professor of English at San Jose State University. He writes frequently on race issues and is completing a book titled The Recoloring of America. It's due out next spring. Janetta Cole, who's in our Atlanta bureau, is the first black woman to head Atlanta's Spelman College, a school for black women. She was formerly a professor of anthropology at Hunter College in New York and a member of the graduate faculty of the City University of New York. And let's begin with where we left off before. And Professor Cole, I'd like to address the question to you. Is it possible then ever for blacks and whites to totally communicate using the same language? Are we using the same cultural, ethnic background language that makes it possible for us to understand ourselves? And if not, how do we arrive at the point?
If I thought that ultimately we could not understand each other, I'd give up now. There is the human capacity not only to learn, but to empathize. I actually think it is humanly possible for a man to consciously reach the point where he can understand some of the experiences of a woman. I think the same applies for black folk and for white folk. But it is a struggle, because it is a struggle against worlds that are very, very much apart.
Spike Lee, if you set aside for a moment the economic differences, if you assume that a black family and a white family grow up side by side over a period of 2-3 generations, having the same economic advantages, do the differences vanish then?
I don't know if the difference is going to vanish. I think that historically, as long as you're black, that's always going to be held against you, no matter what.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Because you're black.
Well, that's begging the question. Why is it held against you?
Because we just thought as inferior. It means from the day we brought over here from Africa, you know, we're just inferior.
Do you buy the use of the word, and again, let's set aside the specific definition, do you buy the use of the word genocide? Does that strike a resonant chord with you?
Yes, it does. I think that there's no mistake that the majority of the drugs in this country is being deposited in black and Hispanic and lower-income neighborhoods across the country. It's not a mistake. I mean, I remember that one scene from The Godfather where the Dons are trying to decide where the drugs are going to go, and they said, let's give it to the niggas and animals anyway, they're going to lose their souls. I mean, it's not a mistake.
Professor Steele, I don't mean to harp on that word, but it's just one that quite clearly has such a different meaning in the white and black community, the word genocide. What does it mean to you? Does it, and does it have that resonance with you?
No, it does not have that resonance with me. I think I would have to, my own feeling is that it does reflect a certain paranoia in the black community, maybe a very justifiable, understandable paranoia, but nevertheless, I do not believe that the United States of America, the citizens of this land, are deliberately trying to extinguish black people. I think the focus that we've had throughout this discussion on racism deflects us away from the area of black responsibility. Even though drugs come into our community, we are the ones who take them, and it seems to me that genocide that's a pretty strong word to use with regard to what's happening to us today. I think we play a part in that.
Let me ask you something. When you step out, you're an elegant dresser, a handsome man, clearly a successful man. When you step out on the street and you raise your hand at 12 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning and the cab goes right by you, don't you feel a little bit of those feelings that George Strait and the others were talking
Absolutely.
about?
Absolutely, I feel those things, as any black American would. I have no immunity from them, and I've endured them all my life. I think those are slights. Those are things that I think the issue that is facing black America, it seems to me today, is our inability to seize opportunity and to turn our lives around. And certainly those kinds of slights hurt me and offend me. But I don't see that, and I will never endure them with any sort of elan. On the other hand, I don't think that's really the issue that we face here in America. Again, it's the same focus on racism when it seems to me our real problem is an inability to take responsibility and to seize opportunity.
Professor Cole, do I sense you seething at the other end of this conversation?
Yes, 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 you do indeed.
Well, go ahead and seethe out loud.
I will be happy to. It seems to me that it is a false question. Is it racism or is it poverty?
It's both.
Or an economic condition? It must be both. It is rough to be black in America. It is rough to be poor. It is incredibly difficult to be black and poor. And yet what I sensed on that program tonight was hope. I remind myself that there are more college-age black men in our jails and prisons than in our colleges and universities. And yet I heard a young boy say from that Wabash Project that he wanted to be a doctor. What would it take for us to put into the same place government programs, the participation of philanthropy, the corporate world contributing, and of course black Americans themselves deciding that that young boy has the right to become that doctor?
Let me ask you something. Please give me a quick answer to the question, if you would. We can elaborate on it a little bit later. Does that young man have the slightest hope of ever becoming a doctor? That young man. You saw him. You saw the condition in which he is living.
I think the amazing thing is not only that young man, but black Americans, year after year after year, given what we have endured, still having hope to become that doctor, to be a Mae Jemison, and to soar as an astronaut, to be like the women of Spelman, who say that they can somehow conquer even this world of racism.
I'd like to hear Spike Lee comment on some of the remarks that Professor Steele made before with regard to the responsibility of blacks to achieve, but we'll do that when we come back and continue our conversation in just a moment. Continuing the conversation, however, with Spike Lee. Mr. Lee, you heard what Professor Steele had to say a couple of moments ago, that there is a burden of responsibility now on blacks to accomplish, to achieve. You have heard more often than you want to, coming from the white community, the, hey, we've done all we need to do right now. It's not my fault, you know, may have been my father's fault, my grandfather's fault. At which point do you accept the notion that it is now the black responsibility to accomplish? And at which point do you feel that there will always be a responsibility on the part of the white community to repay for some of the damage that's been done?
Ted, I think it's really a two-pronged attack. At the same time, you have to call out the racists, but as Doctor said, we have to really take more responsibility, because I don't think that the white man is going, or white Americans, deliver black people. We have to do for ourselves, but that is not, I'm not going to take that hardline Republican approach that, you know, that we can't, that the Republicans, you know, they're going to do this. We have to, excuse me.
That's right, don't worry about it. There's no, you know, we got all the retakes you want on this show.
Ted, it's a two-pronged attack. You have to attack the racists on the one hand, but at the same time, you can't always say white man this, white man that. We have to take part for our responsibility.
Carol Simpson, what's the next step? Where do we go from here?
Ted, I'd like to take issue right now with Professor Steele. It doesn't seem like anybody else is. Yes, there is responsibility for blacks to do for themselves, but when you look at the conditions in some of these communities, and I have covered stories there, I can remember doing a story in Harlem on teen pregnancy and talk to experts that deal with these young women, and they say drugs and sex are the only things that give these young people any pleasure at all, because they're living in these totally dysfunctional families under tremendous poverty-stricken conditions. It's very difficult for a person like that to be able to take responsibility and just say no, if you will.
Well, I entirely agree with that. I think that whenever there is despair, the pleasure principle in some form or other comes into effect, drugs, sex, or whatever. But what I'm talking about really is a little bit more indirect than that. I think that the black leadership, I think people in the media, such as yourselves, if you look at the show tonight, for example, the focus of the show basically is once again on the anguish of the black experience, the agony of the black experience. And I think sometimes that focus on our anguish and on white racism camouflages our real problems, which in many cases are internal.
Professor Steele, what would you have had us do if we did not focus on the anguish of the race? What would you have us do in the hour that we were given?
I would have loved to see the show focus on such things as why blacks have in the last 25 years hesitated before opportunity, in the face of opportunity, even though we've had more opportunity in the past 25 years than ever before. I would have loved to see the show analyze that and try to understand that.
May I enter on this one?
You may indeed, but let me just suggest that what we have here is simply a continuation. This is the not ready for prime time aspect of this program. But we can go into any one of those questions, Professor Steele, that you feel were not addressed in the first hour. We can go into them now, but please go ahead.
I think it's important for us to understand that in the past 25 years, there have been gains, but we have also lost. In the last few years in our country, black Americans have lost on every count, whether it's health, education, employment. It has gotten so bad that we are now losing in terms of life expectancy. For the first time in the history of our country, we are dying. We are dying sooner. That, you see, is yet another sense of genocide.
Let me try.
That's very dramatic, but it seems to me the issue is why are we dying? And I don't think it makes sense to say we are. The only reason is because of white racism.
No, but certainly the only reason is not that we are attempting to be irresponsible.
No, I don't think we're attempting to be irresponsible.
The reason is that unemployment is twice as high for black folk as for white. The problem is that black children, 1 out of 2, are poor in our nation.
I understand the statistics very well.
the problem is not our fault.
Let me make a suggestion. If I may, let me interrupt for just one moment. Let me make a suggestion. We're going to take a break in just a second. When we come back, I would like to propose that we have what in our business we call a story conference. And that is that each of you propose what it is that you would have put into that broadcast that we saw between the hours of 10 and 11 that was not in there. And those of you who actually participated in producing the program, maybe tell me what you would have put in that you didn't have room for. We'll continue in a moment. What is it you wanted to put in the program you didn't have room for, or that you couldn't agree on?
Well, we wanted to put we needed about five more hours probably to do everything that we wanted to. But there are other things that didn't get in that actually were shot, like the plight of black women, especially black women who find themselves the only black person and the only female in the midst of white power structures. And how these people get through their day, how they get through their day professionally and socially. And the whole aspect of a point that Dr. Cole brought up earlier, that the vanishing black male is a problem for the succeeding black female. There are now more black men in prison than there are in college. And if you don't have black male role models for the kids in the Wabash building, and you don't have black males out there for professional black females, then there's going to be an even greater problem for black people in this country in the coming years.
Carol, talk to me for a moment about the conditioning that must take place over a period of decades. Yes, you got the word from the establishment here at ABC News, from the president, Roone Arledge. Go out and do a program. All of you say what you want to say, do what you want to do. But for 23 years, you have been working within the broadcasting industry. How easy is it to shed all the inhibitions that have grown up over those 23 years?
It was very difficult. We're used to reporting things and being objective and fair and accurate and not letting our personal opinions come into play. And here we were told to do it. So at one point it was very difficult, but at the other it was exciting to be able to do that for once in our lifetimes.
All right, now talk about what couldn't go in. What was it that you wanted to put in that there just wasn't room for? Or again, as I say, that you couldn't agree on?
I had the same concern about the black women whose experience is unique. And also I wanted to show ordinary black middle-class people, the postmen and the teachers and the people that are every day you know, living their lives and trying against tremendous odds to raise children in pretty bad environments. We didn't show the bulk of the American black in society.
Spike Lee, you're a writer, you're a producer, you're a director, you're an actor. Here's your chance now to be a television documentarian. If you had been putting this program together, or if we were going to do another program one of these days along the same lines, what do you want to put into it?
Ted, first of all, I like the show very much. I think it was an important move that ABC let the black producers go ahead and do it. I think that next time we have to get more time, because an hour is not enough time to encompass the whole scope of black America. I think that there were some good points brought up. The vanishing black male, the black female. I would have really liked to focus more on the black family, because I remember when I was growing up, both my parents were home, and when friends would come over, they were amazed that both of my parents lived with us. We would thought of this as Martian, but something was so foreign to them. And I think that the reason why I'm able to do what I'm doing today is because I had both my parents there to raise me, and that makes a difference, a lot of difference.
Professor Cole, it's your television program now. What do you put into it?
I think I'm going to ask for another television program. I think I'm going to ask for an entire program that looks at interventions, that moves from where we left off this evening, that talks about what happens when an individual black woman becomes the mentor, becomes the friend of a young black girl who's just had a kid, or what it means to have a total program of intervention in a housing project that attacks not only the drugs, but what it means to be a senior citizen, or what it means to be handicapped and black and old. I'd like to see something that talks about the intervention of communities themselves, what it means when black people say, let us reach into our own churches, into our fraternal organizations, into our clubs, into our neighborhoods. And so I think that the problem was clear. I can only say the warmest congratulations to these brothers and sisters who put on this program. But now what are we going to do? Where will the interventions come from?
Professor Steele, you want to pick up on along the same theme, or would you have moved the program in another direction altogether?
Well, I like very much Dr. Cole's suggestion about a program that deals with or explores interventions. I think there are many interventions that do work in the cases of the most chronic poverty. I think if I would add one element to the program, it would be a more careful analysis. I think for one thing that the greatest problem in black America today, even in some cases in the middle and upper class, is despair and demoralization. We seem to be stuck. We are very recently out of segregation. We have very little experience, actually, with self-determination. Oppression conditioned us away from individual initiative, and I think we see the signs of that. And it seems, and I would, again, if I had one element to add to the program, it would be an exploration, an analysis of how that actually is. It's one thing to look at the problems of black women, the underclass, and so forth. It's another thing to try to understand psychologically what the mark of inferiority, the mark of shame, how those things block a human life. I would have liked to see more of that.
Charles Thomas, who were you specifically, whom were you talking to in your segment? Were you talking to a white audience or a black audience, or both?
I was talking to both.
Was it necessary, in other words, is what I'm asking? Was anything you were saying a necessary message for the black community, or does the black community already know it?
I think the black community already knows it. I think that America has to become aware of what the black community feels, or what black people feel about their experience here, and how they do feel threatened, and that America has to respond to them and put black people back on the agenda again. We have fallen off. America seems to think that everything is fine now that the laws have been changed, but the conditions haven't been changed for many of us, and America has to begin thinking about us again.
Ray Nunn, would you be offended if I said it was a very careful program, a program that seemed designed not to offend?
I would not be offended, but I can assure you that I'm surprised, because I know just by talking to and hearing from a number of whites and especially critics that we've managed to offend a great many people. The object is not to offend, but to provoke thought. And Ted, just let me say one point here, which I want to pick up on something Dr. Steele said earlier, and that's that notion of taking responsibility. In fact, we really did want to get Professor Steele to talk with us, but his schedule would not allow it when we were bringing in consultants. But when we talk about responsibility, and clearly blacks do have a responsibility to help ourselves, but responsibility is meaningless without power. And the power that black people have over their lives is not as vast as is necessary to hit some of the systemic problems that confront our people.
Isn't that an argument for passivity?
No, it's not. It's an argument for approaching reality.
There's a double message.
It's an argument for empowerment.
But you say we should do more, and on the one hand you say we can't do more.
No, I'm saying...
like you're sending a double message.
No, I think you're missing my message here. I'm saying clearly with what we have, we can do more. But let's be realistic here, that there are systemic problems confronting the people in the Wabash building and a great many other blacks. And unless the larger society and those who hold the power to change the system start doing their fair share, it is meaningless to talk about black power as it is meaningless to talk about trickle down. It doesn't apply.
Do you think that blacks are going to be uplifted by government supports and by the attitudes in the larger society, or do you think they're going to do it by themselves?
No, I'm not naive enough to buy that argument, but nor am I naive enough.
Can we wait for that kind of thing?
No, nor am I naive.
Combination again.
Professor Steele, what you're also suggesting is something that is as naive and simplistic in a way as the argument of the 60s was about big government doing everything. To say that blacks can do it all is equally naive.
I don't mean to say they can do it all. I think the government, the larger society, have profound obligations to assist blacks in every way possible.
Good, then let's get both of those tangents into the argument.
I think there are clear interventions that are very helpful. But on the other hand, I think those are never going to be guaranteed. Those are not things that we're going to be able to count on or have ever been able to count on.
Let me just get a quick word in edgewise. We've got to take a break. When we come back, I'm going to come to each of you and ask you to help us wrap up this conversation and perhaps give us a thought or two to carry home for the night. We'll continue with our guests in a moment. The opportunity too unique for us to close without giving everyone an opportunity to finish saying what they have wanted to say. We're not going to be able to resolve the problem in this program, but at least perhaps we can move things in the right direction. So I want to come to each of you at least once more. Spike Lee, let me begin with you. What have we left out? What is important about programs like this in terms of the message that goes both to the white and to the black community?
I think it's very important, but the most part, Ted, I think that Black America knows everything that was shown on this show. This show is specifically for white America. They need to see this. They need to see a lot more shows. Today, this is 1989, you could still be shot because you're black. For no other reason, you're black.
Let me just warn our affiliates that so that we do have an opportunity to go all around, we're going to be going a little bit over our allotted time. Spike, I don't want to end just on that note. You know, lots of people are getting killed in this country. It's a terribly violent country, as you well know.
I know, but there's a difference when you're shot just because you're black. I'm not talking about. You're right. A lot of people get killed, but we're talking specifically racism. And today, all the advance we've made, you could still be shot because you're black. And I think that is something that needs to be discussed. Now, that's behind all this other stuff that we've talked about for this special and this hour on Nightline.
George Strait, I know you have been thinking professionally about little else over the last 6 months. So see if you can summarize for us where we ought to be heading.
Well, I think it's mainly for black people to somehow figure out what empowerment means to themselves and figures out some way to get the kind of power that they're going to need, that we are going to need to affect change. You know, in the 60s, if I can use this analogy, in the 60s, we were given the phone number on how to reach the white power structure. The problem is that for the last few years, we've been calling this number and no one's been answering. So we've got to get white America to answer that call, and we've got to get enough power in our own communities to force those answers.
Professor Steele.
Well, I think we have to stop thinking of ourselves as victims. I think it's the most central issue on the black agenda, and I think the subtext of the show tonight and racial discussions generally regarding blacks continue to focus on our victimization, which sends us a double message. Victimization demoralizes. It incapacitates people. I think we need a new black identity that is focused around possibility and opportunity, where we learn the skills of seizing opportunity, of seeing it. And it seems to me that this is our greatest and most urgent need at this time.
Professor Cole, I'm getting two radically different messages here from Professor Steele and from Spike Lee, and I must say also from George Strait, and I think I know where you're going to come down on it. But on the one hand, there is this sense that no matter what a black person does in this country today, he or she has two strikes going against them to begin with. And on the other hand is Professor Steele's message, which is if we don't engage in self-empowerment, it's never going to happen.
But they can both be the case, and they are, with the exception that I think that when Professor Steele comes forward with the notion of self-empowerment, he minimizes the problem. It is so big, racism. It is so big and pervasive that I cannot imagine any approach.
It's not bigger than the human spirit.
Excuse me. I cannot imagine any approach that does not require our government, that does not require ourselves, that does not require individuals and groups of human beings. There's something else about this program, and that is that in focusing properly on black America, how much we see white America every day, but in focusing properly on black America, perhaps we did fail to say that racism brings all of us less than we deserve, that our own country can never be the most powerful in the human spirit, the most humane, as long as racism is here. And that is to say that white America will suffer too unless we deal with it.
George, I've got to come back to you. Correct me. I think it was in your commentary, indeed, that you made almost precisely that point, didn't you? That we are diminishing our nation as a whole if we do not take the very best of what there is in all the races.
Racism is a very expensive commodity, and this country's deficit is too large to shoulder that expense anymore. And as I said in my close, we're in a very competitive world. We have to compete against the Japanese and the Europeans and a whole lot of other people, and we need the best. And when we don't get the best because the best isn't allowed to succeed just because they're black, or because they feel like they can't succeed just because they're black, then America is losing out. And we'll never live up to the promise that is America, the promise that Thomas Jefferson talked about, until we get over all of this.
Charles Thomas.
I think that we shouldn't lose sight of the success stories and why those people, the Hollies and Josh Smith, were successful. They mentioned affirmative action programs, government intervention. Everybody in this room, these correspondents and this producer, all owe something to affirmative action. When I hear news reports and people and word of the Supreme Court dismantling affirmative action programs, it's troubling. And it's more troubling for people in places like the Wabash Building who never got their chance. And now we're beginning to retreat from all that.
Carol?
I would like to talk as a television journalist, and I'd like to first of all say how proud I am to be working for ABC News, which undertook this project. What I would like to see as a journalist who is involved in communication, we want to communicate things so that people will understand them. And when they understand them, then maybe they can find solutions to some of the problems. So I hope this will spur other programming. I hope that the other networks will adopt this. I hope local stations will take reporters in their own communities. I'd like to see Hispanics doing a story about the Hispanic community and how it feels in white America, and the same for Native Americans and Jews and so on. I think this could spark all kinds of interesting programming.
Ray Nunn, one last question. I've been involved in the production of enough television programs to know that you lie there awake at night sometimes daydreaming about the impact and the effect that you hope a program you're putting together will have. Tell us what your daydreams for this program were, and tell us how close you came, you think, to realizing.
Oh, my daydreams really were to provoke thought. That was primary, to put black America back on the agenda, to get people to start talking about it, to provoke in both blacks and whites some thoughts that I might not be comfortable with, criticisms that I might not be comfortable with, but to get this pot boiling again. And my other thought was to really make it very clear that black America is not monolithic, that black Americans do have heroes, and the heroes we have are Dr. King and a slew of other people, many of whom came before Dr. King. I think we accomplished that. I am very honest, and when I say that I realized that in 48 minutes and 30 seconds, I couldn't do it all. I've done enough programming to know that. I hope that what I did was enough to suggest that this is a fertile field, and that when given the opportunity, black journalists could set a precedent that white journalists could follow. This has been one small step along the road of empowerment. And the reality is that Roone Arledge, being white, a part of the power structure, was there to give us the opportunity, and we made the best that we could of the 48 minutes and 30 seconds. Wait till we get 5 more hours.
Let me just say a great thanks to all of you, and the day cannot come too quickly that little black children will no longer be sitting there looking at pictures of identical black and white children and sort of feeling obliged to pick as the lovelier one the white one, and as the dirtier one, the black one. It's heartrending to see that. I hope tomorrow begins the process of ending that. Thank you all very much for being with us tonight. That's our report for tonight. I'm Ted Koppel in Washington. For all of us here at ABC News, good night.
Nightline has been brought to you by Lemon Pledge. If you wish a printed transcript of this or any Nightline broadcast, please send $3 to Nightline Transcripts, 267 Broadway, New York, New York, 10007, or call area code 212-227-READ.
This has been a presentation of ABC News, where more Americans get their news than from any other source. President
Miler, he had 2. So he had a pretty good chance. The odds were in his favor that we both made the finals, and hopefully one of us would have taken the gold. And he was more nervous than we were before the race, actually, and we just went out there and competed our best, and we really did what we had to do, which was, first of all, get an American sweep and then let everything sort itself out in the last 100 meters, which it did.
Now, here you are, Steve Lewis. At age 19, you've conquered the world. The last man who did that was, I guess, Alexander the Great, and I think you've got a few years jump on him. He might have been 22 or 23, so where do you go from here?
Well, I have to go back to school right after this, but, you know, next year, hopefully it hasn't ended here. I want to go back and have a strong season next year at UCLA. 92 is the next step, 92 again, Olympics.
Steve Lewis, Danny Everett, congratulations to both of you, and congratulations to your coach, John Smith. We'll continue with the team
doing a quarter century of frustration. But on this day, they would find only more frustration and more pressure. Missed layups, poor rebounding, sloppy passing, blown assignments, bad bounces. For one day, the U.S. team that had done so little wrong could do no right. There was no rhythm, no balance, no control. This was a game disguised by the score, a game in which the score was close at times, but in which the leaders clearly led. The more mature Soviets never felt the pressure. They sank the shots that mattered, going up and over the Americans, stretching them out, and then wearing them down. Thompson stressed defense, 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 but his team responded with frustration, fouls, and fury. Danny Manning, in early foul trouble, didn't contribute a single point or a single spark. Charles Smith, the Georgetown leader, never got Thompson's offense to gel. J.R. Reed, slowed by an injury, was neutralized by muscles that matched his own. David Robinson, enormous in size and talent, managed 19 points, but couldn't win it alone. And Hersey Hawkins, the team's only pure scorer, watched from the sidelines, injured and frustrated. All of them befuddled by Gomelsky, still a master of the Soviet assault and of his personnel. Sabonis controlled the lane and the backboards, 13 points, 13 rebounds. Marciulionis, a man courted by NBA teams, ran the Soviet show, flashy at times, ever effective. He scored 19 points and lit the fuse. And Kortunitis, the dynamite, 28 points, 4 of them three-pointers. When the final horn was sounded and the Soviets celebrated, none could say that they had not earned their joy. This was not 1972, not a disputed victory, not a tarnished achievement. Perhaps that will make it easier to accept, perhaps not. In the end, what all concerned lost was not national pride or their own, just a basketball game to a better team.
Here in our pagoda, we're joined by our venue host, Dick Enberg, and Al McGuire. You two called the game yesterday. How total was the defeat?
It was really a shock, wasn't it, Al? I think we all were stunned by it, and people around us couldn't quite believe that this had happened. As we watched that again, Kortunitis comes off the bench, Brian, and scores 28 points and could shoot. Yeah. And the U.S. did not have that shooter, and it's still hard to believe that Danny Manning was a non-factor. 0 for 4, did not score a point. If you'd have told me that a month ago, that Manning wouldn't score?
Impossible, you'd have thought. But we knew Kortunitis could shoot. Where was the defense that was supposed to be designed to stop the Oscar Schmidts and the Kortunitises of these
First
teams?
of all, Brian, the USSR yesterday was a better team than the USA. In addition to that, I watched them over in Rotterdam, and after they won the championship, 3 of the USA reporters went by me and said, boy, there'll be no contest over in Seoul. And I said to the 3 guys, I said, hey, you think I'm crying wolf? European ball, international ball, is not pretty. It's ugly. The eyes of the American fan, basketball fan, when they look at a game, they're not going to see any 360s or 180s or any alley-oops or high fives. And that's the problem. It's a different type ball game. And Kortunitis is, in my opinion, the finest shooter I've ever watched from three-point land in my life.
Why don't we didn't have, well, Hawkins was hurt.
Our prime-time guy was down. Our crunch-time shooter was down.
Should there have been more than one prime-time shooter?
I'm not going to get into, second-guessing Coach John Thompson. He's an excellent coach, and he's a defensive coach, which I was. The biggest problem that John Thompson had, he was trying to make 90-day wonders. You cannot coach team defense in 90 days. There's no possible way. Now, we live by the sword, we die by the sword. Once we couldn't turn them over up court, that was the main thing.
And the turnovers, interestingly, were 15 each. The Soviets and the U.S. committed 15. I think there's another factor no one's talked about, and the fact that here was there was a time, Brian, a couple of times, I wanted to say it looked as if it was men against boys. The Soviets were so big and strong and mature and experienced, and we were scrambling at the end. And that was just a measure of our inexperience. Of the 20 shots the U.S. missed in the second half, as I recall, everyone was short. I think all the kids got the elbow. They were all trying so hard. No shots were long. They were all short.
And to those who might be saying, well, the NBA shouldn't have played these guys, let's say that John Thompson went before the press last night and said, hey, look, the NBA didn't lose this game for us. We lost this game. And what about that? I mean, did we put too much of a burden? Did we ask them to do too much? Were we asking them to act as our surrogates in this case?
Well, what's happening, in my opinion, is that we're not getting any worse in basketball. The European teams are getting better. And what happened with Sabonis is that he put a pink elephant in the back of the head of the U.S. ball players. So in tight, they were reclutching when they were going up. We must have missed 15, 17 chippies in there. And I think from now on, we have to, when we prepare for the Olympics, we can't go against all-star teams. We also, and it's crazy, they say, hey, coach, you're going on like a wacko. But we had a 9-game tour, Brian, and we had referees that talk English. You have to have referees that don't talk English.
So you can experience the frustration of trying to get across what you want, and the guy can't understand you.
How about this? The referees before a game, you got one guy from Peru and you got one guy from Ecuador. They can't even speak to each other. No, I'm not saying I know the regular ones from Brazil, but let's say one's from Tibet and one from Venezuela. They can't even speak to each other. It creates a tremendous problem.
What do you think? Are we going to see an acceleration of the call for NBA players to be allowed in the Olympics from now on? I mean, European players are allowed and the Italian league professionals are allowed in?
Why not? Why not? They've opened it up to tennis and other sports. If an NBA player who might have graduated in an in-between year, let's say someone who graduated 2 years ago, said, I want the Olympic experience, why shouldn't he have the opportunity? I don't think many would take up that chance because it would cost them money perhaps in time and they're involved in the NBA routine. But I think they've opened up the games. I don't think we have any amateurs. If an NBA player wants to go, why not, Coach?
Well, I don't think personally it'll work because they're just coming off an 83-game season, then maybe 15 or 16 games in the playoffs. I think that the year before, we have to set up our national team, that our Pan Am team becomes our national team.
Give them time to work together.
What happened here, only 3 guys off the Pan Am team became our Olympic team. That was David Robinson, Manning, and Anderson from Georgia.
What about the final note, Dick? And you and I had talked about it during the opening ceremony. The basketball kids had come here under a lot of pressure, and they were not experiencing some of the other things that the athletes were, and that if they didn't get the medal, what would they be left with? What's the bottom line on them?
It's going to be interesting to hear their comments. I feel, and I'm a romantic and a Pollyanna, that this should be a happy experience, making an Olympic team, and you have a chance to enjoy it. And we know that it has been a very strict disciplinary approach taken by John Thompson. He came here with a purpose to win the gold medal. He wasn't going to let the press interfere with that or party time interfere.
Best.
And that's the way he is, and you can't deny it. He's a winner. Unfortunately, now they go home with maybe a bronze. Let's hope at least they get the bronze against Australia.
You guys have a busy day today. You've got the women's game.
The women are terrific, too. That'll be a good game.
And they should take on Yugoslavia today. Well, they will take on Yugoslavia today, but they'll go into it as the favorite. Have a good time.
Okay, thank you.
Dick, we're going to come back in just a little bit. We'll talk some big
States. At the plate, Masafumi Nishi. The grounder, Ventura throws on to Martinez. USA 5-3. The United States gets the gold, and happiness reigns.
What a moment for Jim Abbott, Team USA, Mark Marquis. Something they've worked since June 11th for and accomplished.
Jim Cott talked it over with Martinez and Abbott.
I wouldn't trade this in for the world.
This is the Olympic gold medal. I don't think anything else can top this.
Your first extra base hits of the tournament, nice fastball out over the plate, wasn't it?
Yes, they were. Both of them were, and I hit them pretty good. I hadn't seen many of them throughout the whole tournament, but today I got my pitch and I hit it pretty good.
We've heard a lot about Jim Abbott, the young man who was born without a right hand, but I know you like to be looked at as Jim Abbott, the pitcher. Today we saw Jim Abbott, the pitcher, a little shaky in the middle innings, but your thoughts going down the stretch?
I just tried to hold him the best I could. You know, I didn't have real good stuff. I knew I had the defenders behind me. I just had to throw strikes, and they made the plays, and that makes it easy.
A worthwhile experience instead of playing professional baseball this summer?
I tell you, to win a gold medal, you know, in a team sport with all the guys, it's something I don't think you could ever top. It's the best thing that ever happened to me.
A magic moment for Team USA as they win the gold in baseball, a demonstration sport here in 1988 at Seoul. We look forward, of course, to 1992 when baseball becomes a full medal sport at Barcelona. It's Puerto Rico winning the bronze, Japan the silver, and Team USA gets the gold. For Jim Cott, Jay Randolph.
Jim Abbott, by the way, headed for the California Angels to twirl his magic for them, and Tino Martinez, the top draft pick of the Seattle Mariners. There was another final yesterday of some.
For Franke's slow talk, the course was no problem. His clear ride gave the West German team a big lead, sweeping aside the defending gold medalists, the USA. When the American anchorman Joe Fargas took the course, he knew the problems and the pressures. With only one fence down, the USA would take the silver. 2 down, the bronze. More than 2 down, no medal at all. With the clear round, Fargas carried the day for the USA. But West Germany won its 3rd team equestrian gold and its 4th overall. USA took the silver, France the bronze.
We've got a lot of action ahead on day 13 of the competition. We're going to take a break right here, and when we come back, we'll turn to the grace and the heavily by tradition.
The Sarl Puro Lee dates back 600 years to the Yi dynasty as the beginning of traditional dance for Korean women. Passed from generation to generation, it represents woman's first expression of inner self and her hopes and wishes for the future. And now an opportunity for new expression and new dreams as rhythmic gymnastics appears for the 2nd time in the Olympic Games. The grace and movement of dance, the strength and determination of athletic performance. A modern tradition begins. We're back at the Olympic Park Gymnastics Hall for the preliminary competition of rhythmic gymnastics. It's been a very exciting day here, Mary Lou.
It has, and it's a lot different than artistic gymnastics. Here the emphasis is put on dazzling choreography, dramatic expression, and intricate technique.
Hello everyone, I'm Bart Connor and I'm joined by Mary Lou Retton. We have seen a terrific competition here. You know, when it comes to the grace and elegance of rhythmic gymnastics, the Soviets and Bulgarians have it all. And that's the way it went today at Olympic Park. And to the music of Tchaikovsky, the ribbon exercise was performed by Marina Lobach.
And watch for exceptional control and movements combined with flexibility and balance.
Look at the tremendous flexibility. The 18-year-old is known for her personality and her expression in every performance.
ribbon is 19 feet long, and the trick to keep it moving is it can never be static. And you've got to be making exact patterns and pictures with it.
So a perfect 10 for Marina Lobach from the Soviet Union. Next up with the hoop was Adriana Donovska. She also scored a perfect 10 in this exercise.
She has a very strong routine with a lot of originality.
Typical of the Bulgarian, she has some very dynamic choreography by the guru of Bulgarian rhythmic gymnastics, Neshka Robova.
The hoop is like your basic hula hoop that everyone's really familiar with, but what Adriana is doing with it is anything but typical.
So with that 10, Donovska and Lobach open up a terrific rotation 1 for the rhythmic gymnasts. We'll be back. What expression.
Each rope routine must include jumping, of course, but also releases and high tosses.
Incredible flexibility. And so with that perfect 10, Marina Lobach leads the all-around with a perfect score of 20. Adriana Donovska went to her favorite event, the clubs, where she performed a jazz guitar composition by Ralph Tanner.
And she starts her routine off with a difficult foot toss to an immediate rolling catch. She gets points for difficulty and originality for those moves. Catches behind the back or on the floor are superior difficulties.
And keep in mind that these tosses are 35 to 40 feet in the air. Oh, that's going to be 1/10 of a point deduction. And so because of that 1/10 of a point deduction, The 18-year-old from Sofia got a 9.9. As we turn to Alexandra Timoshenko, as she performed to Preludia, performed by Anatolia Veshkin, with the ribbon.
She uses her incredible flexibility and strength to give her special touch to her routine.
She's coming off a low-scoring performance in the clubs of only 9.75.
You know, for being only 16 years old, she shows great facial expressions.
This is Timoshenko's second major international meet. In her first international competition, she scored a perfect 40 in the all-around in this year's European Championships. And once again, a perfect 10 for Alexandra Timoshenko from the Soviet Union. So that's how the all-around looked after 2 rotations. Lobach with a perfect score of 20, off to a terrific start here at the rhythmic gymnastics competition. Danovska in second, and Timoshenko, on the strength of that perfect 10, moved to 3rd place. So for Mary Lou Retton, I'm Bart Connor. So long from rhythmic gymnastics competition at the Olympic Gymnastics Hall.
Nice stuff. We are set to move now on day 13 from rhythmic gymnastics and its beauty on over to boxing, where 8 Americans are still alive in the tournament. That's twice as many as any other nation still has in the competition. The Soviet Union, Poland, and the Republic of Korea each still have 4 fighters involved. We've got a lot of boxing coming up. Next up, the bout of American light middleweight Roy Jones. That's coming up after this and a word from your local station.
NBC News at this hour. I'm Tom Brokaw at the Kennedy Space Center, where NASA now has given the go-ahead for the launch of the Space Shuttle Discovery tomorrow morning at 9:59 Eastern Time, and the weather continues to look good. The Soviet Union has summoned Foreign Minister Shevardnadze home
to face Evgeny Zaitsev of the Soviet Union. Jones advancing by stopping Tenderey Makalamba of Malawi in the first round and then winning on points over Mikhail Franek of Czechoslovakia, while Zaitsev with a victory on points and a stoppage in the second round. The winner will go to the semifinals, to the Final Four, and this the first Soviet-United States matchup in Olympic boxing during the course of this competition, and the first time they've met in the Olympics since back in Montreal in 1976. Remember, the United States was not on hand in Moscow in 1980. Soviet Union not in Los Angeles in '84. The last time there was a Soviet-U.S. boxing matchup in the Olympics, Michael Spinks against Rufat Ruskiev for the gold back in 1976.
And this is a superb matchup. These are 2 good boxers, and they both can bang. We've seen some battles over the last few days, and this shapes up as going to be one of the better of all the matchups. 2 tough guys.
Zaitsev, the southpaw, in the white trunks. Jones, the 19-year-old from Pensacola, in the blues. Roy Jones, the youngest member of the U.S. Olympic boxing team, and has looked very impressive.
These guys are trading very, very hard leather. They're not trying to score punch. They're trying to score knockouts. They're not trying to score points.
And we have seen that throughout the competition with both the Soviets and the United States. Hard left hand by Zaitsev.
Zaitsev, a lefty, may be creating a little confusion in Jones. He's not landing as solidly as is Zaitsev. Although Zaitsev already has some blood on his nose, that jab of Jones has been zinging right on the nose.
In fact, according to Counterpunch, Jones has been going great guns. He's averaged 107 punches per round in his prior bout against Frantic of Czechoslovakia. And in his first bout, Makalamba did not land a single punch. That a first-round knockout. Good counter by Zaitsev after Jones landed.
Well, Zaitsev is getting zinged right now by Jones, but he always comes back with something hard. This is shaping up as a very even first round and a tough first round. Who wins this round could be dictating the contest for the next 2 rounds. Oh, nice
that
hard.
right hand in, and blood is flowing from the nose of Zaitsev.
That strong right hand by Jones, and a spurt of blood came out. He seems to have found the target, and he's going to it too much. Jones just going with it one after the other.
Just under a half-minute left in this first round. Roy Jones of the United States in the blue, and Evgeny Zaitsev of the Soviet Union in the white trunks. Again, Jones scores. He's come on very well in the latter stage of this opening round and has taken the play away. Oh, beautiful combination by Jones.
He is getting cocky.
When it comes to, you can't afford to bungle. You gotta snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. Now is no time to beat around the bush. You gotta help your customers get through customs. They don't want you sitting on your tush. This reminder from Federal Express that it's not just a package, it's your business.
Capture all the gold in our future on Kodacolor Gold Film.
Set the pace of this round. That just changed it around. And after that, Jones, inspired by what he was doing, got into a Muhammad Ali, Sugar Ray Leonard flurry where he did a dance with his feet and came in with both hands flailing. It was a thing of beauty.
And Jones outlanded Zaitsev 18-14. His success coming late in the first round. Roy Jones, a 2-time National Golden Gloves champion at 147 pounds, and then moved up in weight to 156, so he'd have 2 weight class options for the Olympic trials, and then settled in at 156. This is the light middleweight division. Jones in the blue, Zaitsev of the Soviet Union in the white. Referee is Mohammad Ati of Egypt.
And Ati having an easy time with punchers. They're not in there brawling. They're not holding each other. They're just punching cleanly. Jones cannot afford to get careless yet. He has to carry the momentum they built up in that first round.
And Jones scoring. Pulls that left hand down very low. That's the sign of the cockiness you mentioned.
What we have been observing in this excellent field of Soviet boxers is that the Soviets changed their style of fighting over the last 2 years, went out and recruited punchers. Instead of these straight up and down Olympic-style boxers, we have seen the Soviets dominate their opponent by superior punching power.
Well, repairs to the nose of Zaitsev of the Soviet Union also gives the referee Ati an opportunity to check out the damage.
Well, the damage is unquestionably there, and that's why what you just saw, that right hand coming in and landing right on the nose. Again.
Big right hand to the chin of Zaitsev. And again, he doubles and triples up on the right hand, putting on a clinic. And again, a check of that bloody nose of Evgeny Zaitsev with 1:45 remaining in the second round.
And Roy Jones is cooking. He is having fun. He is all over the place. He's moving. He's giving him motion. His speed of the punches are bewildering the Soviet, who doesn't seem to know what to do. But remember, this guy can punch. Zaitsev has a heavy punch.
And the doctor allowing the bout to continue after checking out the nose of Zaitsev.
they're determined to come in and land that one good shot that'll turn this around.
Now Zaitsev finding the range as we come up on a minute left in the second round. Marv Albert with the fight doctor, Ferdy Pacheco. The winner here will go to the semifinal.
Jones piling up such a lead that now he has to call on all his guile and defensive skills. Oh, those punches are low.
And a caution for the low blow against Zaitsev. Right hand continues to get in on Zaitsev.
Jones very careless right now, just playing with him. It looks like Sugar Ray Leonard and Duran all of a sudden, just playing with him, standing in front of him, saying, try to hit me.
Zaitsev has that heavy punch and has been loading up on the left hand.
Jones cannot get careless. He's got to keep moving, giving him all those angles and all that motion.
That was a scoring right hand. Final seconds, second round. We'll be back after these words.
This NBC Sports presentation.
Of Florida, outlanding Zaitsev 29-15. Kenny Adams, though, the United States head coach, telling Jones, don't get careless. Also said, Zaitsev is coming out looking to get dirty, and don't lull yourself into thinking you've got the victory.
Well, that's what we saw in the second round. Zaitsev punched very hard to the body, but he did not mind going low. And going low, while it gets you a warning, still takes the legs out from under Jones, because it hurts.
Just underway, round 3. Roy Jones in the blue. Evgeny Zaitsev of the Soviet Union in the white. First Soviet-United States Olympic boxing matchup since back in 1976. And Zaitsev coming on, and the crowd responding. No question, most of this crowd rooting for the Soviet boxer against the American.
Auti very slow to break him up. All of that is to Jones's advantage. He wants to see this round fly by. He's ahead. All he has to do is maintain a evenness in this round, and he should have this fight won.
Crowd responding, although that appeared to be blocked by Jones, who again has the left hand down low.
The Soviet body punches are very strong, designed to get Jones's legs out from under him, and they have done it. Jones has blinked a few times as those shots are really hard, right in the solar plexus.
Minute 25 remaining in this third round, and Jones again showing the overconfidence, and that could cost. Once again, Jones with that left hand down low and just challenging Zaitsev.
Jones with both hands down low, and what he's saying is, I've got the reflexes that are so fast, you can't hit me, and I'm going to hit you before you get off. And that's what he proved in about 4 of those little traps that he set for Zaitsev. Those traps work as long as the right hand hits Zaitsev, but if he misses it like he just did, he's open to a counterpunch.
Under a minute left in the bout.
Jones showing a little signs of weariness. He's getting a little lazy.
And Zaitsev carrying this round. Remember, it's the total amount of points over the 3 rounds. The caution on Jones for holding. Very few cautions in this bout. We're down to 25 seconds remaining.
Zaitsev's face is a mess. It's all swollen. His headgear's coming down over his eyes. He's bleeding from his nose profusely. He looks like he's been hit by a bus.
Jones eluding Zaitsev and then called for a caution. Called for a hold as this third and final round comes to an end. Well, Roy Jones appeared to have won the first two. Zaitsev the third, but we'll have to see what the total show. Will be back with the decision. Crowd responding in negative fashion to Roy Jones. Stay with us.
Hi.
Montreal. Back to the present as we check out the third round counterpunch, and Jones with the slight edge in terms of punches landed over the Soviet opponent. And the overall look has Jones in front.
These are the roundhouse rights that have got that nose bleeding so profusely. Zaitsev didn't seem to know how to block him, and he got hit by him continuously all through the third round.
And we're getting set for the decision.
The winner is on point 5-0 in the red corner, Roy Jones.
So unanimous decision for Roy Jones, the 19-year-old from Pensacola, Florida. And there's his dad. That's Roy Sr., one-time professional boxer. In fact, faced Marvin Hagler back in 1977. About that was stopped in the third round when Roy Sr. was cut. And now he has seen his son move on to the light middleweight semifinal, where he will go up against Richard Woodhall of Great Britain. A very impressive performance by Roy Jones in defeating the Soviet Evgeny Zaitsev.
It's appropriate that's the first U.S.-Soviet Olympic meeting.
Dr. Ferdy Pacheco, and we are getting ready for the super heavyweight division. This is 201 pounds plus, and two big fellows. Riddick Bowe out of Brooklyn fighting for the United States, and he will go up against Peter Hrivnak of Czechoslovakia. Riddick Bowe coming off his first round stoppage of Biko Bodovamungo of Austria. And Hrivnak came up with an RSC in the second round over Peter Stoimanov of Bulgaria. There is Riddick Bowe. The youngest of 14 children, grew up in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn, a four-time New York City Golden Gloves champion. And Peter Hrivnak, 23 years old, and ready with a pretty nice-sized mouse under that right eye.
Hrivnak looks like the fight's over and he lost already. I mean, look at that face. He's got a big shiner. It's a black eye, actually.
Referee Mohammed Ati of Egypt. The winner gets to the semifinal, the medal round. The United States already has 7 going to the medal round.
And here's another guy that's got the used car of headgears. He's got his headgear all taped together in the back. Look how slow Riddick Bowe has started. He's walking around. His mind's not on it. He's just kind of walking. Look at this.
Well, that has been the criticism, the lackadaisical approach. And both these boxers look to be in slow motion.
Oh, that was dumb. Riddick Bowe looked at his corner. He has a habit of just staring off in space, and he got hit for it. I hope it woke him up. Have you ever seen a more lackadaisical performer in the ring?
Of course, Peter Hrivnak is not exciting the crowd with dexterity. And the caution against Hrivnak for a hold.
Yeah, well, in the meantime, Hrivnak is scoring with punches on the white of the glove right to the midsection of Riddick Bowe. Bowe letting himself get way behind.
And Riddick Bowe just looking down at the judges. U.S. head coach Ken Adams said before the Olympic Games got underway that concentration is the problem with Riddick Bowe. He just was hit with a caution for leading with his head. Adams said the problem is that both fights, when there are 2 rings going, as was the case earlier in the week and all of last week, Riddick may just stop in the middle of the round and check out the bout going on in the other ring.
Right now, he's looking at his corner. Every chance he gets his corner to tell him, don't look over here. And more than that, they should shut up so he won't look over there. I mean, he must be very confident that he can put this guy away, and that kind of confidence is misplaced in the ring. I mean, this guy's got a lot of girth. He looks like a tree trunk.
And we're told that Kenny Adams is telling Riddick Bowe if he does not pick up the pace, he will stop the fight. Nice uppercut by Bowe.
Well, that's a little too dramatic.
Well, trying to get a point across, obviously.
I think that made a point.
Can you imagine? Oh, and down goes Harivnak. So Riddick Bowe just casually walks away, got the right hand in. Of course, that is only 1 point in the scoring. We're down to 25 seconds left in this first round.
That's it.
And it's over. It is all over.
RCH, I can't believe that on that one punch. No wonder he doesn't pay attention. He doesn't have to. One punch and it's over.
And Riddick Bowe has come up with a first-round knockout. The official time, 2:34 of round 1. Let's take another look at the punch.
Well, just one punch is very well landed, but it's not as if Harivnak is knocked out. I mean, that's hard to say. Harivnak is knocked out. Well, it's a solid punch, but he did not get up in bad shape. He didn't stagger and wheel across the ring. He just sort of climbed up the ropes and said, "Where am I, coach?"
But Kenny Adams, the head coach of the United States boxing team, was not pleased with the way Riddick Bowe was carrying on most of the first round. But the great equalizer is the knockout punch, and he put Harivnak away with 1 solid shot.
He better have fun in the Olympics, because if he expects to turn pro and go to sleep like that, he's going to have a very short pro career.
So Riddick Bowe is the 8th American to make it to the semifinals, and he will go up against Alexander Miroshnichenko of the Soviet Union, who came up with a victory earlier against the Korean opponent Kim Yoo-hun. Riddick Bowe advancing to the medal round. Now to Wally Matthews.
All right, Riddick. A 1-punch KO tonight, but there were points in there when you were a little bit lackadaisical. You looked away to a corner at one point and got hit with a left hook. What were you doing in there?
Well, not to say that I was taking this guy lightly. I know that tomorrow I'm going to have a hard fight with the Russian, so I was basically trying to, you know, just reserve myself.
Well, here it is. What were you looking away for over here? Are you looking at the corner?
Yeah, I'm trying to see what he's trying to say. I heard him, you know, say something to me, but what he hit me with didn't faze me at all.
What he said to you was, if you don't start doing something, I'm going to stop the fight. Did you hear Kenny say that?
Oh, yes, indeed. I guess that motivated me.
That Are you starting to rely on landing one big punch in a fight? You did it 2 fights in a row now.
No, not at all. What happened was this guy's a southpaw, and he threw me off, and that's what it was. I really wasn't expecting that.
Riddick, you're 2 fights away from a gold medal. A lot of people have said the only thing that can hold you back is your own attitude. How do you feel about that?
I think a lot of people underestimate me. Whether they know it or not, I'm going to work real hard to get the gold medal, and that's all I've been thinking about. That's why I've been stopping these guys with no problem.
Are you going to fight the Russian next to upset the Korean fighter? Did you get to see any of that fight, and how will you fight him?
Well, I fought the Russian before. I wasn't impressed at all with the Korean, but tomorrow I guess I'll have to take the Russian to school.
Okay, Riddick Bowe trying to win gold here at Seoul. 2 fights to go. Now back to Marv.
2:34, round 1, the time of the knockout by Bowe, as he took Peter Harivnak of Czechoslovakia after the slow start, and Harivnak indicating he's not quite sure what happened, but he was put to the canvas late in round 1.
Riddick Bowe winning easily, but not looking too terrific. He's quite a character, you know. Among other things in his bio, Riddick Bowe says, if you see Mike Tyson before I do, tell him I said we'll be fighting in 3 years for my title. We've got more boxing to come, but in just a little bit when we come back, we're going to go downstairs to the basement and play some table tennis. We'll get to that in a moment when we continue from Seoul.
They adore its champions.
The crowds will cheer for me as long as I play against other countries besides Koreans.
And when you play against Koreans?
They will not cheer for me. They will cheer for the South Koreans.
And why won't they cheer for Busan? Because Seoul is no longer home for this former member of the Korean national team. It is instead a homecoming. Busan now lives in a suburb of Denver, Colorado, 14 years after immigrating to the United States with her parents. Her husband, Shaker, is an architect, and they have 2 sons, Austin, 7, and Kevin, 3. In 1980, she became a citizen of the United States, where she has dominated table tennis ever since her arrival. Busan's success comes from her style of play. She is a chopper, a totally defensive technique in which the athlete chops at the ball, varying the spin to confuse the opponent. But her greatest asset is her determination.
She has mentally very strong. Physically and mentally is very strong. She dedicated herself to the table tennis.
And her example inspires her team.
The way she plays the game, how calm she is in a match, how she goes about playing in competition, instills in a person what a world-class player is like.
But Busan is not here just to help out. What do you expect that you can do here? What are your goals?
I set my goal to win the bronze. Chinese and Koreans in women's, they are so tough.
14 years ago, In-suk Busan often explored these streets in Seoul following practice with the Korean national table tennis team. Since then, both the city and In-suk have changed. But one thing has remained the same, In-suk Busan's dream, to be back in Seoul and competing for the United States.
In-suk Busan, like our American teammates, just trying to salvage some pride and come away with a victory, and exhibiting that marvelous chopping style of hers, and it has completely thrown Nadia Biziak of Australia off her game. In-suk winning the first 2 games, 21-9 and 21-6 for In-suk Busan, looking for her second victory here in Olympic competition. She is a 9-time American singles champion. And she can put them away when she has to. She did right there. So In-suk Busan leading now 16-11. In-suk, a native of Korea, was a member of the '73 Korean national team. Moved to the States in '74. Now resides in Aurora, Colorado, and the mother of 2 children. 17-11. Coming into this match, In-suk Busan had but 1 victory. She lost a hard-fought battle to Kyoko Uchiyama of Japan in her last singles matchup, one that went 5 games. Her opponent, Nadia Biziak, has but 1 victory in this tournament. In-suk Busan just 2 points away now from wrapping this one up in straight games. And it is now match point, and a whole bunch of them. 12-20, In-suk Busan with the lead. That's the biggest problem In-suk's had all day. She can't find the ball. Now she sees where it is. She certainly found it in the competition with Nadia Biziak. And that is it. In-suk Busan, a very impressive performance in beating Nadia Biziak of Australia. She beats her in 3 straight games and only loses 27 points in the process. 9-6 and 12. Here is match point once again. There's that chopping style. You look for the opponent to make an error, and that's what In-suk has done time and time again. And right here, you will watch Biziak try and slam it home. But what tends to happen is you become impatient. And you say, I'm going to go for it, and you overhit. So In-suk Busan comes up with her second victory in singles competition here at the Olympic Games.
an easy 3-game sweep of Nadia Biziak of Australia, 21-9, 21-6, and 21-12. So Insuk Bashan of the United States finishes up the singles competition with a record of 2 wins and 3 losses. Her victories coming over Faiza Ben Alsa of Tunisia and Nadia Biziak of Australia.
Again, Insuk Bashan now out of the table tennis competition, but her homecoming to her native Korea, we trust success.
And what I've always been concerned about is my own performance and bringing more people into the sport of diving. And if they enjoy the performance, then I've achieved my goal.
Might you still, for example, entertain them 4 years from now, say in maybe, who knows, Spain, Barcelona, maybe?
Well, this was my last 10-meter competition, international competition.
Period.
Yeah. I mean, I could compete nationally, but not on a world-class level. It's such a toll on your body. I have a chronic shoulder injury, and it's
you're
just
such
like,
an old man.
I am. Well, shoot. I mean, I'm competing against someone half my age, and he almost, you know, kicks my butt. You know.
You're heading home right now. Tell them what you're going to be doing when you get home.
Well, as soon as I get home, I'm going to be hosting the Comedy Improv, and I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of jokes about me hitting my head on the board.
You can do a routine.
I don't know. I think I'm going to make the first joke about my head, so.
That'll help. Great congratulations.
Thank you.
It was terrific. Thanks for the thrills. We're going to come back in just a moment. Have a safe trip, too.
Thank
you. We're going to come back to Seoul in a moment. Our coverage of the games of the 24th Olympiad continues right after this.
This NBC
America. For thousands of years, the Indians have chewed the leaves as a stimulant.
People like stimulant drugs. They like the jolt that they get. Nicotine, caffeine, cocaine, they all have something in common. They're all stimulant drugs.
But cocaine isn't just another stimulant.
Cocaine is the most powerful stimulant of the brain ever invented, ever known to man.
One of the areas of the brain in which cocaine works is called the limbic system. That is where our pleasure centers are located.
These centers exist to motivate the individual to procreate, eat, take fluids, those things necessary for survival.
A chemical called dopamine excites nerve cells in the pleasure centers, making us feel good or rewarded.
Cocaine stimulates these centers directly and, in a sense, tricks the brain into thinking that it is doing something for survival.
The more cocaine you get to the brain, the more the brain is stimulated. The most common way of getting it there is by snorting. By inhaling it, the cocaine is slowly absorbed through mucous membranes into the bloodstream. It then goes to the heart and finally to the brain.
That whole process starts in 30 seconds and probably peaks in 5 or 10 minutes.
The fastest way to get the drug to the brain is by smoking it, often in a potent processed form called crack. Crack got its name from the sound it makes while being smoked.
The rush to the brain is incredibly quick, and similarly, the high is incredibly brief. The high may last 30 seconds to a minute.
A third way to use cocaine is to inject it. This gets 100% of the drug to the brain in as little as 30 seconds.
The sensations generated after snorting cocaine are really quite different than those after injecting or smoking the crack form of cocaine. They're less intense. They're still nice, and they're experienced as euphoric, but they seem to have less intensity.
The better the high, the more dangerous the drug.
The risk of death with cocaine is proportional to how much you get into your system and how quickly you get it in.
That is not to say snorting is safe, but smoking and injecting cocaine are more dangerous. Dr. Edith London studies the effects of cocaine at the government's Addiction Research Center.
Cocaine impacts bodily function.
The kind of happiness that eluded him for several years. Back in 1984, a Canadian court convicted Korlovich and fellow Soviet super heavyweight Anatoly Pisarenko of possession of steroids with intent to sell. The return to grace has not been easy. Sasha fought his way back. In 1987, returned to compete on the international level.
Of course I'm glad. I have always strived for this, and of course I wanted to prove that nevertheless I'm among the strongest and can...
Terrible heart attacks who have just used cocaine.
Karlovic, just one of the super heavyweights we're set to see in Olympic weightlifting. We'll get to it in just a moment as we continue our coverage of the games of the 24th Olympiad right after a station break.
Control of his heartbeat, which resulted in...
At Idea Lakeland, we believe every child deserves a high-quality education that prepares them for lifelong success. An education...
We'll call him John. Was only 29 years old when he developed severe chest pains after using cocaine.
I just walked out of my house and I walked all the way to the hospital. He came down and put me on the EKG machine and told me I had to be admitted.
His doctor monitored his condition for 3 days in the cardiac intensive care unit. Suddenly, John's condition changed for the worse.
I can't even describe the pain. It was just coming off and on. Like it was a pain in the center of my chest, like it was closing.
John was having a major heart attack. This is a picture of it. A cocaine heart attack in progress. A heart attack occurs when a blood clot blocks the flow of
Shaggy, which means that Carvalho will be battling for the goal against either Cervantes of the Philippines or Hristov of Bulgaria. Now to Wally Matthews.
Michael, how does it feel to be the first American monster to make it all the way there? That's great. We're very excited and happy, and hopefully on Saturday end up winning the gold. Top of our best to do it.
There are 2 rounds that appear to be a very close fight. Did you get the feeling that you needed the 3rd round by picking
That's what I'm kind of afraid of when I write it down. Or they're going to think that I think I'm a big shot, you know.
Teresa Edwards doesn't act like a big shot. But she's definitely a straight shooter.
So they'll be rooting for Teresa Edwards at the Pickle Factory in Cairo, Georgia, as she hopes to lead the United States favored team to the gold medal again, repeat their '84 performance against the Yugoslavian team. And here are the starters for the Yugoslavians in blue: Nakic, Golic, Mujanovic, Vangelovska, and Arbatina. It was Arbatina who scored the goal with a second to go that knocked out the Australians, who had hopes of a big underdog victory in the semifinals. The U.S. starting five lines up this way with Andrea Lloyd, Cynthia Cooper, Katrina McLean, who leads both in scoring and rebounding, Teresa Edwards, number 4, Teresa Weatherspoon inserted into the lineup as the point guard. She's a tough defender, and she will key that fast break offense. Early on, the Soviets yesterday took the lead and put pressure on the Americans. Do you think Kei Yao has really warned her girls about getting out early, get that lead, get on top?
Well, I think that the American team has to get out fast. They need to set the tempo and establish the type of rhythm that they would like against Yugoslavia today. That means a lot of pressure defense and a lot of running. And the Yugoslavian team has to try and slow the pace down and not get caught up in that running game.
Expect to see the Yugoslavs use the zone, and 2 Eastern Bloc officials, one from the Soviet Union, one from Czechoslovakia. Vujanovic, without jumping, controls the tap. Here's their playmaker, Vangelovska. She's 5'8", 23 years of age. Their leading scorer, Nakic. Number 9, keep your eye on her. She has a fine jump shot. Good perimeter player. Number 10, Golic. And the Yugoslavs lead 2-0. Edwards to McLean, inside to Lloyd, off balance, not there. Good rebound by McLean. Lloyd again, and it's tied at 2. Andrea Lloyd from Moscow, Idaho, played at the University of Texas. Almost a steal by Weatherspoon, and she's going to be hawking Vangelovska throughout this game. She is a tough defensive player, number 8 Weatherspoon.
Well, what makes her such a hard-nosed player is that she's always active. Her hands are active, her feet are active, and she really can become annoying during the course of a game.
She redefines a sticky defense. Inside, Nakic, rebound and score for Golic, and it's 4-2 Yugoslavia.
That can become a problem for the United States, because if the Yugoslavian team keeps scoring, then the United States can't run.
Nakic with the rebound, missed shot by Lloyd. Vangelovska. Inside it goes to Golic. Now the big center with an easy 2, Mujanovic. She's 6'7" and 225 pounds. McLean at the other end, and the transition basket for the U.S. It's 6-4 Yugoslavia. Weatherspoon can't quite save it. Had her foot on the sideline, but again putting the pressure on the ball handling guard for Yugoslavia, Vangelovska.
See what Weatherspoon is doing. She's disrupting the Yugoslavian offense, because now there's only 16 seconds on the shot clock, and then they have to rush to get a good shot off.
Nakic, this is Arbutina. Weatherspoon with a rebound. U.S. with a chance to tie. Hustle up court. And the follow shot is not there, but a foul, and it'll send Cynthia Cooper to the line.
Dick, although that was a very good play by Teresa Weatherspoon, she has a bad habit of putting a lot of spin on the ball, and on these rims, anytime you put that type of spin on it, it rolls right off. She needs to just lay it up right off her hand.
Golic with a foul. 6'5", and Cooper who played at the University of Southern California, a couple of NCAA championships with Cheryl Miller, ties it at 6. A break in the action, 2 minutes gone. Yugoslavia and the United States for the gold are tied early at 6.
This NBC sports presentation of the games of the 24th Olympiad is brought to you by Kmart, proud sponsor of the 1988 USA Olympic team. By Shearson Lehman Hutton, the financial firm for the serious investor.
Nancy, to catch the ball, we often overlook the talent that it takes to be able to receive a ball. That was a tough catch. Out of bounds to Yugoslavia on the missed shot by Nakic. 14-13, the U.S. leads. 5.5 minutes gone, first half. This gold medal game. Nakic inside. Left alone, Angelovska. Lloyd has it taken away by the teammate McLean. Weatherspoon leads the break. Cooper. Outside to Cooper. Weatherspoon, who played at Louisiana Tech, led them to the NCAA championship this spring. Inside to the ex-Texas Longhorn Lloyd. And the rebound goes to number 11, Dornic. It was Dornic who has just come into the game. Polona Dornic, she's 6'5". She's replaced Miljanovic, so 6'7" and out, and a 6'5" center is in. Ooh, nice move. Golich not there. McLean with another rebound. Teresa Edwards, and a foul outside. Trying to stop her was Arbutina. She saw Edwards going around her and used the knee.
That's a perfect example of why Teresa Edwards is the best transition player in the world. Little inside-out dribble.
Timeout, 13:31 left in the first half. We pause for these words from your local station.
live at the Olympic Stadium. We'll go back to the basketball in just a moment. Dwight Stones will update us on the women's long jump.
Charlie, this is one of the biggest showdowns in the field events that we've been anticipating during these entire Olympic Games. Heike Drexler, the former world record holder, her first attempt in the long jump. The winds have been swirling, as is was the men's long jump with the men's pole vault, and it's really very important because you have to gauge the speed of your run-up. And see how she is on the board on this. Very good. And she actually had a tailwind on that jump. About 2.5 miles per hour, enough to make an adjustment with the steps. She's a very tall jumper. She's in the 200 meters later on this afternoon. She's the bronze medalist from the 100 meters, so she has the speed and she has outstanding technique.
And Dwight, it's a showdown between the three greatest jumpers in the world.
Galina Chestiakova of the Soviet Union is the current world record holder. Jackie Joyner-Kersee, the '87 world champion and already the gold medalist at these Olympic Games. And Drexler with a very poor jump for her.
All right, we'll be back here to continue our coverage, but right now, let's go to basketball.
All right, Charlie. Cindy Brown just in the game from Cal State Long Beach has hit a couple of shots for the U.S. It's 18-16, but tying it up is Dornick. She had a three-point play earlier. It's 18 all with time approaching the midpoint of this first 20-minute period. Yugoslavia and the U.S. for the gold. Susie McConnell, 15 into the game, the smallest on the court at only 5'3". The All-America from Penn State. That's her first basket.
She's very smart at where she positions herself on the floor, looking for the seams, because when you are 5'3", 5'4", you need to know when to take the shot and when not to.
While we were away, Katrina McLean, number 12, picked up 2 fouls. That's a very important statistic. So McLean still in there, but playing with 2. Inside it goes. And they can't stop Polona Dornick. She's made her last 3 shots, and it's 20 all.
Dick, you see how Katrina keeps playing behind Dornick, and she's going to have to start fronting her or playing more three-quarter and getting weak side help.
Cynthia Cooper unable to hit, and here come the Yugoslavian team with a chance to take the lead. 9.5 minutes left, and there's Dornick again inside. And taken away, number 10, Golic. Milosevic, number 15, playing for the first time for Yugoslavia. She's 6 feet 2 inches tall. This is Milosevic. Butina. She hits. And Yugoslavia leads 22-20. 9 minutes to go in the half. That was a 2-point, not a 3-point play. McLean at the other end, partially blocked. And a foul against Yugoslavia. It looked like Milosevic with a push on the body. Number 10 is Vicky Bullitt, who will play her senior year at the University of Maryland when she returns to the States. Foul trouble. This is the first game when the U.S. won handily by 27, but look how many fouled out. 4 starters, plus the injury to their big center, Mujanovic. It's a different team we're seeing today, isn't it, Nancy?
A much different team. The Yugoslavian players are staying in the game because they're playing good, solid defense with their feet instead of with their hands, as they did in the preliminary games.
The foul was on Arbutina. And after a brief rest, here comes Nakic, their top scorer. And at the line will be number 9, Bridget Gordon. She'll be a senior at the University of Tennessee when she returns. There are 2 collegians on this American team. Gordon, number 9, Tennessee, and Maryland's Bullitt, number 10.
Now, Kay Yao said in practice that the United States has to get on the foul line and make their foul shots, and they've done that throughout the tournament. And here you see they've just missed 4 between Bridget Gordon's 2 misses and Katrina McLean's 2 misses.
So Yugoslavia stays in front, 22-20 with 8.5 minutes to go. First half. Nakic. Arbutina. Around the horn they go. Arbutina. Comes right back to her. Blocked beautifully by Cindy Brown. Susie McConnell. And a foul on number 4, Vangelovska. And we have a timeout with 8 minutes and 20 seconds left in this opening half. Yugoslavia by 2.
On her first day back at school was a barrage of reporters, banners wherever she looked welcoming her home, and she became the focal point of the school's 1,500 students.
Everybody is, they're happy for her. She won 3 gold medals. That's pretty cool that she came back and got 3 medals.
I think it's really neat. She's really nice, and she deserves the best.
We're planning a large assembly to honor her.
But some things about teenagers will never change. Do you think there'll be any jealousy on campus? You know, here's a hot swimmer, she's getting a lot of attention.
Yeah, probably. Probably, yeah. Everybody wants to know how, like, a gold medalist is, like, her life and everything.
You can say that again. Members of the media lined up outside of Evan's first class to get a peek at what a gold medalist looks like in school. Well, she looked just like a student.
I'm glad I'm not going to be there. And I think that after the next 2 or 3 days, it will settle down a little bit, and we'll hopefully get back into a normal routine.
But maybe not too soon. After all, how often do you get the chance to bask in the glow of gold? Greg Lamont, CNN, Placentia, California.
I'll tell you what,
CNN's Fred.
Cooper, McConnell, back to Cooper, Cindy Brown, inside the bullet. Brown forcing a long jumper and hits it. 30-28, that's 8 points for Cooper, all from outside.
Well, Cindy Brown has come off the bench and hit 4 outside shots and really sparked the United States team.
Excuse me, it was Cindy Brown who has 8 points now, and answering is Nakic. Tough to stop, 30-all. The Yugoslavians playing a much different style game and not in foul trouble. They're matching the U.S. point for point throughout this first half, and we have 5 minutes to go. Gordon and a foul. It appeared to be on number 7. Eleonora Wild from Belgrade, a 5'11" student, 19 years of age, is the coach of the Yugoslavs, 56-year-old Milan Vasiljevic. His team was 6th in the Olympic Games in '84, the gold won by the U.S. Looking for a 3rd point, Gordon. And again, missed free throws could come back to haunt the U.S.
If the United States hits the 5 free throws that they've missed, they have a 5-point lead, and maybe they feel a little bit more relaxed and comfortable in what they're doing on the court.
Wild's jumper is off the mark, rebounded by Cooper. McConnell brings it down. McConnell to Cooper. Rebound, Mujanovic. Score tied at 30. 4:15 to go. And what was expected by many to be a fairly easy game for the U.S. as they judged the opening round win over the Yugoslavians, 101-74, has not materialized in this gold medal game.
It hasn't so far, but I don't think you can underestimate the Yugoslavian team. They're a very physical basketball team, and they're also very well conditioned. So although they play 7 players, they can go constantly with the United States gals.
Cooper knocks it out of bounds. Lisa Edwards has been on the bench for a while. Mujanovic muscling inside and draws the foul, and that'll be the 3rd foul on Katrina McLean, and that's a big call. McLean leading the U.S. in scoring, 20 points a game, and leading all rebounders in this Olympic tournament with an 11.3 average. Now has 3 fouls, and out she comes.
You can see Mujanovic is posted right in front of McLean, and McLean does not have a prayer once she's in front of her because she is not big enough to hold her off. As you see, it's an easy shot or a foul.
So in comes veteran Ann Donovan, who's 6'8", so she'll match Mujanovic in height, but certainly not in body size. Mujanovic hits both, and it's 32-30 Yugoslavia. 4 minutes to go in the half. Donovan, by the way, along with Teresa Edwards, were both members of the '84 gold medal winning team, and Donovan takes her first shot and hits.
That's a very important psychological basket for Annie Donovan because she's been shooting about 7% in this tournament so far.
Probably her last game in international play. Donovan, a turnover. And Donovan created it as she knocked it away from Mujanovic. McConnell, Gordon from the side, and partially blocked and controlled by Arbutina. 32 all the score. Nakic, Mujanovic. Back outside it comes. Gordon did a good job on Nakic. And Donovan makes another good defensive play. Knocks it away from Mujanovic. And the score for Bridget Gordon, the Tennessee Volunteer. But it's Donovan. 2 defensive plays and a jumper to key the U.S. The Americans lead 34-32. Timeout. 2:57 to go in the half. Kept them in the game. 36-33. This game has been tied 14 times in this opening half to show you how close it's been. And the Yugoslavians draw within 2 with 2 minutes 14 seconds left before the intermission. Weatherspoon, Bullet, Brown. Back to Weatherspoon around the perimeter, and a steal. Good play by Golic of Yugoslavia.
That's just not a very good pass by Teresa Weatherspoon. Golic is all over Cindy Brown underneath. She should have gone back outside with the ball.
Inside, big center, Mujanovic. Inside again, over Donovan. Donovan a partial block and a control by Vicky Bullet. Ahead goes to Teresa Edwards.
You see how explosive Teresa Edwards is once she gets out on the break, and she has such great body control to the basket.
Nakic at the other end for Yugoslavia. It won't fall. Rebound to Cindy Brown. Weatherspoon brings it down 3-on-3. Edwards underneath to Donovan, who likes to face the basket and hits. The U.S. with its biggest lead, 40-34, with 1:06 left in the half. And it's the running game of the Americans that's the key.
And the defensive effort by Ann Donovan. She's deflected a few shots. She's altered other shots just with her mere presence and her arms being up.
And she scored 6 points. Nakic. And a holding foul against Bullet, number 10 of the U.S.
Here you see Mujanovic was trying to take the ball right to Annie, and Annie's got those long arms. She can deflect it up to Weatherspoon. And Teresa Edwards just drives to the basket. You really can't stop her once she turns the corner.
Boy, 5'11", she just handles the ball so well. Look at her presence with the ball. Edwards averaging 16 a game. Here's Nakic, who's averaging 15, and that is her 11th point of this game. Perfect from the line, 3 for 3. 36 seconds to go. Nakic trying to draw the Yugoslavians to within 4. 30-second clock. Rules are the same for the women as the men. Ball is the same size, in case you're wondering. Not a smaller ball, as is the case with the NCAA player. Edwards can't make the shot, but draws the foul. And Golovska, I believe.
Now you see Teresa Edwards has just turned up the tempo a notch, and her teammates are following suit. She's so electrifying when she goes to the basket, and she's looking to score more now.
Foul does go against Dornick, her second. And here's Edwards. She was the youngest member of the '84 Olympic team at age 20. They called her One Bone when she was a kid. She was so skinny. She certainly filled out and is a compact, talented athlete. Edwards has 4 points. Final seconds of the first half. U.S. leading by 6. Good pressure defense, forcing the Yugoslavians away from the basket. They're at midcourt. Gold can't hit. Rebound goes to Cindy Brown. And that's the end of the first half. Now they battled back and forth. The basic story was to be even in this first half, but Kei Yao's team led, and they'll take some time. The players go to the dressing room while they discuss things, the coach and assistant coaches. But it was Ann Donovan, the oldest, the veteran, the three-time Olympian, who keyed the U.S. attack off the bench to a 6-point lead at the intermission. Now let's go check on Jackie Joyner-Kersee.
And her competition, Heike Drexler.
Charlie Heike Drexler's second attempt in the long jump. She just isn't getting off the board like I'm used to seeing her do. Although that's a good distance. Just isn't popping off the board like she normally does. You can see her practicing it a little bit there. She has very high knees. She looks good. And she shortens right at the board. Very nice. Gets a lot of the board. But she just doesn't get the height off the board. She doesn't get that explosion that you're used to seeing her, and she doesn't get the extension into the pit. 23 feet 2 inches. That moves her into second place behind Chistiakova of Soviet Union.
But the East Germans continue to struggle. Now let's go to Brian Gumbel. Brian?
Okay, Charlie, thanks very much. We'll be getting back to the long jump competition and Jackie Joyner-Kersey's pursuit of a second gold medal here in Seoul in just a little bit. We're also going to be looking to the second half, of course, of the basketball game. U.S. women going for the goal against Yugoslavia, out in front in the first half right now by a score of 6, 42-36. And we'll be getting back to more super heavyweight weight.
Krlovich of the Soviet Union hangs on. Yes, the lift will count. 212.5 kilograms, 468.25 pounds. Oh, boy, does he ever look strong. Now, Krlovich holds the world record in the total. That's the combination of the two lifts. We're a few kilos shy of the world record in the snatch, but this is excellent. Takes a commanding lead over Manfred Nerlinger from West Germany with that his third and final attempt in the snatch lift. Krlovich backstage in excellent position. Let's take another look at that phenomenal amount of weight, 468.25 pounds. Keeps the bar close to the body, gets directly underneath it. In a flash, the Soviet lifts an enormous weight. Alexander Krlovich, oh, is he ever strong. So there are the standings as we enter the halfway point of the weightlifting competition. We'll be back later for the clean and jerk where more weight is lifted.
All right, Doug Cooney, thank you. 468.25 pounds. Do you know that's the combined weight of Galina Chistiakova, Heike Drexler, and Jackie Joyner-Kersee? They're continuing to compete in the long jump right now. Let's go on over to the track and field stadium. We'll rejoin Charlie Jones. Charlie.
Bryant, an Olympic fact. No American has ever won a gold medal in the women's long jump, but this lady could change all of that.
I think she has one of the best chances that the Americans have ever had to win a gold medal in the women's long jump. She's the world champion in the long jump from last summer in Rome. And this was a look back at her second attempt. She's currently in third place. And that was a foul, and it was a good jump. That is why she's disappointed. She knows she got off the board well. Very good high knees here. Her arms are in good position. She shortens nicely at the board. Drops down, but you can see this was a healthy foul, half of her foot. She's going to have to make some adjustments, but she did explode off the board well, and that looks good for later. Jackie is capable of getting a good jump anywhere in the competition. Now, Galina Chistiakova, she was the leader after the first round, but we'll see as she goes down the runway, she has a knee wrap on her jumping leg. She's a little bit behind the board there. But her technique in the air makes me think maybe something is not quite right. She had a very good first jump, and she leads the competition. But this second jump shows me some breakdown at the board. Pretty good speed here. She's a bit behind the board, but she really loses her technique in midair. And this landing really makes me wonder what's wrong. And her distance was very, very poor, 20 feet 5 1/4. This is the world record holder at a distance more than 4 feet beyond that. She completely comes apart in the air. I'm wondering if that injury is really bothering her. We'll have to follow that story. And first, Galina Chistiakova of the Soviet Union. Second place is Heike Drexler, and Jackie Joyner-Kersee in third.
All right, that's what's going on here at the Olympic Stadium. Let's go back to basketball.
Thank you, Charlie. Dick Enberg with Nancy Lieberman-Klein. We've just opened the second half. A couple of free throws by Nakic of Yugoslavia has cut the U.S. lead to 4. It's Weatherspoon, Edwards, Cooper, McLean, and Donovan, the 5 on the floor for the U.S. And it's Donovan with her 3rd steal. She played only 4 minutes of the first half and really sparked the U.S. and the lead pass to Edwards for the score.
That again was started all from the defense on the United States end when Annie Donovan deflected the pass.
Vangelovska played all 20 minutes of the first half, number 4, the playmaking guard for Yugoslavia. Ball kicked by Weatherspoon. Arbutina also in there.
Here, Ann has such long arms that she's able to get in between Dornick and the ball, and then here's Teresa on the United States fast break.
Nakic. He's having trouble.
See, that's what they have to do to Nakic. She's had 14 points so far in the game, and she might be a little bit too strong for Cynthia Cooper to guard, so you might have to double up and try and trap her in the corners.
Arbutina. Golovska. Arbutina. Nakic on the far side. There she is, and deflected by Edwards and stolen. Weatherspoon. Let her get away with a little extra step.
That's just a great play by Teresa Weatherspoon. She felt the defense with her body and was able to spin off of her and put the ball in. The United States is now into a 1-3-1-1 half-court trap. They keep showing different looks to try and confuse the Yugoslavian point guard.
The U.S., if they're going to win the game, are going to win it on the run-and-go attack, the transition game. You saw the graphic, only 4 points. Fast breaks for Yugoslavia, the U.S. with 18. Nice shot, a 10-footer by Polona Dornick. She now has 9. For the gold medal, the United States and Yugoslavia. It'll be the Yugoslavian men against the Soviets for the men's medal. You'll see that on our coverage. And tomorrow morning back in the States, it'll be the U.S. and Australia for the bronze. Nakic, good drive. Gets her own deflected shot. Arbutina, Nakic, Cooper on Nakic.
See, Dick, Cooper is guarding Nakic after she has the basketball, and she has to deny her that basketball.
Tough shot. Rebound to McLean of the U.S. Weatherspoon hustles it up court. Edwards inside to McLean, and the block and foul goes against Dornick. That's her 3rd. So 3 Yugoslavian players now with 3. Golic, Arbutina, and now Dornick. The U.S. has McLean and Cooper both with 3 fouls. Statistics in the first half were basically even. Neither team shot over 50% from the floor. The Yugoslavians made 10 of 11 free throws was a key. Rebounds were only 1 separating. But the U.S. able to run the ball. The fast break goal's the key. McLean is 0 for 3 now from the free throw line in the game. 47-40. 3.5 minutes gone. Second half. Nakic, a good catch. Susie McConnell, 15 in the U.S. lineup. That's McConnell on Golovska. So Edwards being rested. No, Edwards is still in. She's picked up Nakic. Nakic with a drive. Rebound McLean. Clears to Edwards. And a nice defensive play by Vangelovska to deny what appeared to be a certain U.S. basket.
That was a good play by Edwards. He's constantly looking to press the defense and to attack them.
Taken away. It was Milosevic who got her hands on the ball. Yugoslavians trailing by 7. Golic can't get the shot away. Good block by the U.S. Cooper all the way. And she gets the foul. And we're going to take a break now with 15:20 left. U.S. 47, Yugoslavia 40. And Dornick and Golic, the Yugoslavs, back-to-back baskets to cut the lead to 51-44. Then the free throw, so it's an 8-point lead.
Here you see how aggressive Teresa and Cooper are on this trap. Sometimes they just go flying out at the ball.
Donovan now being rested. She played a key role for the U.S. Didn't expect to see much of her. She's been rested well in the last few games, but comes in when McLean picked up her third foul and really was an important part of this U.S. attack. Ujanovic can't hit, gets her own rebound. Can't hit again. Rebound McLean. Cooper throws it away. She was expecting McConnell to break, but there was no place for McConnell to go.
Well, that's where Cooper should have pulled up and just taken her time at the foul line and waited to see what developed instead of forcing it.
Arbutina. That's a 6 3-point try by Yugoslavia. They've not hit one yet. McConnell. Oh my, that'll be charging against 14 Cooper of the U.S. And the fourth foul on Cynthia Cooper.
Now that could hurt the United States if Cooper gets in any more foul trouble. She's going to be sitting on the bench because she's the outside threat, the three-point threat that we spoke about at the beginning of the game.
So the Chinese players watching from across the way, they lost in their consolation game prior to this one to Bulgaria. Out of bounds to Yugoslavia. Their big center, Mujanovic, didn't like the bump. Number 12. 8-point lead U.S. Game tied most of the first half. The United States led by 6 at the intermission. Paraboling the call against Golic. Edwards. Oh my.
That's just a beautiful, beautiful play by Teresa Edwards. And as we talked about, that's her strength.
13 minutes to go and a 10-point U.S. lead. Edwards now with 10 points. Left alone, Milosevic. Rebound McLean. She's really wiping the boards for the U.S. McConnell. Edwards left alone. She has a dozen.
This is something that the United States can do. They can rattle off 5 or 6 or 10 points, and it really takes the heart out of you.
And their defense forces the 5-second violation.
Here's a spectacular play on the inside-out dribble by Teresa Edwards, and she puts such pretty spin to put the ball in the basket. Then the defense comes back. Here you see Teresa again with another angle on that beautiful play to the basket.
Well, she can handle the ball on a string. She really knows where it is, and Edwards and the defense sparking a big move by the U.S. to open their biggest lead of the game. A dozen points now, 56-44, and they have the ball on the turnover. And look at the difference in fast break points, 22-6. With Nancy Lieberman Klein, a member of the silver medal team for the U.S. in 1976. This is Dick Enberg. We're at Chomshill Gymnasium. This is the gold medal game, and Kay Yao, the head coach at North Carolina State, a woman who has battled cancer and is now battling to bring back the gold medal that the U.S. won in 1984. She coached this team, many of these girls, in Moscow. It was a rare win for the U.S., beating the Soviets in Moscow. Teresa Edwards has had a sensational second half, and here the jump shot that followed a couple of beautiful driving plays by Edwards from the University of Georgia and Cairo, Georgia. You saw her profile earlier. Make the mistake, the Yugoslavs, and they paid for it in 10 points. McConnell, the little girl inside, 5'3". Angelovska, the playmaking guard for Yugoslavia, brings it in. They've been able to deny Nakic, and there's the big center, Mujanovic, with an easy 2. He now has 8. And a travel call against the U.S. They can't afford to get careless. Plenty of time to go.
No, I think what the United States needs to do now is continue to push the ball up the floor. but they can't let Yugoslavia get back in the game.
McLean deflected the pass, intercepted by Bridget Gordon. McConnell to Edwards. And Teresa Edwards now with 14 to lead the U.S.
Teresa Edwards can do whatever she wants at any point in the game. All of a sudden, she has 10 points in the second half, and we have halfway to go.
Nakic, leading scorer for the Yugoslavian team. Nice pass and a foul as Golic was hammered. So the score here is 58-46 U.S. with 11 minutes to go. Now let's go to track and field and Charlie Jones.
And Dick, women's long jump, Heike Drexler, third jump.
Charlie, just moments ago, Heike Drexler takes the lead with this third round jump, and she still is not getting out in the air the way we're used to seeing her. She's very good off the board, good on the runway, and she's finally starting to extend into the pit, that she's getting her legs out in front of her and keeping them out in front of her over the sand. Right here, she shortens nicely, gets a lot of the board, but she just isn't getting that drive knee up where she gets that tremendous height, but she does stretch her legs better into the sand. Good high knees, and she'll have to keep those good high knees for the 200 meters later on this afternoon. But an improvement, and she takes the lead at 23 feet 6 3/4 inches with Jackie Joyner-Kersee in 4th place right now, but still to jump in this round. And Galina Chistiakova has moved down into 2nd, but she's the last jumper in each round.
We're now live with Jackie Joyner-Kersee.
And Jackie has to make some adjustments on the runway. She had a foul in the last round. She has to try and gauge what the wind is doing. Drexler had 0 wind. The jumper just before Jackie had about 2.5 miles an hour of wind in her face. So Jackie's got to sit on the runway, gauge what the wind is doing, and make an adjustment to her step accordingly. Right now, she doesn't need a foul. There's her husband and coach, Bobby Kersee. Jackie has the Olympic record in the long jump due to her outstanding mark in the heptathlon. If that's fair, it's good. It is a fair jump. You can hear Bobby voice his appreciation for that jump. She jumped into a headwind also, but she decided it was time to go. Very good off the board here, good position, much better height than Drexler, and then just outstanding extension. Even though she dropped her feet a little bit early, she could have gotten a little bit more out of that jump. Good arm drive here. And the distance, 7 meters 16, 23 feet 6 inches. That puts her into 2nd place, just 3/4 of an inch behind Drexler. But she has now moved Chistiakova down into 3rd place. That's an improvement. She's made a good adjustment. Now she has 3 more rounds to improve. And here she was in Rome last summer, the World Championships. After having just missed the world record in winning the heptathlon, Jackie Joyner-Kersee, not favored to win the long jump, but comes through with a great performance. Drexler was injured, but Jackie Joyner-Kersee pushed the pace the entire competition, 24 1 3/4, and she was the world champion. Now she's going for a double gold medal here in the Olympic Games. The world record holder, Galina Chistiakova, broke the record that both Drexler and Joyner-Kersee co-held earlier this spring. But she is struggling a little bit. That last jump that she had, it appeared as though she may have strained the knee a little bit. She came apart completely over the sand. This will be a very important jump to see what her physical condition is. You can see that wrap on her left knee. That's the knee she jumps off of the board with. She has excellent sprint speed. She's been over in the States jumping during indoor season. She's even done a little triple jumping, but that knee, it's hard to say what exactly is wrong, and she just steps over the board with a foul jump.
So that's the situation here. Let's go back to Dick Enberg and basketball. Dick.
All right, Charlie, so Jackie Joyner-Kersee moves into 2nd place. Here the Yugoslavians don't want to settle for 2nd. They trail by 9, a jump ball between Nakic and Donovan. Donovan has about a half-foot advantage on this leap. That toss, and Nakic controls for Yugoslavia. And maybe they'll jump it again. Let's see.
I have not seen one good tossed ball throughout the whole tournament here.
Here's the story. Nakic leading Yugoslavia with 14. U.S. Fast break points way out ahead. That's the key. Turnover is a key. Edwards 10 points in the second half. But the U.S. has 2 players in foul trouble. 2 starters, McLean with 4 and Cooper with 4. But
the United States has so much depth. We talked about this before. You have Katrina and you have Cooper in foul trouble. But they can put in a Cindy Brown. They can put in a Donovan. They can put in a Bridget Gordon and not lose anything.
Gordon's jumper is there. Right on cue. Bridget Gordon, a 6-footer. Led the Volunteers of Tennessee in scoring the last 3 years, and she's a senior coming up. And a foul against Gordon.
Bridget Gordon is one of the best all-around players on the basketball team. She's noted for her defense because Pat Head Summit plays such great defense on all her teams, but she's a great scorer also.
The U.S. has led by as much as a dozen. Nakic's looking for a pick. Inside, Mijanovic. He's tough to guard at 6'7" and 225. 10 points for her. Donovan at the other end. O'Connell. And it's out of bounds to the U.S. Break in the action. 8:14 left. U.S. 9 points in front. You look at the U.S. bench and Teresa Edwards. It is 65-53. The U.S. by a dozen. While you're away, Cooper hit a free throw, and Bullitt off a fast break had a lay-in, and U.S. building left you a 9-point lead at 62-53 up to 65-53, and less than 7 minutes to go for the gold.
Dick, everybody thought this was going to be another easy basketball for the United States team. But as Kay Yao said, they played the Soviet Union in the semifinals when mentally they thought they were going to be playing them for the gold. So they had to get their work done and go the distance.
And the Yugoslavian team perhaps a bit pinched by that thrashing they took, 101-74 earlier. Of course, they're taking a little time to. It's going to change signals. I don't know if he's telling the other guy something or not. Edwards back in the game. Almost turned over. McConnell with a good save. Cynthia Cooper inside to Cindy Brown. Bullitt rebounds. Edwards inside. And Mijanovic finally hauls it in for Yugoslavia. Trailing by 11. Will the Yugoslavians go more for a 3-point shot now, do you think?
I would think with about 6.5 minutes to go in the game, they have to start looking for more offense. They can't trade baskets with the United States team at this point.
Number 8, Cornelia Kovacic is in. Way off the markers, Arbutina. And inside, and a miss by Nakic, their top scorer, but a foul against Bullitt of the U.S.
Don't lose their momentum.
We'll be right back. 4:39 to go. No, we will stay here. Okay. You're about to go. We'll stay here. Cooper inside. Scores. Cynthia Cooper. She's had a big game. 9 for her. United States now trying to deny the 3-point shot. Arbutina hits it. I believe that's the first of the game, a 3-pointer. No, it's the second for the Yugoslavs. Cooper. The U.S. can be patient now. Chew up some of that 30 seconds on the clock. McLean inside. Bullitt. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Cooper. And the rebound to Yugoslavia with 3:45 to go. A 14-point United States lead. And a whistle away from the ball and a foul on Teresa Edwards of the United States. So now breaking the action with 3 minutes 37 seconds to go. We'll be back for the conclusion of this gold medal game. U.S. in front by 14 points. Yugoslavia 73-62 for the gold medal. While you were away, Katrina McLean, leading scorer and rebounder for the U.S., fouled out. She left with 8 points, her lowest total, but unlike the U.S., who got no points from Danny Manning in the men's game yesterday, there's more talent to pick up the slack on this women's team.
Well, there is. As we talked about, Annie Donovan's come in and contributed. Cindy Brown has come off the bench and had quite a few points, so there's always somebody.
Cooper taking a shot. The U.S. not playing very wisely. They could chew up more time on the clock, and they're taking shots within 10-15 seconds with a lead and 2:10 to go. A turnover. Brown throws it right back to the Yugoslavians by Kusha. Golic. Dornick out of bounds to Yugoslavia, and Donovan touched it last.
Now, Yugoslavia should be trying to force the issue on the offensive part of the floor, and they're taking their time, opposite of what the U.S. should be doing at this point.
Well, the Soviet Union dominated international basketball, women's basketball, for a couple of decades, and the U.S. women have improved so tremendously in international play the last, well, in this decade, the 80s. And if they win this gold medal, it will really mark them as the team of the 80s, the United States, don't you think?
I believe that is true, because early in the 80s, even back in 1984, when the United States lost in Brazil to the Soviets by 1, you could sense the United States was gaining momentum with a fast, very explosive type of basketball team, and now all the other countries are trying to emulate the United States speed and quickness, but they don't have the athletes that we do.
Including the Soviets, who after being beaten in Moscow in '86 in the World Championships tried to revise their whole style and go to a speed-up game, and just can't match up in that regard with the United States.
No, they can't. And they used to have so many 6'7", 6'8", 6'9" players, and now they're going to the quicker 6'5", 6'4" player like we have on the United States team.
And now they're going to take some air out of the ball and chew up that 30-second clock. I think your point off the top was well taken, Nancy Lieberman-Klein, that this is a very experienced U.S. international team. Teresa Edwards scores again. She was on the '84 Olympic team. She has played in Italy, and more than half of this team has experience in the off years playing Italy, Japan, Spain. So they're used to the style of play and the competition. Nice drive by Nakic. And a foul, Edwards. As she has been a outstanding player for Yugoslavia. Nakic, 1 minute to go, and Edwards has her 4th foul. 18 points for Edwards, 14 in the second half.
Now, Nakic is only 19 years old, so the Yugoslavians play a very Americanized style of basketball, and they're very young. So they're a team to look for in the future in international competition.
And just as Yugoslavia might well surprise the Soviet Union in the men's championship game that you'll be seeing tomorrow. Under 1 minute to go. Imagine folks down in Cairo, Georgia, getting excited about getting a chance to wear Teresa Edwards' gold medal again. Cooper with a drive, and for Cynthia Cooper, well, we all have been confused. Is it daytime here and nighttime in the U.S., and what day is it? I think it's September. Well, Cynthia Cooper has a special reason to remember.
Well, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but the 29th is a gold medal game, and that's my mom's birthday. And so what better present to give your mom on her birthday than the Olympic gold medal? And so that's what I'm looking to give my mother on September 29th, 1988, from Seoul, Korea, an Olympic gold medal.
And there is Mrs. Cooper, and Cynthia Cooper hits both free throws, and that should do it. 77-66.
But it always hasn't been a lot of fun for Cynthia Cooper. Her brother Ricky was stabbed to death in a fight in Watts a few years ago, and she was very close with him.
She lost her brother, and now things are more positive. You see the smiles now starting to grow on the U.S. faces. Ann Donovan, her last ever game in international competition, played a key role when many thought she wouldn't see much action at all.
Well, I think that's just the mark of the competitor that Ann Donovan is. Although she didn't play that much in the Olympic tournament, when needed, she was there to produce. And that's the type of quality basketball player Ann is.
And this 19-year-old, Danira Nakic, a name to remember in the future. She's the leading scorer for Yugoslavia in these Olympics with 15 a game, and she leads all scorers in this one. That is her 23rd point. 77-68, a half a minute to go.
Dick, a game like this for the gold medal is so important for women's basketball around the world, and especially in the United States, for people to see the type of talent that we have on the floor.
And it is a brilliant team. I was stunned the first time I saw them practice. The talent of all 12 of these women is truly superb. And Kay Yao, you've heard her own battle, has fought with this team. It's a very close team, a happy team that came here to Seoul, and the clock stops with 3 seconds to go. And they've enjoyed themselves. They seem to like each other. They've been able to express themselves. It's been a long trip. They're road weary. They haven't been home since July. But when this happy group goes home, it'll be a golden trip back to the U.S.
Well, I think they're going to be very pleased by the time they get home and finish the last 3 sections of this game. But they are very much a family. They're 12 sisters who have worked for this quest for a long time, since 1986.
And the U.S. women did exactly what the U.S. men could not do. Force turnovers and score off turnovers. The gold medal to the United States. Teresa Edwards and Kami Etheridge, Cindy Brown, Ann Donovan, Teresa Weatherspoon, Bridget Gordon, Vicki Bullitt, Andrea Lloyd, Katrina McLean, Jennifer Gillum, Cynthia Cooper, Susie McConnell. We wanted to get all the names in. They all come home with gold medals. United States 77, Yugoslavia 70. So the Americans celebrate the gold. Let's go to track and field.
Thank you, Dick, and I congratulations to the latest gold medalist. The 4th round of the long jump has been completed, and here's what happened.
Charlie, Heike Drexler of East Germany ups the ante in the 4th round, improves her best mark to 23 feet 8¼ inches. And if she ever starts jumping technically correct, we're going to be in big trouble, because she could really bust one here. She gets a good tailwind behind her. She's getting very well off the board. If she gets her right knee up, her drive knee, to go a little higher than that, and if she doesn't drop her legs as soon as she does there, she's going to be over 24 feet. It's just a matter of seeing what happens. Drexler in the lead, Jackie Joyner-Kersee in second, and Galina Chistiakova in 3rd place at this point after 4 rounds completed.
As we go away to commercial, you can coach from the stands now, and here is her coach and husband, Bobby Kersee. We'll just listen in.
What do you feel? Your speed was, huh? Faster?
Buy 15 rolls of any Owens Corning pink insulation now and get your favorite NFL team jacket free.
Well, I know how it is, you know, when I get in the ring, you know, I'd like to hear their voices. I'd like to hear people cheer me on, and I would like to hear from them to say, throw this and throw that. It really helps you, you know. The coach can't talk in the corner, so you can really help a guy on the outside, you know, such as me. I get out there and I holler for him, and sometimes it helps, and I don't know if it helps or not, but I know when I hear it, when I'm in the ring, it has a great deal to do with the outcome of the fights.
Ray providing us with the Butch Lewis look. He is a happy-go-lucky guy, but he is facing his toughest test. Mercer going up against Arnold Vanderlady, 6 foot 5½ inches from Holland. A man who has had Olympic experience, won a bronze medal in the heavyweight division at the 1984 games in Los Angeles, still feels he was robbed by the judges in his 3-2 semifinal loss to Willie DeWitt of Canada. So we're set for the heavyweight division semifinal. Ray Mercer, one of the surprises to make the Olympic squad. He is wearing the blue trunks, and Vanderlady in the white.
And Vanderlady is huge. Look at the difference in size. Mercer's going to have to chop some wood. He's going to have to get down low and get into the belly. Hit that, and he's wearing his pants very high. I mean, they should adjust that. If that blue sash there over those orange, that orange shirt is where the target zone is, and he's wearing it very high. A body punch is going to be a factor here. First time we've seen a bright orange shirt, and that's not unusual coming from Holland, since the House of Orange ruled there a long time, unless, of course, he's paying some tribute to the University of Miami team. A little plug there.
Or perhaps Syracuse University. Referee Abdul Hani of Iraq calling the caution on Mercer for hitting on the back. Minute gone by in this first round.
Thought for a moment that caution was for you and I being too jingoistic for our schools.
Oh, nice combination by Mercer. It started with the jab. Mercer going right after Vanderlady. It has him backing up in trouble.
This is a barroom fight here. All of a sudden, two crunching shots by Mercer.
Vanderlady now respecting the power of Mercer, who continues to stalk him.
We have seen Mercer's power all during this Olympic tournament, and he knows that he's got that power.
Caution called on Mercer. Actually, Mercer's corner. Too much talking from the corner. Mercer's first two bouts were stopped. One in the third round, and then his last bout, a knockout of Gordiano of Italy in the first round.
He almost repeated here with Vanderlady. Nice hook by Mercer. Vanderlady fighting scared right now. He's not exactly carrying his fight. He is avoiding Mercer as best he can and he's not doing a mammoth effort to win this first round. He's just trying to stay alive this first round.
Vanderlady, more of a strategic boxer, not known for knockout power. Landing the uppercut, just looking to stay away from Mercer, who obviously is going for the knockout.
Those are not scoring punches. They did not land with the white of the glove on an effective surface.
And Mercer again on the attack. All over Vanderlady. Final seconds. First round. Vanderlady just trying to stay away.
Gold. The Olympics are live and only on NBC.
Has been landing and has Vanderlady frightened. I mean, his eyes are wide. And of course, at the end, you see these winging punches. The only problem that I see is Mercer is reckless and he could get very tired.
Mercer getting the nod according to Counterpunch, landing 13 of 48 in that first round. He is going up against the reigning European heavyweight amateur champion, and Arnold Vanderlady, who is one of Holland's sports heroes. He goes at 6'5.5". He has 4 inches on Ray Mercer, who in that first round certainly cut down that height disadvantage.
A very tall man and got good leg movement. So Mercer, the much shorter man, has literally got to run after him.
Now Vanderlady with an effective scoring combination, and Mercer called for a caution for bouncing off the ropes. And Mercer now back on the attack.
Well, this is not Olympic boxing. This is Olympic fighting. This is straight street fight here. With intimidation playing a very big factor in Vanderlady's reluctance to fight. He's trying to get his points in, but Mercer's swarming style won't let him. Mercer is an infantryman, and he's fighting like a grunt. He's just in there to fight 3 minutes out of every round.
That last caution called on Vanderlady for holding and hitting, and that is a standing 8 handed out to Arnold Vanderlady, who has just been pummeled from corner to corner from the start of this bout. And here's Mercer all over Vanderlady, and another standing 8. One more, and it is all over. 3 in a round, either a combination of standing 8s or knockdowns. Here comes Mercer again. Vanderlady just looking to stay away, and that'll be called a caution against Mercer for slapping. So we resume with 1:20 left in the second round, and Ray Mercer looking to pound his way into the gold medal round.
Now, if there's ever a time that he should step it up and run after him, it's right this moment. I mean, he should not let this guy get brave and get away. He's scared to death. He's already been hit The referee is dying to stop this fight because one more, and it's going to be all over.
How about Mercer faking with the left and going with the right, and that'll do it. It's all over. It is all over. Ray Mercer with a powerful performance. Vandalady doesn't even want to go anymore, but legally it's over. That was the third, and Ray Mercer celebrates, making his way to the gold medal round at 2:15 of round 2.
And it's a tortoise in the hare. This is the guy that wasn't supposed to be here. This is the guy that didn't have the experience. This is the guy that waited too late, and here he is. He's going to be fighting for the gold.
At 27 years of age, he's the oldest member of the U.S. Olympic boxing squad. He's a surprise, was not supposed to make the team.
And who could take that pounding? That's the first one. And if Vandalady had any good sense, he'd have quit right there. And this is the end. Look at that. It's a nice left hook, but Vandalady is seeking the solace of the blue canvas.
And to get a measure of what Ray Mercer has accomplished, keep in mind Arnold Vandalady was the favorite for the gold in the heavyweight division. And now Vandalady is gone, and the battle for the gold will be Ray Mercer going up against Baek-Hoon Man of Korea, and this place will be rocking for that bout. Now to Wally Matthews.
Ray, you're one fight away from being the heavyweight gold medalist, and I know you only started boxing 3 years ago. How does it feel?
It feels real good, and at this point, I can't be hurt. I can't be hurt. I'm going all the way.
Okay, the fighter that your opponent today, Vandalady, he's a boxer. He was moving well. Did you become a little frustrated in the first round that you couldn't get him to stand in one spot?
I was aware of his boxing style, and the coach just told me to go in there. Just like the tiger I brought downtown, go in there like a tiger, and that's what I did. He couldn't hurt me with none of his punches. I wasn't worried about it. All I want to do is get to his chin.
What was the first punch that you hurt him with? Do you remember?
I think it was a hook or a straight left hand or something. I hurt him at least 3 times.
And the knockdown was? We'll see the first knockdown here.
I think it was a hook. Oh, the first knockdown.
2 right hands.
Yeah. Oh, look at that.
And the second knockdown that ended the fight?
I think it was a hook. Here it comes. Camera's ready. Here it comes. That ain't it. Bam! Hook. Yeah.
And that was it for Arnold. Now you're going up against the Korean in your next bout. Have you gotten to see him fight yet?
I don't need to see him fight. I'm going in there. Coach has been checking out the fights. I just listen to what the coaches tell me, and everything just works out.
Okay, Ray Mercer, one fight from being the heavyweight gold medalist here in Seoul. Now back to Marv.
Ray Mercer, the surprise of the Olympic Games. He was not even listed in the '88 media guide of the United States Amateur Boxing Federation. And there you see the pure joy of Ray Mercer as he gets to the gold medal round.
A self-proclaimed Army grunt, Ray Mercer, the heavyweight, moves on to the gold medal round. He joins light flyweight Michael Carvajal as the Americans to reach that round so far. We move from the heavies to the super heavies and turn our attention to weightlifting. We go on back for the last attempt in the clean and jerk in weightlifting. We go on over to Olympic Park, and there join Doug Cooney.
Heavyweight class continuing the Soviet tradition that they have known for so many years. Coming away with the strongest man in the Olympics. Karlovich, by the way, from Grodno, Soviet Union, a city near the Polish border, which has produced another pretty famous Olympian, Olga Korbut. Here we take another look at Karlovich's final attempt in the clean and jerk, 551 pounds. Gets his elbows up, very strong. Lifting on strength as well as technique. Karlovich, looking determined, puts this enormous amount of weight directly overhead, right here. That gave him an Olympic record in the total as well, 462.5 kilograms. So there are the final standings for the super heavyweight category. Once again, the Soviet tradition continues in the super heavyweight division. This is Doug Cooney saying so long from weightlifting. Hope you enjoyed it.
Karlovich winning the gold medal and thus replacing Olga Korbut as the hero of the town of Grodno in the Soviet Union, 551 pounds. When last we saw Jackie Joyner-Kersee, she was in second place in the long jump. We'll be getting back to track and field in just a moment when we come back right after a commercial break.
entire team. And so Kay Yao's U.S. team has won the gold, and Coach Yao has dedicated her gold medal to her mother, also battling with cancer, and we pray they both win that fight. Now, one by one, the gold medal proof of being the best.
This is one of the greatest experiences you can ever have as an athlete, knowing that you've scaled the mountain and you've come back with the gold.
You know, it's a wonderful combination of emotions here. You're so happy inside, you've won it all, and there's also a sinking sadness that it's all over. You don't want this wonderful event to close the doors on this moment in your life.
What happens is you become so close. There's such a bond between one another, and you strive for this moment, and then you all go your separate ways. It is sad.
And the faces of these great athletes will reflect those feelings, positive, emotional, and very deep. As their coach kneels on the far sidelines and watches each of her players have that gold medal hung around their neck, and Susie McConnell's father. You know, there are a lot of families that are thousands of miles from here, but they must feel just as close. I must say that so far in these Olympics, I've never been quite so touched as I am right now.
The fact that the United States team had been together for so long makes it a family. As we said before, it's sisterhood out there. And you can see, Annie, this means as much as any one of the three.
Yugoslavia wins the silver and the Soviet Union the bronze. And Coach Kay Yao says it all.
Go for the gold at the source. Save 60%.
Sister Sandra was just a really great kid.
But the man that killed your sister is dead.
He's alive. Look. Jason is a child, right? Artist's conception of Jason is described by a would-be victim, right? And then, the murders.
But he's dead.
Jason's body's disappeared from the morgue.
Get in trim for the 80s and bringing your favorite stars home.
It's a lovely business. Hospitals are missing. Coincidence? He's alive.
Tommy's at the house.
First television station. This is News 8 Night Beat.
To move up, they have to nail one of those boats ahead of them. They're starting to move. You can see it. They're gaining. Do they have enough time?
They're running out of time. They have left Korea in their wake.
They're coming on.
Making a move. They're making a move.
The bottom of the screen.
The white boat in the second lane there, moving up.
They're moving up on that boat in the top of the screen.
They've run through Canada, who was in third place. It's going to be bow to bow. It's going to be a photo for third. I think the United States has won.
Tremendous finish.
Boy, they had
A tremendous effort. I don't know that that was strategy, Eric Evans.
That's a cliffhanger.
I think Canada may have run out of gas a little bit, but it was 3 out of 7 to move on. 4 go into early retirement, and the United States was trailing by a sizable margin for most of the race, but they did get a decent start. Somewhere in that second 100 meters, they lost it. Let's look at the start.
Let's look at the start. Oh, look at all those paddles. They're splashing, breaking those boats out of the water. This is an exciting event.
Boy, they did get a good start. The United States in lane 2, but in that next 100 meters, it got away from them, and they had to finish furiously.
And here's the finish. 4 boats. There are 3 spots. The United States is finishing strongly. They're coming through. Perhaps the wind helped them. The protection here of the grandstand.
Well, Canada in lane 7 at the top of your screen had the most difficulty with the conditions.
Look at the power there in the strokes. Great synchronization. Terrific job.
All of our paddlers between 25 and 30, good experience there, and they really needed it. An inexperienced boat might have panicked.
The good vibes of the U.S. team continue.
Well, they were loose before, and they needed it. That was the kind of pressure that makes your teeth sweat. They were buried between 4th and 5th and made a great run at the end. Final results in the women's K4 at 500 meters. West Germany first, Poland second, and the United States third.
Bucky, thank you. A baseball note here. Moments ago, Orel Hershiser completed 10 scoreless innings for the Dodgers at San Diego. A scoreless tie. Now Hershiser is out of the game as they move to the 11th. Hershiser has pitched 59 consecutive scoreless innings. He gets credit technically for a shutout in this game, and he moves past another former Dodger, Don Drysdale, and he now has pitched more consecutive scoreless innings than anyone in baseball history. 59 consecutive scoreless innings for Orel Hershiser, working 10 shutout innings tonight in San Diego. He won't pitch again until the Dodgers face the Mets in the playoffs. And we'll come back after this from your local stations.
Thursday, October 6th, Johnny Carson's in for a big surprise with David Letterman, Jay Leno, and Gary Shandling in person.
It's great to be out of the house.
It's a salute to the greatest comedians in 26 years of Tonight Show history.
That's very nice.
On the Tonight Show 26th Anniversary Special, Thursday, October 6th.
If you're thinking about energy savings before winter sets in, come in to Chase Pitkin. Emco Forever Storm Doors are on sale.
Chase Pitkin will show you.
We'll show you how to save energy with Emco Forever Storm Doors. Price from just $188. Choose crossbutt, traditional, or full view styles. Emco, guaranteed as long as you own your home.
Chase Pitkin will show you how to save.
Looking for the best deal in America on a used car or truck? Come to the Giant, the new Holman Used Vehicle Center, the main place for a quality used car or truck. Now located on East Main near the Eastman Theater, downtown. Over 100 used cars and trucks available at all times. Hand-picked used cars and trucks, all thoroughly inspected before they hit the lot. The new Holman Used Vehicle Center moved to 500 East Main. We're Rochester's main place for quality used cars and trucks, downtown.
What makes Jenny Light taste so great? The sales force. Men who'd walk to the ends of the earth to sell a great light beer. Persuasive men.
And another thing, every beer comes in its own bottle.
Well-trained in etiquette.
After you.
No, after you.
Proud men.
Me? I'm a sales rep for Jenny Light.
He's dreamy.
Oh, so that you'll say, boy, could I go for a Jenny now.
Just a few minutes ago here in Olympic Stadium, a pole vaulter's nightmare.
Yes, Charlie, this is the pole vaulter's worst dream come true. Daley Thompson, his very first attempt in the pole vault. He's been struggling in the decathlon, but remains in 3rd place at this point in time. And again, this was his first attempt at 15 feet 5 inches.
And you could hear the snap all over the stadium.
To see him come in here, and a lot of people want to know, how does this happen? Maybe he was using a pole that was too light for him. Wasn't a great plant. Maybe it got nicked. Maybe something got dropped on it. But the point is, it did break, and that's very dangerous.
Now let's go to Bob Costas. Bob?
Boy, Charlie, a frightening moment there. We assume Daley Thompson will be able to continue, and we'll have a report for you very shortly. In the meantime, as we've told you, we're just a few moments away from taking a look at Florence Griffith Joyner in the 200-meter semifinals. Let's get a profile of her first. A moment in time with Florence Griffith Joyner.
One of the year's foremost fashion statements isn't from Chanel, Klein, or Gucci, but instead from the fastest woman in the world, Florence Griffith Joyner. Her big hit has been labeled the one-legger.
Well, actually, the one-legger was by accident. It was a two-legger originally, and I was in the mirror, and I cut off one leg, and I liked how it looked. So I took a pair of my briefs, and I put it over top of the one leg. And I said, well, that looks good. I'll try that.
The one-legger and other bodysuit sensations a la Florence are all originals. She accessorizes each outfit with her nails. All are manicured to match or clash, it doesn't seem to matter, as long as they're long. Were she a lesser talent, Florence might feel compelled to dress like everyone else. But her talent's as extraordinary as her outfits. In a flash of purple last August, she smashed the world record in the women's 100, for which she credits an intense new training regimen. And her husband, 1984 Olympic triple jump gold medalist Al Joyner, with whom she trained on a near full-time basis even before he became her coach.
I'm glad that Al is there because he pushes me, and that helps a lot to have somebody to work with.
On the track, Florence does a little pushing of her own, and she's rarely apart from Al. The two were married October 10th, 1987, and 6 months later...
Today, 4 unpredictable couples will be competing to win on the new Newlywed Game.
Ladies, what kind of insect did your husband say your mother reminds him of most?
I'm gonna have to say a spider because she has real long hair and she's always braided.
Doesn't he look nice in lipstick? Yeah, he said your mom reminds him of a beautiful butterfly.
Thank you, but that's wrong. A spider, she's always wearing long braids.
She look like a butterfly to me, that's it.
My mother reminds him of a spider, not a beautiful butterfly. He only said that because my mom was in the audience.
I did not.
Yes, she did. And he knew we had to go over there after the show.
And Al and Florence Joyner, you're on Newlywed Game.
Small matter, they still won. Their grand prize trip to Jamaica will be taken after the Olympics, by which time Florence's accessory collection could include a gold medal.
Our research department overlooks absolutely nothing. Among the other questions asked of Al and Florence Griffith Joyner on the Newlywed Game, which part of your wife's body isn't good? Al said her toes. Flo said my feet. The judges were lenient. They gave it to them. You don't get this kind of information just anywhere, folks. Let's go back out to the track and field stadium and Charlie Jones.
Bob, you don't know how fortunate we feel that we don't get that information at every place. Here are the lane assignments in the semifinals of the women's 200 in the first heat. Andrea Thomas is in 1. Mario Nyali is in 2. Merlene Ottey is in 3. Katrin Krabbe, the 18-year-old East German, is in 4. Florence Griffith Joyner is in 5. Maya Asarazavili is in 6. Silke Gradish-Moller is in 7. And Pauline Davis is in 8. Florence Griffith Joyner. Yesterday she set the Olympic record of 21:76. This is the semifinal. Top 4 finishers through to the finals in about an hour and a half. Merlene Ottey in lane 3. Always a contender. Expect her to move through. She always seems like she always comes up with a bronze medal. Outside it is Silke Gradish-Moller, who is running exceptionally well. Azaravili, Florence Griffith Joyner. Here comes Flojo as she turns to the straight and heads for home. Merlene Ottey goes with her. Silke Gradish-Moller outside. 21:56. She got it. The world record. The win is all right. one she wanted. Powering down that final straight for the world record.
I don't see how anyone can beat this woman in the final. She's going for a world record in the semifinal in the Olympic Games, not worrying about whether or not she's going to have anything left for the final. She's so confident. She was even with everyone coming around the turn, a bit ahead when she hit the straightaway, and she just runs that straightaway better than anyone we have ever seen. And she does it time after time after time.
And Frank, you said it. World record in the semifinals. She'll break it in the final. We'll be back.
We're back up.
You know, Canon's new personal zoom copier can magnify my image.
Or cut you down to size.
With world record holder Florence Griffith Joyner, you got the world record. How do you feel now? There
Very
he is. That's Al Joyner who just popped in. Good run, Al. You got that here in a hurry.
Oh, I love it. Now the world record's out the way. Now just go for the goal.
What did you think? What did you think when you went down? You took a moment to yourself. What was going through your mind?
I was just praying. I said, God, I know I can do it. Just give me the strength to make myself do it. I was just saying, it's a perfect day. It's a beautiful day. I just thank you for being here, and please, I know I can do it. I just want to do it relaxed.
All right, everybody wants to know, do you have enough to recover and come back in an hour and change?
Oh, I have more than enough. I'm not chasing the world record now. I have the world record. I'm just chasing that second gold.
Take a look at the race and tell us your thoughts as you came out of the blocks.
I tried to get a really good start and try to make up the stagger, staying very relaxed on the other girls on the outside of me. Once I got off the top of the curve, I told myself, just relax, lift, and bring it in. Work. But relaxation was the key. Staying relaxed, lifting.
All right. Florence, thank you. Al, thank you. Let's get back to Charlie Jones.
And that time is now official, 21:56 world record. All right. Heat number 2, Paula Dunn is in 1. Regulu AB is in 2. Nadezhda Georgieva is in 3. Grace Jackson in 4. Heike Dressler in 5. Gwynn Torrence, United States, is in 6. Maciejinova of the Soviet Union is in 7. And Sivak of Poland is in 8. And it's Heike Dressler who takes it out. Gwynn Torrence is dropping back. The top 4 will move through to the finals. Torrence is going to have to get going. Grace Jackson has the lead. It is Jackson, Dressler. Yes, Torrence will qualify, as does Malchigina of the Soviet Union. Those 4 moving through in a time of 22:13. Seeming almost anticlimactic to the 21:56 world record that we just witnessed.
These women have to be thinking, what could we possibly do to win the gold medal? I think they're looking at each other going, can I get the silver over this woman? And Grace Jackson looks to be the one for the silver medal. Heike Dressler has to be a bit tired after the long jump. Grace Jackson is just a pleasure to watch. She's a very good runner, but she's not in the class of Florence Griffith Joyner.
So it'll be Merlene Ottey, Hazarashvili, Gladys Moeller, Grace Jackson, Heike Dressler, Gwynn Torrence, Malchigina, all to challenge Flojo in the final.
This NBC Sports presentation of the games of the 24th Olympiad is brought to you.
Were you fatigued after the heptathlon as you went into the competition?
Yes, I was a little bit fatigued, but I told myself not to think about what I had done in the heptathlon and concentrate on as though I was just coming out here fresh. And I just kept telling myself, believe in yourself, you can do it.
Fouled a couple of times. Did that worry you?
No. At one point it did, but I kept thinking about just keeping my knees up and staying relaxed. I learned from my Olympic trials is not to pressure myself, but get out there and try to do my very best, and that's what I was able to do today.
All right, tell us about your big jump.
Oh, the big jump. After I saw Heike's 4th attempt, well, this jump here, I'm concentrating on getting my knees up, and I just want to try to stay in the air as long as possible. I wasn't exactly sure how far the distance was, but I was hoping that it was going to be better than 7 meters 22.
It sure was at 7:40. That's a heck of a jump.
Yes, it was. There it is again. I'm coming up. concentrating on running off the board, bringing my knees up to my chest and trying to hold my extension as long as possible. And I thank God I was able to do that.
And a great jump indeed. Now, Bobby Kersee, coach and husband, you have an interesting way of celebrating your wife's record jumps. I want you to give a listen to this.
Come on, put it up there.
That's a full layout, Bob. Pretty good there.
Well, I definitely was excited. Calvin Brown, who coaches with me at UCLA, eyeballed both of Jackie's jumps, and he said it was about 740. And he said that one she was about 4 inches over and 2 or 3 inches over. So on that jump, we moved her back 4 inches. I was hoping that she was an inch or so off the board, and we thought she could go 740 or better, and she hit it right on the nose, 740.
All right, congratulations. Thanks a lot for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, and it's just a pleasure sharing the goal with Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Next up, we'll have the first round in the men's 1500. You'll have a chance to see Steve Scott and Steve Cram. They're in the first heat. Back after these messages from your local station.
It happens across the lake.
Murder. Cool.
Thursday proved to be Ladies' Day at the Olympics, and foremost among the fleet was the First Lady of Speed, Florence Griffith Joyner. In a burst of style and strength, she overpowered the field and scorched the track in the 200, coming up gold in record time.
And here she comes. She'll pick it up as she turns down the straight. She's going after another record. Gwen Torrence is running fairly well outside, but this race belongs to Florence Griffith Joyner. 21:33.
FloJo's excellence in the stadium has been matched only by that of her sister-in-law, Jackie Joyner-Kersee. Already honored for winning the heptathlon, she captured a second goal in the women's long jump. And on Thursday, it was left to the women to reclaim U.S. preeminence in basketball, winning the gold over Yugoslavia.
The U.S. women did exactly what the U.S. men could not do, force turnovers and score off turnovers. A gold medal to the United States.
Now, as those memories give way to a 14th day of competition, we're set to watch the men's volleyball semifinals. The U.S. men are undefeated and pointing towards a second straight Olympic gold. In their path today, a talented team from Brazil. It's a rematch of the '84 final. You'll also see boxing. U.S. fighters have been dominant in Seoul. It's the big guys in the semis today. They're already assured of a bronze. Now they're mining for gold. You'll see track and field, the men's 1500. It's always one of the glamour events of the Olympics. They'll run the semifinals. And you'll see synchronized swimming, too. 4 years ago, Tracy Ruiz Conforto was the best in the world, winning Olympic gold. Now she's come out of retirement to defend her crown. Her efforts are part of a busy schedule today on NBC's coverage of the Games of the 24th Olympiad. We're expecting temperatures in the high 70s and only a few clouds to mask the sunshine. Our base of operations, the Seoul Sports Complex. We're broadcasting from our pagoda next door to the Olympic Stadium. And good evening, I'm Bryant Gumbel. We're coming to you live just after 9:30 on a Friday morning here in Seoul. It's the first Olympic gold ever won in a team sport in this nation's history. So it was an emotional moment at Suwon Gymnasium when the Koreans defeated the Soviet Union to clinch the gold. And there was a remarkable comeback in the women's volleyball final. There, the Soviet Union was heavily favored over Peru going into last night's match. The Peruvians won the first 2 sets, however, and then jumped up 12-6 in the third. Soviets were on the edge, but they hung tough. Won the third set, won the fourth, finally took the gold medal with a 17-15 victory in the final set. For Peru, the silver was a nice consolation. Entering these games, Peru had only won 2 Olympic medals in its history, both of those in shooting. And speaking of consolation, hats off to the American men's basketball team. They showed an awful lot of character last night here. Though surely disappointed by their loss to the Soviets, they didn't mail it in for the bronze. They went out, played hard, beat Australia 78-49 to earn a medal they can be proud of. Now, in addition to seeing all the events with which you're familiar, Day 14 of the Games here in Seoul will feature some special events that we trust you'll appreciate. Our venue host, Dick Enberg, has more on that from inside the Olympic Stadium. Hello, Dick.
Hello, Brian. On this day when we all cheer the Space Shuttle Discovery's successful launch, we'll also be
Games of the 24th Olympiad. A young woman from Tennessee became an Olympic champion. Wilma Rudolph was called the Black Gazelle. Like Florence Griffith Joyner, she was famed for her speed. And in 1960, she ran the same events. If Florence Griffith Joyner overcomes every obstacle and achieves all of her Olympic goals in Seoul, the compliment that she'll be paid will be that she did as well as Wilma Rudolph. Florence Griffith Joyner and Wilma Rudolph. They are unique, each of them, but their careers, as if by fate, have taken the same strides. Florence won her first world championship in Rome, where Wilma triumphed. Florence set her first world record 2 months before the Olympics. So did Wilma. Separated by 28 years, they each faced the finest in the 100-meter dash. Among those opposing FloJo, teammate Evelyn Ashford. She held the world record for 5 years. Heike Drexler, long a dominant figure on the European scene. Neither was a match for Joyner. In the final, she ran faster than any woman ever had in any Olympics. But she also ran joyfully. For her, it was the culmination of years of effort. And so she smiled and raised her arms in triumph. Like Rudolph 28 years before, the win negated her Olympic record, but not her Olympic gold. Yet with gold comes pressure, and so for the 200, she told herself to relax. Again, her field was strong, but the field would only see FloJo's back. Her start was fast. Her turn was flawless. She ran with stamina and speed. She ran with style and strength. She ran faster than any woman in history. Smooth to the finish, she gave her best in the best of times. The medal was treasured, and so was the moment. Florence Griffith Joyner's performance here has truly been spectacular, and she's still got the 4x100 relay ahead of her. If she leads the U.S. to gold in that one, she'll match Wilma Rudolph's 3 gold medals of 1960. And there's even some talk here that Florence will take a shot at the 4x400-meter relay as well. If she can win 4 track and field gold medals at these games, she'll reach a plateau where only one woman has been before. The Netherlands' Fanny Blankers-Koen won 4 track and field goals in 1948. And as I mentioned earlier, a little bit later on, Florence will join us here in the Pagoda to talk about her pursuit of more gold. Right now, however, we're inching closer to the men's volleyball semifinal between the
Brazil has been totally neutralized by great defense, good blocking by the U.S. Gouveia with the jump serve long. And Jeff Stork goes back. U.S. leading 7-0 in game 2.
Brazil having trouble passing the ball to the net. They can't run their quick attack. When they go outside, they're just getting stuffed. Another bad pass off the net.
Hit from the back row. Gouveia gets the ball back for Brazil. You recognize those uniforms. That's the color the U.S. wore when they won the gold medal in Long Beach. And Brazil was their opponent. Pajeda comes in. Montanaro, Jose Montanaro goes out. Bigger guy at the net for blocking.
Stavertlich.
The offense of the United States is so sophisticated. It was designed by Doug Beal in 1984, the Olympic coach. It's been improved by Marv Dunphy. But when they get the pass up there, the United States, very tough to beat.
And they are getting the pass up there. Stavertlich, that's Timmons. That's wide.
Just talking about that passing once again. I made this point once before, but I think it's good to bring up. Bob Stavertlich named the best passer in the world in 1986, and they don't even serve him because Karch is better.
Passing is receiving the serve, passing it to the setter.
Power of the United States. Doug Partee, they do not double team Partee. That's why he's open. So he's going to get the ball, at least have a chance to spike one-on-one or one-on-none.
Now there's a quick set by Brazil. Chris, what you mentioned, what Brazil does best, that time they get that quick set and they get the side out.
The United States is not jumping in the middle. So that's where you want to go.
Del Zotto serves, he catches the net. U.S. now with the ball. Steve Timmons back, still leading 7-0. Cross court. Fajeda gets it down. Side out Brazil. There's the Brazilian contingency. That is contingent. Partee again, quick set off a nice pass from Craig Buck.
And Doug Partee, perhaps the most improved player on the American team. When he was being recruited out of high school, one college coach told him, you're too slow to ever make it as a top player, so you should stick with basketball. He was originally a basketball player. Well, he's come on and been a starter on the United States team and done very, very well.
Back row. Off the hands and out, that hit by Fajeda. Still 7-0. USA leads in game 2. Riviero with the serve. Karai. Brazil into the net. The U.S. gets the ball back.
This is a very strange match for the United States because the Brazilian fans, they have whistles and cowbells, and when you hear that whistle, sometimes you tend to stop, much like they do in boxing.
Big hit, but handled, and Stork, left-hander, puts it down. Dr. Karai shows his approval.
And his wife is sitting behind him today. She doesn't want to get clunked with a flag like she did the other day.
You do have to give him a wide berth. De Silva sets. Back set. Block. Stork. Timmons to Stavertlich. That's in.
United States just control blocks. That means off their hands that they run transition. There's one right there. Karch couldn't get to it, but they'll touch a lot of balls and bring those up and convert into transition game.
Chris, I think that's a great indicator of just what kind of a volleyball team this is. U.S. up 1-0 leading 9-0 in game 2, and Captain Karch Karai flying all over the floor to make that dig. He didn't get it, but the effort was there.
Karai has such great technique.
Beto de Freitas is...
We played the game 2 days ago.
We don't have enough minutes in the day. And we've looked at the film also because we were very disappointed. We were very hurt. But I was proud of the fact that, Byron, I thought that the kids put forth the effort. We were tight in the beginning, though. I think all of the anxiety and the build-up to it, you know, probably had more effect than I really wanted to admit in the beginning.
Were they just a better team, Jay?
Well, I think they are a better team. On a consistent basis, I think we could go 50-50 with them. If you know, I think that the biggest element that they have is maturity. I think that they have consistently played together as a unit. If we maybe were able to play together as a unit that often as they have, we might be in a better position. But I think we can beat them on given days, but I think that they're capable of beating us on given days.
Are you resigned to the idea that a lot of people, a lot of Americans who cannot accept the fact that the Soviet Union just beat the United States in basketball straight up, are going to place the burden on those big shoulders of yours?
Well, not really. You know, I mean, like I think that those people who like me will make excuses for me. Those people who do not like me will blame me, but so be it. That goes with the territory, Brian, and I didn't come into this thing being very naive. I knew what would happen, and I also knew that the Soviet Union had a fine team. I know that they played the Atlanta Hawks this summer, and they beat an Atlanta Hawk team, not necessarily that totally assembled team, but they had enough good players there for me to know that they were good. And if people understand that, who are sensible, you know, I mean, we'll deal with it.
Yeah.
But I'm not overly concerned about that.
In retrospect, John, anything you'd do different? I mean, in terms of assembling the ball club, you've heard the complaints that maybe after Hersey Hawkins went down, everybody's thinking you should have had a second scorer.
Well, I think that hindsight, as they indicate, is always 20/20. And if I had to do it over again, I think I would select the same young men that I selected. I think we played 8 ball games and we lost 1. So we probably would have imported a few people for that 1 ball game if I had that kind of vision. But I can't ever think of the person that I would have brought here other than Larry Bird and Michael Jordan and Patrick Ewing that would have been able to assist us, because I thought we brought America's finest with us. And I think even more significantly, Brian, I think that those kids worked as hard as they possibly could to try to accomplish something they weren't successful at.
And that work is worth talking about. You and I talked during the summer. We talked about your methods and the way you like to run things. And you said you're going to run your program. And that meant keeping the kids to a very strict regimen. And there was talk here, hey, these kids came, all they had was a gold medal shot. They weren't going to enjoy the experience. Is that a valid charge?
I think it's very untrue, because I think that what happens a lot of times is that if someone is not accessible to you, meaning John Thompson, then I say, as John Thompson, that they're not accessible to the world. We were very strict in the things that we did because we came here to prepare for something that was very serious to us and very serious to our country. But in the meantime, I think that when the kids did have free time, they enjoyed themselves. Didn't have much of it, but when they had it, you know, they enjoyed themselves. We were in Las Vegas, they enjoyed themselves, and other places.
Yeah. Final note, you mentioned bringing Magic, bringing Larry, bringing Michael Jordan. Should we be allowed to bring pros? Would it change things?
Well, I definitely feel so, Brian. I think that we have definitely got to be realistic enough. If anything is ever brought out to me, I think we can compete at an amateur level, but we cannot dominate at an amateur level. I think in order for us to sustain dominance internationally, we have to bring in our professional people, just as some of the European and Asian teams have done with the people that they pay.
You lost only 1 game in the tournament. You won a bronze medal.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations, John.
Thank you, Brian.
Well, let's go back to volleyball. Once more, Hanyang Gymnasium. Bob Trumpy, Chris Marlowe.
Thank you, Brian. Congratulations to John Thompson on the bronze. 6-1, Brazil leads in game 3. The U.S. won the first 2 games rather handily. Now Brazil with a little emotion and a little momentum. Partey. Point USA.
Brazil came out right away, starting putting pressure on.
Continuing to go with the jump serve. That's Ferreira. Handled well by the U.S. Timmons. Ooh, blocked back in his face. That time, Del Zotto, Reynan Del Zotto, puts it right back in Steve Timmons' chest. Brazil gets a .85. Game 3. U.S. won the first 2 games. Ferreira again. Jump serve. Covertly. Stork. Buck. U.S. gets the ball.
Buck is one of the few players on the United States that will use the dink extensively. Watch the double teaming of Buck. That time only one player did jump, did get up, but Buck easily able to put it down.
Quick set in the middle. Paulo da Silva with the kill. Brazil gets the ball back. That's Del Zotto. Jump serve. Stavertlich. Off the hands, out. U.S. gets it back.
One thing about the United States blocking, when you say middle blocker, that's Craig Buck and Doug Partey, but they don't always stay in the middle. The United States will shift their blockers around, so Buck is not always in the middle, and it's up to the other setter to find where he is not and go there.
Hit long by Ferreira, but there was contact, so Brazil gets the ball back again. 8-5, game 3. Da Silva serves. Stavertlich. Timmons.
Who has had an interesting trip to this point. He has had his ups and downs, but he has come through with 2 consecutive knockouts.
Well, I'm sure his coaches hope that Spaceship Bo is landing on this planet tonight, because his mind has been everywhere but in Seoul, Korea. And maybe in a spasm of lucidity, he will pay attention to business and take care of things. He's getting me mad.
A spasm of lucidity. Get out the thesaurus. These are both tall super heavyweights. Bo at 6'4.5", 216 pounds. He's dropped the weight off. He's dropped some 20 pounds the last couple of months. And the Soviet opponent at 6'4", 205 pounds. We're also told that Riddick Bowe's left elbow is hurting, so he has not been able to throw the jab as effectively as he would like.
Well, he's doing pretty good right now. I mean, this is a different Bo. Now, this is down to action Bo. He started right off. No fooling. He knows this is a big test. The man has beaten him before.
And this only the second United States-Soviet Olympic boxing matchup since back in 1976 in Montreal. And Michael Spinks won the gold against his Soviet opponent. The other day, Roy Jones, the first since '76. The referee is Osvaldo Bisbal of Argentina, who comes off a shaky performance earlier in the evening, called a caution on Bo for hitting below the waist.
And that's the first time we've seen a referee call 2 fights in a row. Actually, they weren't in a row because it was a walkover, but he ended up in a row. I hope somebody mentioned those cautions to him between rounds, because that was in the previous bout, those 5 cautions without a warning was really unprofessional.
And in the Andrew Maynard Heinrich Petrich bout, where Petrich was called 5 times, called for cautions for holding, and 3 cautions according to the rules would mean a point is taken away. 5 cautions would mean 3 points would be taken away overall. There's a caution for hitting below the waist called on Bo, but Bisbal, the referee, apparently not tabulating, did not take points away.
Actually, twice they were called for hitting on the side, and he continues to do it the 3rd time, and he calls him. You watch him take a warning away from Bo now. See, Bo continues to hit to the side, right there. And a yell from his coach right at the break, get to work, Bo. And Bo went to sleep again. He's been asleep now for about a minute.
The attention span was there at the start, and Bo is hurt. Took a hard body shot. Riddick Bowe, looking at Kenny Adams in the corner, takes a standing 8. Looking puzzled as we come down to 30 seconds remaining in this first round. Riddick Bowe going down. He's hurt big. Left hand by the Soviet, and Bowe doubling over in pain. I get the idea he's looking to quit.
He sure looks that way. He's got 22 seconds to make it to the... Now, he should have taken those 22. That time, he should have stayed as far away from the Soviet as he could in order to stall for time. Hope for that bell to save him from the 3rd standing 8.
And a 3rd would end the bout. Well, this round ends, but Riddick Bowe appears to be in major trouble.
We go above and beyond just
11 other nations today in signing a pact to join in the building of a permanent space station at a cost of $23 billion. In the political campaign, George Bush today accused Michael Dukakis of demagoguery, saying Dukakis had attacked him for taking a position on freezing Social Security benefits, a position that Dukakis also took. Dukakis pledged to work harder to protect the environment, saying that polluters had better vote for Bush. More news later on this NBC station.
A solid body shot by Miroshchenko. But now you see that's to the side. That didn't make a point yet. He got a standing 8 count. That's actually legal punch behind there, but he caved in from it. And this time it's more than one. It's several to the side. Now that was a legitimate body shot right in the front, but he had been hit on the side 3 or 4 times going down.
Step into the double jab with the right hand hook. What? Get out of that. Just work. Would you? How about you want that go? What do you want that go?
Big round for the Soviet Alexander Miroshnichenko. Kenny Adams immediately said to Riddick Bowe, hey, if you want to quit, quit. But you got to get back out there and give it something. Meanwhile, Miroshnichenko back with that left hook that has been so effective as we get underway here in round number 2.
Well, that left hook got Riddick Bowe in trouble with the first punch here. The first punch got him in trouble. Coach Adams doesn't mind losing, but he hates to see his boxers not give their best. And in a rather stringent tongue lashing, he told them, hey, this is BS.
as Bo lands the right hand. And a caution against Miroshnichenko for hitting on the back of the head with a minute gone by in the second round.
At least Riddick is punching and trying. Ooh, that body attack is devastating by Miroshnichenko.
And a caution called on Bo for ducking below the waist.
Riddick Bowe is standing there like a statue, waiting for Miroshnichenko to get off his punches.
Riddick Bowe in the blue vest out of Brooklyn. Lost to Miroshnichenko earlier in the year by decision at a dual meet in Moscow. He's taken 2 standing 8s, both in the first round. Any combination of standing 8s and knockdowns adding up to 4 for the entire bout, and it's over.
The Soviet is putting in some solid body shots. He is just perfect in his body attack. And it is sapping the strength of Riddick Bowe, who's not punching with authority. He's hitting on the white of the gloves, and he's getting points, but he is not damaging the Soviet at all.
And a caution against Miroshnichenko for pushing. Here's Bo back, and he has Miroshnichenko in trouble. Good combination by Bo, trying to get back into it as we come up on 10 seconds remaining second round. That is the end of round 2. We'll be back in a moment.
This NBC sports presentation of the games of the 24th Olympiad is brought to you by the American Express card, proud to sponsor the United States equestrian team. Membership has its privileges. By
If you don't stop it, you lose. You understand that you're going to lose, period. I'll tell you that right now. That's the only way you can win. Only way you can win.
Head coach Kenny Adams telling Riddick Bowe, add the hook to the right hand, and Bowe did turn it in the second round, outlanding his Soviet opponent 32-17. And he did stagger Miroshnichenko at one point late in the round. Bowe was put down twice in the first round and looked to be on the verge of calling it quits.
And so this is an even fight. Oh, that's good fighting on the part of Riddick. And back comes Miroshnichenko with his counterattack. Oh, punches are thumping off these big guys. I don't know how they can take it. The Soviets' punches have got a lot of steam to them.
And the mouthpiece goes flying. Miroshnichenko losing the mouthpiece. Osvaldo Bisbal of Argentina helping him out. Meanwhile, Riddick Bowe checking the crowd as we get the stoppage.
He's got one of his coaches in the audience over there, and he was looking at him to get instruction from over there. Good right hand. Good right hand by Riddick Bowe. Good uppercut inside. Nice attack, crisp. This is seesawing back and forth. Just when Riddick Bowe looks like he gets the advantage, the stronger Soviet comes back.
Minute gone by, third round. It has come down to the third round after the poor start by Bowe. Turned it in the second. Caution called on the Soviet for a hold, and Bo has Miroshnichenko in difficulty, a standing 8. What a turnaround by Riddick Bowe.
And his corner says go right back. 1, 2, 3 to the head. Don't hit the back, hit the head, they say. Now his body attack of Riddick is causing the Soviet a lot of trouble.
Miroshnichenko once again taking a standing 8. One more in this third round, and the bout is over. He is just tired out after that quick start in the first round. Bowe looking to end it here.
That body
attack, who appeared to be out of it in the first round, has dramatically come back. That's a caution against Bowe for hitting on the back of the head. We're just under 1 minute left in the bout.
He looked at his corner, did Bowe, and the Bowe said, you got 30 seconds, said the coach. Work that whole 30.
The left hook of Miroshnichenko has vanished. It was so effective in the first round.
Both men punish each other with such body attacks that they barely have enough energy left.
And the caution on Bowe. And this turning his back to his opponent.
His last 30 seconds could tell it, although I think this has been a big round for Riddick Bowe.
Miroshnichenko appeared to be on the way down. You see the time remaining, coming up 10 seconds left in the bout. Miroshnichenko took 2 standing 8s in this third round as Riddick Bowe has come through with a good second and third. Remember, it's total points. And it goes to the judges. We'll be back with the decision in a moment.
What's different about a different world? It's a different style. It's a different feel. And it's back for an all-new season next Thursday.
Riddick Bowe started this third round like a completely different fighter, and that began the downfall of the Soviet. A standing 8 immediately. Riddick Bowe seemed to get confidence from that, came back with a slashing body attack and a two-fisted attack that gave Miroshnichenko another standing 8 count.
Not easy for you to say.
I think he's knocked me out.
But Riddick Bowe in command in round 3, according to Counterpunch. 48 blows landed. And overall, the better percentage for the Soviet, but Riddick Bowe, and that's where it counts, outlanding Miroshnichenko by a wide margin. Riddick Bowe appeared to be on his way out in the first round. Looked to have the desire to call it quits, and then came back after taking 2 standing 8s. He forced 2 standing 8s on Alexander Miroshnichenko, who appeared to wear out, and it has come down to the decision.
Well, you have to say that Riddick Bowe is one of those new versions of the Cardiac Kids. He waits to the very end to get started. Scares you to death. Scares the coaches to death and scares himself to death.
He has had a couple of adventures, but came up with knockouts in his previous 2 fights. Did not appear to be in it throughout. In fact, it was just one right hand that took Peter Hrivnok of Czechoslovakia in his last outing. And here's the decision.
The winner is on point 5-0 in the blue corner.
Oh, you know by that reaction that he had no idea what to expect. Riddick Bowe, by decision, goes to the gold medal round. A 5-0 decision make it 6 Americans going to the gold medal round. Riddick Bowe out of the Brownsville section of Brooklyn has advanced, where he will go up against Lennox Lewis, a top-notch Canadian super heavyweight. Now let's go to Wally with Riddick.
Riddick, I think we saw a different Riddick Bowe in the third round tonight. Does it take a desperation effort to bring out the best in you?
Not at all, and you shouldn't be surprised because I told you yesterday exactly what I was going to do. I took the young man to school, and Lennox turned to Sunday.
But Riddick, in the first round, you were 1-8 count away from going out of the bout. What happened?
Well, he surprised me somewhat since the last time we fought. I guess he was that much more determined. But he didn't with 2 good body shots. The first one he caught me, and the second one I didn't anticipate that he would throw it again. But as you can see, he took 2 8 counts also.
Were you considering quitting in the corner after the first round?
No, not at all. It was my coaches were excited, but I knew exactly what I was doing. I just needed time to warm up, and I knew in the last round he wouldn't have any gas, so that's why I fought the way I did.
All right, you finally turned the bout around in the third round with the first standing 8.
Yeah, well, he takes a hell of a punch, and I just knew it was a matter of time before I get him. But he's more seasoned and more experienced, which means I wasn't able to take him out as quickly as I did my other opponents.
Now, even though you fought a tremendous third round, there must have been some doubt in your mind that you won the decision, because when it was announced, you almost jumped out of the ring.
Not at all. It was a happy moment for me. And I knew the judges usually watch the third round more so than any other round.
Okay, you're going up against Lennox Lewis now for the gold medal. What do you know about him?
Well, I haven't fought Lennox, but I seen him fight the Canadian that I fought, but he can't take pressure, and I will be doing a lot of that. Just as I did with the Russian, he couldn't handle pressure. He used to a lot of his opponents backing up, and that was to my advantage.
Okay, Riddick Bowe with a dramatic victory here tonight. On to the finals, and now back to Marv.
The always low-key Riddick Bowe, and Riddick able to reach back to make it back from a desperation situation. Riddick Bowe making his way to the gold medal round.
Brooklyn's own Riddick Bowe, certainly not a young man who's hurting for confidence. I want you to watch for Riddick Bowe in this next piece. Listen to his answer. We went through the Athletes Village and asked them which of the athletes gathered here for the games did they most admire. Watch Riddick's response.
Probably Phoebe Mills.
She's awesome.
She's kind of young, but she's awful cute.
Actually, Janet Evans. She proves you don't have to be 6'2" and from East Germany to go fast.
Janet Evans, because she did a great job in the swimming.
Probably Edwin Moses. He's always been my idol.
Edwin Moses.
Edwin Moses.
I guess I would say me.
I think the one that sticks out to mind is Daley Thompson.
Daley Thompson, because he's cute.
I think it would be interesting to talk to
Mathiani. One of the most interesting athletes here is Greg Louganis.
Greg Louganis.
Greg Louganis. Florence Griffith. Joyner, I'd probably like to maybe sit down and talk to her and, you know, just get to know her a little bit.
Florence Griffin Joyner. Florence Griffin Joyner.
I'd like to give Joyner Griffith a run for her money. I could probably grow my nails. Look, I have one long nail.
I've always wanted to sit down and sort of swap ideas and views with Carl Lewis.
Carl Lewis.
Yeah, Jackie Joyner-Kersee, because she does a lot of things, you know, and she's cool.
She's outrageous.
She's cool.
Evelyn Ashford. She's shown a lot of grace and poise.
Danny Manning.
David Robinson.
Roger Kingdom.
Anthony Hembrick. It's all of them, because I think everyone here is great, and they must be great. They are here at the Olympics.
They truly must be great. They are here at the Olympics. One of the faces you saw, Tracy Ruiz Conforto, we're set to see her in synchronized swimming. We'll get to that in just a moment as the Games of Seoul continue right after this.
To her either.
And it was really hard for me. I was a shy little girl. I mean, I was like, there was no way, you know, with the older girls watching, that I was gonna stick my arm out and command, you know, somebody's attention.
With such a history as hers, it was hard to completely retire from the sport, so her husband finally made a suggestion.
One day he just said, well, why don't you just go and, you know, go for it again?
Come on, squeeze it hard, pull, hold.
So together with Mike's help, Tracy slowly worked herself back into shape. While she has done weight training in the past, this time she began serious bodybuilding. At the same time, she started intensive swimming. Not just her routine, but laps for strength and endurance. By March of '87, she knew the tough training had paid off.
The very first competition that I entered, a lot of people noticed that I'd done something different. I looked different.
Next came the music. With her coach, Charlotte Davis, who's now been with her over 15 years, she mapped out the moves for her routine during the course of her music production. And the final step was creating the artistry of her free-form routine in the pool.
Okay, that's good, but you know what I don't think's going to fit is this part. You're
Maybe
like
I could do
going
this.
shortcut.
In this Olympics, Tracy will have only one shot as a soloist. In 1984, it was her rocket-like precision and showmanship that won her the gold medal. Still, she feels her performance in Los Angeles was not her best. But to know whether this Hawaiian-born synchronized swimmer will peak this time around, she'll just have to hold her breath.
I could probably hold it a little longer, but I don't want to pass out. 225.
Welcome back to the Olympic Park pool, where a gold medal is on the line tonight in women's synchronized swimming. After the preliminary competition, Tracy Ruiz Conforto, gold medalist in this event at Los Angeles for the USA, had a slight lead over the reigning world champion, Carolyn Waldo of Canada. Then, after the compulsory figures, Waldo moved to the top, Ruiz Conforto running second, Kotani and Hermine, two top contenders, third and fourth. The overall preliminary results show Waldo with a fairly substantial lead over Tracy Ruiz Conforto, Kotani and Hermine very much in medal contention. Hello everyone, Don Criqui with a former gold medal winner in this sport, Candy Costi-Burke. If you're not familiar with synchronized swimming, it's one of the most difficult and demanding sports at the Olympic Games, also perhaps the most glamorous. The synchronized swimmer must possess great strength and aerobic capacity to perform this water ballet effortlessly. Candy, how do you assess the competition so far?
Well, Don, I'm a little surprised. Tracy Ruiz Conforto from the United States rarely comes into a competition with a figure deficit in the final round. She's going to have to have the performance of her life. Carolyn Waldo from Canada is going to have to falter a little bit. Mikako Kotani from Japan is still in strong stead for a bronze medal. That looks great.
Everything is choreographed down to the very hand movements of the swimmers. What do we look for? What separates the gold medal winners?
Don, the first thing we're going to look for at the top of the list, technical execution. How well do they perform their routines? Then we have difficulty and risk. How long can she hold her breath? How much risk does she take? Choreography. How well does she use her music? Does the audience and do the judges like the routine? And use of the pool space. How well does she move around the pool? So those are the four main factors we're going to look for today.
Let's look at some of the fine points of synchronized swimming. Before the competition, Tracy Ruiz Conforto got in the pool for us, and her duet partner, when they won gold at Los Angeles, Candy Costi-Burke, commented.
Synchronized swimming is a sport of precise movement and elegant art. But this elegance is energized by an undercurrent of strength and dynamic control. Over half of a swimmer's total score is derived from the compulsory figures competition. Each athlete must demonstrate smooth transitions and precise body positioning. But synchronized swimmers make it seem all too easy. Underwater, these athletes demonstrate powerful athleticism and the reality of what makes this sport so physically demanding is revealed. As you can see above water, the back walkover closely resembles an element in gymnastics. But because synchronized swimmers don't have the luxury of oxygen or gravity, tremendous strength is required to perform even this simple figure. Some basic synchronized swimming elements include the pike position, the crane, the vertical, and the twist spin. Creative variations of these skills serve as the foundation for many of the elements seen in the free routine competition, where music becomes motion and power spins into poetry. Where graceful athletes burst through the water and into the air.
Two-time gold medalist Tracy Ruiz Conforto, and we'll watch her try to come from behind and go for the gold again when we come back with sweat of my partner in the broadcast booth, Candy Costi-Burke. The standings right now, Candy, show Tracy Ruiz with ground to make up.
Definitely, Don. She has a lot of ground to make up, although I've seen her do it before. But this figure deficit is unusual for her. She's going to have the performance of her life. She still holds the world record in the figure competition, however.
Her routine will be 3.5 minutes in duration. And thousands of practice hours went into developing it.
Beautiful split crash spin. She's having a great opening. This is what she needs.
You see the underwater look. The 7 judges who determine the medalists do not have access to the underwater pictures. They see what the spectators do above the water.
A beautiful opening for her. She has to be feeling good right now. She should just enjoy the rest of the routine, put it all forth. Beautiful vertical there. She needs to hit all her verticals. Her execution has to be perfect.
The judges look for a lot of movement about the pool during the synchronized swimmer's performance. Traveling, it's called, but it must be done with no apparent effort. The synchronized swimmer is expected to glide about the pool. Tracy Ruiz Conforto is a comeback story of sorts. She retired after winning double gold at Los Angeles. Going for the gold again with ground to make up over the reigning world champion, Carolyn Waldo of Canada, who will be the last to swim.
That move is just phenomenal. She gets height, her splits are flat, and she does 3 in a row. No one else in this competition can do that. Tracy Ruiz Conforto is the only one who can make that maneuver work. Beautiful double rocket. She's probably feeling tired, but she has got to remain strong. It's very important here.
She's down to her last 15 seconds of her routine. Tracy Ruiz Conforto of the USA. And a big ovation from a very large crowd here at the Olympic Park pool for Tracy Ruiz Conforto. This is what she'll need at present to take the lead. She came into her final swim second to world champion Caroline Waldo.
I'd like to take a look at some of the moves that separate Tracy from the rest of the field. Look at the height that's going to happen on this split crash. Look at the hip height here. The splits are flat out. She does it with apparently no effort, but that takes a great deal of oxygen. It takes a great deal of muscle control. And at that point in the routine, I know she's very tired, and to hang on to all three of those and perform them effortlessly is absolutely beautiful. I know she's going to get credit for that.
There she is live, leaving the pool. Winners here aren't determined by a clock or getting there first. It is a subjective sport. 7 judges make the determination. The 2 high and low scores go out. The other 5 are averaged. The judges tabulating the numbers. You see the phenomenal physical condition that Tracy Ruiz Conforto is in. Her husband, a former Penn State linebacker, is the owner of a number of health clubs in the Seattle area. I think Tracy spends a lot of time there working out. Wow. 99.
Tracy has to be happy with those scores. She had an excellent swim, but she really, Don, would need to have all 10s in order to win this competition, because I don't think Caroline Waldo is going to be in the 9.7 range. Tracy may win the solo competition, but she did not get all 10s. I don't think that will do it for her, but she's got to be happy with that swim. That's what she came here to do.
Perfect score, a 10. That goes out, as does the low score at 9.8. The rest were 9.9s, and Tracy Ruiz Conforto with a brilliant swim, but will it be enough? It's a long shot for her to win gold, but we'll see when we return to synchronized swimming at the Olympic Park pool.
All right, Don Criqui, thank you. That's nice stuff. Well, we're going to be going back to it in just a little bit. Caroline Waldo will get a chance to see. She's the reigning solo champion and was the silver medalist in '84. We'll catch up on her routine in just a little bit. We're going to take a break here, and when we come back, we're going to meet light heavyweight boxer Andrew Maynard, and we'll get to watch him fight, too. We'll get to that when we return. Soldier, a husband, a father, and a very good boxer. Let's spend a moment in time with Andrew Maynard.
Specialist Maynard reporting to duty, sir.
Reporting to the U.S. Army at Colorado Springs and to the U.S. Olympic boxing team. Though 24-year-old Andrew Maynard's career in the military has recently been placed on the back burner, he considers himself first and foremost a soldier.
The Army has done so much for me. A couple of years ago, nobody heard of me. Nobody cared whop about Andrew. Out there in the Army to travel. I never thought I was going to continue boxing. People of Fort Carson gave me the opportunity to be on a Fort Carson boxing team.
One of the least experienced boxers on the U.S. Olympic team, but one of the most promising, his story reads like a Hollywood script. One of 13 children from a tough neighborhood in Cheverly, Maryland, he is a product of his environment, but chose not to be a victim.
All my older brothers were, you know, involved in crime, so much peer pressure. The violent street, the drug-infested area, prostitution, and that's where I wound up, a boys' camp or the juvenile center, because how I got there was fighting, street fighting. I didn't do anything wrong, I was defending myself. So every day when I got a chance to go to the gym, I just hit the heavy bag, crying and hitting the heavy bag, because I was like, you know, I was so hurt inside. And my father, all I kept hearing was him saying, you know, you're gonna wind up being nothing. So why you don't want to go in the water?
So after a brief stint in jail, Andrew got out and turned his life around, joined the Army, met and married his wife, Susan, and today has a 2.5-year-old daughter, Shamika. But his wife, Susan, is of Mexican descent, and her parents were against the mixed marriage plans.
They had me pictured. They had a stereotype black male as being a J.J. Evans on Good Time. a tall, skinny black kid with a big mouth. When I got there and showed them what kind of gentleman I was, how nice I was, they began looking at me differently.
And Andrew began looking at himself differently.
I mean, I'm overwhelmed that I did this in such a short period. But what's after that? You know, what's after the Olympics? What's next for Andrew? I mean, the Army has done so much for me. Why not stay with Uncle Sam? He was behind me when I first started, you know, when I was nothing. And he's still behind me now. Be all that you can be. Because I'm going to keep on punching in the Army.
Andrew Maynard in the ring, set for a light heavyweight semifinal. We'll get to it in a moment.
Marv Albert with the fight doctor, Ferdy Pacheco. This, the 178-pound light heavyweight division. Andrew Maynard of the United States in a semifinal matchup with Heinrich Petrick of Poland. Petrick getting here by virtue of points, a couple of 5-0 decisions, and in his first bout, very impressively, stopped his Korean opponent, Park Byung-jin, in the second round, while Andrew Maynard, after drawing a bye in the first round, came up with a second-round knockout and then a 5-0 decision over Edos of Hungary. Andrew Maynard, from a family of 13, had a rough childhood. 5 of his older brothers were in and out of prison while Maynard was growing up. There's his wife, Susan, rooting him on. Andrew spent a short time in jail for breaking into a clothing store, served 1 month, then was placed on probation and has turned his life around and credits his father with helping him see the light. And this is Heinrich Petrick, 29 years old, works as a technician mechanic in Warsaw. The silver medal winner at the 87 European Championships, won the bronze at the 86 World Championships. Andrew Maynard, one of the 4 Army boxers on the U.S. team. He began his boxing career at Sugar Ray Leonard's gym in Palmer Park, Maryland. Referee Osvaldo Bisbal of Argentina. The winner goes to the gold medal round. Although Maynard came up with the stoppage of Mikhail Masoa of American Samoa in his opening bout, he is not noted as a knockout puncher. His victories usually come on points. Maynard in the blue, Petrick in the red trunks. And Maynard immediately delivered a scoring uppercut.
Every night that Maynard starts, you got to wonder about his right hand. He keeps claiming that it hurts after every fight, but he keeps using it as if it was nothing wrong with it. So let's see what happens tonight.
Four Americans have made it to the gold medal round. The U.S. has won 19 of its last 22 bouts. A remarkable run.
Petrick, a rather stiff up-and-down fighter from Poland, but has also got a very stiff jab. And that, for the moment, is what's holding Maynard at bay.
Caution against Petrick for holding. Maynard just did clip Petrick with that right hand. And Petrick lifted off the canvas. Caution on Maynard for a headbutt. And a caution on Petrick for a holding.
Maynard got in some good body shots, but right now he's way off his rhythm. He can't seem to get very close to him. Petrick scoring well with the right hand. Maynard trying to figure out things.
Just under a minute remaining in this first round. Petrich very awkward and successful in tying up Maynard.
And got him a second caution, one more for those, and that's a point off, and he's in trouble. And this is only the first round. The referee, Bisbal, is very slow in coming up to him. He's a very deliberate man. And so he lets the boxers look.
And that is a caution again against Petrich. This time for pushing Maynard's head down.
That should have been 2 for that. That's what he got before.
It is a standing 8. As Maynard is put to the canvas. Final seconds, round 1.
Well, Petrich can punch. That we have no doubt about.
Sonny Spoon returns.
That put Maynard down. Maynard's been very careless in coming in. He's had such great luck. Oh, that's a good crossing right hand. Actually, Maynard threw the best punch. He went right into it with his head. Now watch the overhead. Oh, right on the button. That's what you call a perfect counterpunch. But remember, this counts only 1 point for Petrich.
And Petrich with the decisive advantage, landing 23 and a 30% proficiency rate. Heinrich Petrich of Poland off to an excellent start against Andrew Maynard of Cheverly, Maryland. Maynard in the blue, Petrich in the red.
And Maynard has dug a deep trench for himself. He didn't start out fast, and he's going to have to pick it up now.
And Maynard also now aware of that right hand that Petrich has been delivering.
And Petrich's got a lot of confidence in that right hand now, and he's throwing it with abandon.
Caution against Petrich for hitting on the back of Maynard.
That's a wrestling contest right there. That's not boxing.
And the caution called on Maynard for pushing Petrich's head down. Minute gone by, second round. And Andrew Maynard of the United States off to a sluggish start. Took a standing 8 in the first round. And now the caution on Maynard for holding.
And also on Petrich. So both of them got the same warning. This referee's going to have to be much faster than this, or else Petrich is just going to cause us a wrestling match and out-strengthen Maynard. Maynard's getting weakened. Petrich is much larger and stronger.
Halfway through the second round. And we may set a caution record the way this one is going. Again, a hold, and that's 4 cautions for holding on Petrich. Should be 2 points taken away because 3 cautions equal a warning, which means a point off the scorecard. So the referee, Bisbal of Argentina, really not keeping track. And then a 4th caution would be another point taken away.
Well, that's one of those things where you could lose Maynard's whole bout can go out the window because the referee is not keeping count, and of course that's what these rules are for, to enforce them, and he's not doing it.
And we have our Olympic boxing consultant Woody Gregory keeping tab, and even for Woody, he's been accurate.
Maynard doing better this round, but he's got to be much faster than this. He's got to chase him, and he's doing it now.
Another caution for a hold. That's the 5th caution, but he has not taken a point away.
Oh, now a foul? Standing eight.
Standing eight being issued. It appeared at first that Heinrich Petrich was indicating a low blow, but it's a standing eight.
What it was a great body shot. These body shots, there he is. He's caving in under those body shots. If Maynard continues with the body, he can stop him.
We'll be back with round 3 after these words.
When it comes to doing business in faraway lands, you gotta know your way through the jungle. You gotta earn your stripes. You gotta bridge the distance. You can't afford to bungle. You gotta snatch victory from the jaws of defeat.
Petrich has been grimacing with these body shots, and all of a sudden, it's like, ooh, that hurt, delayed action, and they gave him a standing 8. But the story of this is the referee not counting the cautions, which add up to a warning, which take points away, and that is really serious stuff. Maynard, 22 to 14 punches landed. He's catching up.
It is really ludicrous that the referee Osvaldo Bisbal of Argentina continues to hand out cautions and is not adding them up.
They may be quitting. What's happening here?
Apparently, Coach Kenny Adams told the referee about the cautions. I'm not certain if that is what the discussion is about.
Is he quitting? Is he quitting? Yes, he's quitting. Yes, he is quitting.
Over.
Maynard's won.
What a most unusual bout. Apparently, the body shots got to Heinrich Petrich, and in the translation, the referee Bisbal of Argentina and the Polish corner could not get that point across that he was throwing the towel in. And so this bout is over. And what a goofy bout.
Well, it saved the referee, who up to this point has been doing a pretty good job these last 2 weeks, from international embarrassment, because he obviously was not keeping track. That's a shameful negligence on his part. Maynard, for his part, was coming on again. With the body shots, he should have gotten a standing 8 in the, if anything is equal, in the 3rd round, and he should have carried his fight. But, you know, he got a standing 8 himself in the 1st round.
Not the first time that we have seen referees lose track of the cautions. Nevertheless, Andrew Maynard will take it as he becomes the 5th American to make his way to the gold medal round, as Heinrich Petrich does not come out for round 3, and Maynard advances. Now let's go to Wally World. Here's Wally Matthews.
Andrew, a rather unexpected ending to a very bizarre fight. Were you surprised that your opponent did not come out for the 3rd round?
A little. Hey, I was just getting started, you know. Hey, you know, it takes me a while. If they catch me cold, they got a fight on their hand. But if I warm up, then, you know, everything starts clicking.
Well, this was a fight in which just about everything happened. You were knocked down in the 1st round. Were you badly hurt?
No, it was just like a flash knockdown, you know. And things like that happen, you know, but a champion gets up. You know?
And then we had you landing a body shot. It looked like a left hook to the ribs that doubled him over. Were you surprised because the reaction was somewhat delayed?
Yeah, a little, you know. But I went to work, you know. I see it right there. Oh, pretty shot.
And by our count, the referee handed out 5 cautions for holding to Petrich, but there was no warning and no points deducted. Were you aware of that?
You know, I was wondering. You know, it was a good shot that I got caught with, you know. And my credit goes out to him for making it this far. You know, sitting back there waiting, you know, it's tough, you know, but he's a great opponent. You know, everyone here that made it this far are very great, and I'm just happy to make it, you know, win.
Okay, Andrew Maynard makes it to the gold medal round. Now back to Marv.
All right, Wally, and Andrew Maynard will go up against Nurmagomedov Chanuvasov of the Soviet Union. Maynard starting slowly, then came on in the 2nd round with that strong body attack, and in a weird bout, able to advance to the gold medal round.
Andrew Maynard continuing the success of the U.S. boxers here. 6 of them now will be fighting for the goal. 8 overall will win medals, drawing comparisons to the team of 7.
And This is Carolyn Waldo, gold medal winner in the solo competition of synchronized swimming. Carolyn, that has to be a very special gold medal, not only for yourself, but for the Dominion of Canada after the disappointment over Ben Johnson.
It really is. It's quite a thrill to win a gold medal for Canada, and it's unfortunate. I really feel sorry for Ben, because he really is a tremendous athlete, and he has brought a lot of pride to Canada as well.
And so have you. This might not be your last gold medal either, right, Candy?
Definitely not. In Los Angeles, you had the silver medal, and I know right then you started thinking about 1988. But when Tracy Ruiz Conforto came back on the scene in 1987, what were your thoughts, and how did you prepare for this? What was your strategy and training?
Well, when I originally heard that Tracy was coming out of retirement, I was actually very excited, because deep down inside, you know, I never really thought that I was the best, because she had already had beaten me in '84, and I knew I'd improved a lot, and so I was really looking forward to competing against her. And we just, you know, we just kept on the same training program, you know, doing the same hours, like 6 hours a day, and going through the routines and the compulsories we always pay a lot of attention to, because that's basically what says the whole competition, and it proved to be, you know, the case for the Olympics.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Very good, Carolyn. Continued success the rest of the way.
Great, thanks.
Carolyn Waldo, the gold medal winner in solo competition, will be going for a second gold in duet with her partner Michelle Cameron tomorrow night. As you see the final standings, Tracy Ruiz Conforto of the USA, silver, and Kotani of Japan takes the bronze. Now for Candy Casty-Burke, this is...
A little bit of a show, but he deserves it. John Smith with a victory over Stepan Sarkisian of the Soviet Union, using a mixture of technique, stamina, and heart. John Smith wins again. He's the Olympic champion, 136.5 pounds.
Russie's done it all. NCAA champion, world champion, Olympic champion.
And he may not be done yet. He may not be done yet. Look at his dad. A proud moment for him. Jimmy Humphrey.
Great. That's great.
Joe Wells.
Woo. Great champion.
Here's the difference, Jeff.
Smith in on his leg attack. This is what he's noted for, being able to turn around, countering that Soviet's attempt to get out of this maneuver, scoring the takedown. Excellent job, and here, again in on the legs of the Soviet. Sarkisian hanging on to the ankle, but it's in vain. Smith spinning around behind, scoring yet another takedown.
Well, it wasn't automatic. People expected it. He puts on the USA hat, gives it a fling. John Smith is the Olympic champion, the first one for the USA at 136.5 pounds.
John Smith out of Oklahoma State with the gold medal has them dancing in the streets of Stillwater. We're going to come back to Seoul in just a little bit. We'll have some boxing ahead for you, and we'll visit in studio with a double gold medal winner, the fastest woman in the world, Florence Griffith Joyner. She'll join us as our coverage continues. The game's the 24th.
Decathlon best with a leap of 7.5 1/4. Then the first event of the second day, the 110-meter hurdles, and Christian Plajat, close to a personal record, forges a small lead. But not to be denied, Christian Schenk steps into the discus circle for the second event and promptly regains the lead by over 100 points with this personal record throw.
Then for Daley Thompson, a pole vaulter's nightmare.
Charlie Daley Thompson came into this competition less than 100%, and then on his very first jump in the pole vault, he breaks a pole. He went on to make 2 heights, but he sustained an injury in this event that dogged him for the remainder of the competition. Then Schenk, once again, third attempt, 15 feet 5 inches to tie his personal record, and an easy clearance. You always look for the athlete in the decathlon who is tying or bettering his personal record throughout the meet to look for your potential Olympic champion. And one bright spot for the Americans, Tim Bright, a pole vaulter turned decathlete. On his third attempt, 18.8 1/4, a world decathlon best, which vaulted him into the top 5 momentarily. Then on to the 9th event. And a temporary opening for Daley Thompson with 2:10.1. Kept him in third place. And then Dave Steen, out of nowhere, always a good second day, stepped onto the javelin runway for this second throw, which allowed him to get in position to challenge the leaders. Why? Because he's a good 1,500-meter runner. Then back to our leader, Christian Schenk. All he needed was a solid performance. And he got it here on his second throw, 201 feet, 2 inches. So after 9 events, Christian Schenk had enough of a lead over Voss and Thompson that he didn't have to go all out in the 1,500.
Remember, in the 1,500, it is not who wins. It is the individual performance, each of the athletes running against the clock and against the point table. So that's what you keep tabs on, not on who wins.
And Charlie, in this 10th and final event, which finished after 9:30 last night, we're looking at Dave Steen of Canada. He must finish 20 seconds in front of Daley Thompson as you see him lead for the tape. There's our winner, Christian Schenk, running just fast enough to secure the gold. But Daley Thompson, could he finish within 20 seconds of Dave Steen and hang on to the bronze medal? His leg heavily taped, every last bit of energy being spent on this straightaway. And he came up short by 2 seconds. And Dave Steen of Canada went from 8th place to 3rd place in the final event to take the bronze medal behind the 2 East Germans.
And we had another final yesterday, this one in the women's discus.
That's right, Charlie, an event that is totally dominated by the Eastern Bloc. Martina Hellman of East Germany steps in for her 4th round throw, having already established 1 Olympic record. She was the only female to repeat her World Championship gold medal from Helsinki to Rome. And on this 4th throw of the competition, she extends her lead, secures the gold medal with her 2nd Olympic record throw, 237 feet, 2 inches, and teammate Gansky, the silver, Ristova of Bulgaria, the bronze.
And today we could see still another Olympic record in a field event.
That's right, Charlie. We should see an Olympic record in the women's high jump. Stefka Kostadinova of Bulgaria, the heavy favorite for the gold medal.
And Frank Shorter, the women will star on the track.
In the women's 100-meter hurdles, Yardanka Dankova going after the gold medal to match her world record. And in the women's 10,000 meters, the first in Olympic history, Ingrid Christiansen will be the front runner. She'll give us an exciting race.
All right, we're looking ahead to more track and field. Florence Griffith Joyner, congratulations.
Thank you.
You got your 2 little prizes there.
Gold. Oh, I'm so excited.
Has the full impact of what you've done hit you yet? You appreciate it?
Not yet. I'm waiting till after the 400-meter relay to really celebrate.
Are you kind of putting a rein on yourself, on your own emotions?
I am. I'm trying not to let it all loose until after the 400-meter relay. I've gotten over the 100 and 200, and I just have the relay.
Did you ever have any doubt when you came to Seoul that you would sweep the sprints?
No, I had no doubt because I knew I passed up a lot of things before coming here. I didn't run any but 2 meets in Europe. I passed up a lot of endorsements. I passed up money, but it wasn't worth it to me. I said I'll wait and get the real gold in Seoul. This is it. It was all worth it.
You passed up the endorsements before you came. You had them all riding on what happened here. Obviously, if you won, you get the endorsements, and if you lost?
Well, I wasn't really thinking about the endorsements. I was thinking about what I had to do here. My goals in life was to come here and to win a gold medal, to win 2, and possibly 3.
Take me through some of your emotions a little bit. I mean, when you get into the blocks, you are such a prohibitive favorite. What runs through your mind?
I'm just concentrating. I'm praying on what I have to do. I'm asking God to make me do what I've been training so hard to do. And then I'm seeing the race throughout my mind. The start, getting a good start, staying relaxed, and just running through.
During the race, are you conscious of everybody around you, or are you conscious only of your own path and what you're headed for?
I just try to focus on the finish line. I'm concentrating on working my arms hard, lifting my legs, and just running, seeing the finish line. I try not to pay attention to my competitors.
We saw when after your 200 how you went down on the ground, and what were you saying to yourself?
I was praying, thanking God that it was over. And I made a world record.
Look, as one might expect, since you so totally dominate the competition, as you well know, you're the subject of an awful lot of steroid rumors around here. They bother you?
Not at all. Not at all. I read my Bible daily, and I found out and believe in God that people are going to make accusations like that. I've been in this sport for a long time, so it's nothing new to me to hear those things.
And we should note that you've been through every drug test and never had a problem.
Never, ever in my life.
They don't bother you at all when people say things. I mean, Joaquim Cruz, for example, was quoted in a Brazilian interview as saying some things that were kind of tough about you and about your sister-in-law also.
I was very hurt that Joaquim had said that, and it's been investigated whether or not he actually said it, and it's been proven that he did say it. I was hurt that it was shown on television, that my family saw something like that. But I put it behind me, and Joaquim Cruz would just have to deal with that himself.
Yeah. Why do you think he did something like that?
Rumors, the athletes. I think because of the Ben Johnson situation at the time, everybody was just looking for something else to point fingers at somebody else, and they figured I was a perfect example, Jackie and I.
You're going to run the 4x100 relay, of course. Are you also going to run the 4x4?
There's a possibility.
What's going to determine whether or not you will?
The coaches, Terry Crawford and Freddie Thompson. If they want me to run the 400 relay, I'll run it. I'll be more than happy to run it.
Do you want to?
I do. I really do.
Would you go to them and say, hey, I want in on it?
I have. And they said they'll make the decision today. I trained all year for the 400 before going into the 100. So I'm looking forward to running the 400 meter.
Florence Griffith Joyner, you could use 2 more of them, right?
Yeah, I'm very happy with this too.
You should be. Thanks for coming on in.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
We're going to come back in just a little bit. We're going to have more track and field action. We'll go inside and see some very special people in some events also in track and field. We'll get to that in a moment, right after this.
Tribute to the spirit of the Olympics. Brought to you by MCI. Proof that commitment to excellence brings out the best.
Zaitsev of the Soviet Union. So Roy getting ready. Two-time National Golden Gloves champion. There's his dad, Roy Sr., one-time professional boxer who got Roy Jr. underway in his boxing career. Richard Woodhall, a landscape gardener back in England. And Ferdy, you and Woodhall have something in common. His hobby, he raises English bull terriers.
Oh, I have, yes. That's one. I raise cats.
Yes. Referee is Mili Aid Ojo of Nigeria. The winner goes to the gold medal round, the 156-pound light middleweight division. Roy Jones in the blue trunks, Richard Woodhall in the white.
Certainly see the disparity in size. Woodhall is considerably taller than Roy Jones. That's going to present a problem because he also, with that height, comes a long reach, and if his jab is popping in good, then Roy is going to have some trouble getting in.
Woodhall, 2 inches taller than Jones.
Such is the measurement, but it certainly looks, when you're looking at both these guys, that Woodhall is much taller than Roy Jones.
United States coming into this bout has won 18 of its last 21, and overall, during the course of the Olympic competition, 29 of 35.
Much slower start from Roy Jones than we're used to seeing. He comes out like he's on fire, but all of a sudden he just can't get in there. Neither man scoring with those punches. the white of the glove has to touch a surface area, which is the face of the anterior body, and neither man is stepping in with a jab, so neither one's getting there. See those punches? All air shots.
Jones did land the combination. The winner of each round is awarded 20 points. In a close round, the loser would get 19. Clear advantage would be a 20-18 or a 20-17. Woodhall drawing the caution for hitting on the back of the head of Jones.
Well, Jones has got to pick up the tempo here. He's going to have to chase. He's going to have to come under that jab. He's going to have to do something because it's going to be a long evening for Roy Jones if he doesn't start to solve this problem. We're down to the last minute, and there's still no clear-cut winner of this first round because it's been a feeling-out round, but it's up to Jones to take charge because Woodhall is just going to stand out here and pick him apart with a jab if he does.
Richard Woodhall had his difficulties in his last bout against Ray Rivera of Puerto Rico, but then able to turn it around and pulled out the victory, in fact, in decisive fashion, 5-0 on the judges' scorecards.
And Jones finally waking up with combinations, going to the body and coming over to the head. This is the Roy Jones we've been expecting.
Final seconds, first round.
This NBC Sports presentation of the games of the 24th Olympiad is brought to you by U.S. Sprint.
Punches landed. It is on to round two.
You know, when Jones picks up the action, he starts to look like Sugar Ray Leonard. His hands are down, he's taunting, he's offering his face and then dancing away when Woodhall tries to punch. When he gets into the flow of things, he begins to look like Sugar Ray. And I imagine that has a lot to do with training with Sugar Ray Leonard.
And that's a caution for slapping. It's called on Jones. When Ray was involved with the coaching of the team, Roy Jones certainly did pay a lot of attention.
Well, he certainly learned the lesson from a master because Sugar Ray in the Olympics was a thing of beauty, and his professional career was highly successful with that style. So he's taking it on. He's picking up where Sugar Ray left off, if he ever leaves off.
And Jones continues to get in and get out. Been very effective against the taller man, Richard Woodhall. Solid right hand from Jones that connected. Continues to get the right hand in.
Woodhall very stiff, straight up and down, just like a board. Doesn't seem to know how to bend.
And the caution against Jones for a slap.
And that's the second time he said that's the second. The next one will cost you a point. Oh, nice defense by Roy Jones. Just gave him the head and took it away.
Roy Jones always looking confident, hands down. Usually has the left hand down. Oh, but Woodhall that time able to deliver the combination. And Jones with that right hand caught.
The punches of Jones are much sharper, and they're landing with accuracy on the white of the glove, which means he's building up points. For all of that steamy blow of Richard Woodhall, it only was one punch counted. Takes 3 of those to make up a point.
No extra points, we remind you, awarded for a knockdown. It is simply one scoring blow. Or 3 knockdowns in 1 round, or 3 standing eights. And the bout is over. 30 seconds left in the second round.
And that hard right hand of Roy Jones has bloodied the nose of Richard Woodhall.
Good left from Jones.
Just went backwards. He went right hand and then left hook. Jones is cooking. He's starting to mix it up now and confusing Woodhall.
We'll be back in a moment.
And you thought everything was happening in Seoul.
People together, helping each other, will keep us growing strong. We go hand in hand, you and me. We are threads in the invisible tapestry. If we show that we care, we'll build dreams that we all can share.
People helping people. At GE, it's part of everything we do, so that every product and service we provide is the best it can be.
GE Answer Center, may I help you?
To help you reach your dreams.
We go hand in hand, you and me. We are threads in the invisible tapestry. If we show that we care, we'll build dreams that we all can share. GE.
Glad we could help.
We bring.
We're always there for
you. Even in the world's most beautiful playgrounds, things don't always go so beautifully. So get Visa Gold, because we'll not only provide automatic car rental insurance for you, we'll deliver emergency cash and a new Visa Gold right to you, anywhere. And emergency cash is something American Express just can't deliver. Visa Gold, it's everywhere you want to be.
You just got a frequent flyer award, huh?
That's right.
You don't fly frequently.
No, infrequently.
How can you be a frequent flyer if you don't fly frequently?
How can I hit the ball if you're talking to me?
How can you hit the ball if you're going to be talking over there?
On Northwest, you don't have to fly a lot to earn a free trip fast.
Which fabulous guests will spend the night with Johnny? Untiring Kinds want to know.
I want to know.
What crazy things will Letterman let loose on late night?
I want to know.
Whose celebrity secrets will Bob uncover later? On NBC, Late is Great for Untiring Kinds.
Like me.
Here's a great defense